in the filter. It's something that they can see. It's right there. It's right there.
They're only playing against the best of the best, and yet they're still able to win 7 out of every 10 matches.
Easy completion. We don't need a bucket. Including two.
And we have 1 seed left.
The 2 best mechanical runners in the scene right now.
2,500 elo. It doesn't matter in the bracket. All that matters is who wins 3 seeds first. We've never seen a Game 7 between these 2 individuals before. Our 2 most decorated playoff players of all time. He's so far ahead, he almost just wins the seed if it hits.
Oh my gosh! What is going on?
$1,500 on a 0 line. But Jay might just opt to play longer.
He lands in the portal. What is that? It's a 1. It's a 2.
Every single rotation matters here.
No, this is the girl! This is actually the line!
Duke's at 88. Loki's going to 92. Your eyes are starting backwards, left and right, left and right. Every rotation, someone pulls ahead.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the MCSR Ranked Playoffs. I am Curryway. I'm here joined with Parker, and we have 4 phenomenal games coming your way today. Parker, how are you doing? Are you excited that Ranked Playoffs is back?
I'm excited, man. I high rolled on my walk today. Got a little puppy coming up to me, and then I got to
What?
watch ranked playoffs, bro. We got some exciting matches.
We have some incredibly exciting matches. I mean, look at the one above our heads right now. Upcoming match, Loki versus Beef Salad. Loki, the most decorated player in the history of ranked playoffs, going to go up against Beef Salad, who is in phenomenal form right now. I mean, these are two players who are absolutely at the top of their game. Beef Salad has won the most recent any percent tournament, to my knowledge, in the Simply Speedrun tournament. So Beef Salad has been playing phenomenally. And Loki as well, obviously. I mean, what is there to say? Loki is just an absolute demon. Very excited for this matchup, Parker, and this is only one of 4 amazing ones today.
Yes. Just exciting players. Loki, just like, I don't know, arguably the best ranked player of all time. But Beef Salad, no slouch. He's gotten third before. He's played in, I think this is his. Actually, I'm going to get the number wrong. He's played in several playoffs. I'm beyond excited.
Beef Salad's played in a bunch. Loki's played in basically everyone. Let's take a look at the bracket really quickly if we can. I'd love to take a look at that. Let's see. Wait, who's muted me?
Oh, we're muted.
Oh, we're good. Hi, we're back. Apparently we were muted. Well, we're back. Mods fixed it. It's beautiful. I don't know how much of that you heard. Probably nothing, so I'm going to repeat the whole thing. We have 4 matches today. We have Loki versus Beef Salad, the first match of the day. And then second up, we have Rannick versus Hacks. Third will be Dugal versus Kennen. And fourth will be EDCR and Vstrid. Of those 4 matchups, Parker, what's going through your head? Which of those is the one that you're most excited about today?
Personally, I'm really excited to see EDCR play. I've very rarely seen him play. I've seen his like YouTube post once or twice, but he's just been this rising star in the community. I think he started playing only a few months ago, and he's the number 1 seed. That's probably like the most exciting one. We got Loki, we got Dugal. I'm so excited that Hax is in this tournament. There's just so many players. There's so many players.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, we have Rannick. I believe Rannick hasn't played in a tournament since season 2, I believe. So it's really cool to see them back, which is awesome. And of course, EDCR. My favorite stat about EDCR, they play a bunch of ranked. They're the number 1 seed in this tournament. Parker, I don't know if you know this. EDCR's any percent RSGPB, he doesn't have one. He does not have an RSGPB.
What?
It is just ranked. It is just ranked. It is.
Like, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. It's very, very cool. So yeah, I mean, this first match though, Loki Beef Salad, I mean, we already kind of talked about it. We can head over to the to us, I guess. Oh my god, look at it. It's us. We can see this matchup is going to be awesome. I think we're probably about ready to see some player stats. I would love to see what we got going on over there with the player spotlight. Here we go. Beef Salad versus Loki. Look at these stats. Parker, what's the first thing that jumps out to you here?
Just the big difference in RSGPB, because we were talking about that earlier. I mean, that's just a story worthy bringing up. I think Loki just like sat down for a month or two, or like a month or a couple of weeks, and just got RSG world record. I don't know if Beef Salad's playing that. Also, fastest rank time. It's cool to see Beef Salad has a faster one than Loki. So it's like, they've both got top speed to match each other.
Yeah, I mean, these players, I mean, we could see very different play styles. We could see also 9-4 Loki. Makes sense. Loki is the person who picked Beef Salad. Loki, I believe, had the pick of Beef Salad or Hacks, and Loki clearly, with the win-loss versus opponent, feels pretty good in this matchup. The thing that sticks out to me, and we'll see a lot of this in Season 8, the average rank time. These players average sub 10, Parker. I mean, sub 10 used to be this crazy barrier. Now, everyone just has a sub 10 ranked average time. And I think the thing that is going to be really interesting to me is Loki is one of the players recently who hasn't played as much ranked this season, but when they play, they're as dominant as ever. But going against someone like Beef Salad, where 2,000 matches nearly, like that could be something where if you're Beef Salad, you have the experience more recently this season.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. I personally relate to that story of not playing a ton in the past couple of seasons and just getting back into it. But this is we're talking about the highest quality of players, and we're talking about sub 10 averages. Not only is Loki sub 10, he's sub 930. Curry.
Sub 930. That is absurd. That is just absolutely absurd stat line from those two competitors. And we could see here we have the seed win percentage, the average time on the seeds, and Loki averages sub 9 on Ruin Portal, Parker. I think that's pretty good.
That's maybe a little good. Maybe some hinting that we're gonna get some sub nines in today's matches.
Yeah, I absolutely very possible. The other thing, Loki 81% win rate on Desert Temple. That is insane. Winning over 4 out of 5 matches on Desert Temple with how much RNG happens in rank seeds and Minecraft speedrunning in general. Like that is incredibly impressive. We can see VSalad, no seed really stands out, very consistent across all seed types. And we can see all the averages as well, pretty similar except for Ruin Portal, which is to be expected that Ruin Portal is significantly faster. But definitely going to be a situation where Loki is definitely favored in this matchup. But Beef Salad, I mean, has played so much rank this season, has won a tournament recently, absolutely could still make this a very competitive matchup and take it home.
100%. I think it's worth saying every single time we do one of these, but regardless of all the stats, it's what happens on the day. You could have the best stats. We saw an insane upset last season. I believe Infium was the #1 seed, got out first round. Anything can happen. It really comes down to these matches, and that's why we watch playoffs.
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Let's see the seed picks from these players. Let's see what they have going on over there. Beef Salad banned Buried Treasure. Loki banned Desert Temple, which is very interesting given the win rate that we just saw. And Loki's actually picking Shipwreck, which was his lowest win rate. I mean, Loki's lowest win rate is still 2 out of 3 wins, which is absurd, but definitely interesting. Not what I was expecting here. Parker, what are your thoughts on this?
Not what I was expecting either. I mean, maybe Loki's just like, you know what? I'm going to win no matter what. Give me my lowest stats potentially, but like you're saying, I mean, it's still like above 50%. So
yeah, I think
it's hard to
sometimes
say what they're thinking.
I think sometimes when you're a player like Loki or really anyone in this tournament, sometimes it's just like, I woke up this morning, I'm not really feeling Desert Temple. I kind of want to play a Shipwreck. Like maybe that's what's going on here for Loki. I mean, we'll see. Definitely an interesting ban situation. I always like seeing Desert Temple. It's just nice having a bunch of blocks. Shipwreck, more notably, a seed type where resources are very scarce. Maybe that's something where Loki feels a bit more confident in compared to Beef Salad. Wants to make sure that we're playing a little bit more bare bones in this matchup. So definitely interesting. And I'm just super excited to get into our first matchup of the day, Parker. It's going to be so exciting.
It will be. It will be. I'm hoping for some cinema. I'm hoping for some close matches. I want to see some insane zeros. I was watching some Twitch last night. People are hitting some nice zeros. Just
people
saying.
are pretty good at Minecraft in this tournament. I was thinking to myself, Parker, and I'm sure you'd agree, there is nothing on earth like watching the best people in the world at what they do. And that's what we're going to do for the next 2 weekends. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. And I can't wait to get into it here with Loki and Beef Salad on the first seed type. Here we go, Parker. Get hype in the chat. The first match is coming up soon. Waiting for players to load in. And it's time to go. Shipwreck for seed 1. We have the BT and the DT ban. And here we go. 5 seconds until we get into it. Let's see what these runners do. How close is the Shipwreck? And that's a Ruin Portal, Parker. And that's a Ruin Portal. So that's a Ruin Portal.
Maybe we had the stuff a little bit wrong. Maybe Loki doesn't actually want to play the Shipwreck, which was his lowest stats. I think we're just on a... Okay, never mind. I'm not sure what's happening, but the match is a draw. Looks like we just got a wrong seed.
It's a beautiful start. I actually really like this decision from production. Really big brain. We do the fake seed type so more people have time to tune in. Maybe someone was a little late getting here. And now the viewership numbers are going to be even higher for the first match. So I really like the decision here for the fake out seed 1. And we should be starting very soon with the actual seed 1. So
yes.
Pretty good decision there. Listen, sometimes it happens. We're getting back into the rhythm of things. Some people might be muted a little bit. Some people, we're getting back into form here, but it's going to be a beautiful matchup. Shout out to all the refs. Shout out to Oliver. Shout out to Redline. Shout out to all the people that make this production happen. Listen, it's not easy. It's not easy, but we're trying our best here. And we'll be going back into it very, very shortly here. And here we go. Oh, I was going to ask you a filler question,
Another
and we
10
don't even need
seconds.
to do it. Beautiful. All right. See.
Yeah, we just had to give the script writers a little bit more time to finalize what's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
they were like
You
working
know, we
on
have
the
a lot
end
of matches.
still.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right, shipwreck pretty far. Gonna be
Yeah, where were
a little bit
the
annoying.
trees?
I think we're gonna have to go jungle
Maybe a
here
little far.
potentially.
Yeah, yeah,
Upright
yeah.
shipwreck at least should be pretty easy. Bubbles wise, health wise, all that stuff. Food situation. Ooh,
5
I really
gunpowder!
like. Yeah, I like the gunpowder. Absolutely. Loki loses a second or two to not grabbing it immediately, but that's gonna be big here. To craft a TNT with these runners. 11 iron, 37 rotten flesh, 4 carrots, potential for golden carrots later. Not a lot of food. Well, it is a lot of food, 37 rotten flesh, but not the best food. I think this is a situation where how these runners manage the golden carrots later into the run is going to matter a lot here.
Oh, 100%. You get to use your rotten flesh kind of like tide you over until you can get those golden carrots. I think both runners are going to be able to handle that fine. Interesting, low key started mining the sand before beef salads made up a little bit of time here on the micro.
Yeah, absolutely. And also seeing the TNT go off here, 14 wood, a bunch of blocks. Really nice to just have a bunch of resources. I mean, we were talking about it. Shipwreck can be something where it's a little bit more bare bones on blocks because you normally don't get a TNT. Sometimes you don't have enough to craft shears, but runners are just going to get a TNT in the shipwreck. Pretty uncommon. And we see Loki heading to the ravine the same time as Beef Salad. Both runners breaking their boat the exact same time.
This is what we like to see. We come here for close matches, and they're just. I don't know if there's like a second of stream delay. They're virtually in the same spot.
Yeah, they
You don't even know who's ahead. You don't even know who's ahead.
No, we're not. We have no idea. We see the Nether enter. Very close bastion for both runners. Beef Salad sees the bridge now on the bridge. Loki took a little bit better terrain here. He's going to get to the chalice a little bit quicker. And I don't see a fortress on either screen yet, but this is a very standard bridge for both runners.
Yeah, it's really a game of the micros. I mean, like, what can you make up time on? They've both made the same decisions. I think Loki's just ahead by a second or two now.
Mm-hmm.
I
This is
couldn't
also
see
great for
if there
golden
were
carrots.
2 triples. Oh, yes. Golden carrots.
And we also see a gold pickaxe for Loki and not for Beef Salad. So there is a left side single. So runners should be going to the right side here. Loki doing 2 different routes. Beef Salad actually just going for Donkey Kong. Meanwhile, Loki is doing... I don't even know what this route is called anymore. There's just so many variations of bridge that have silly names. But this is a very big difference between the two runners.
Double single.
Yeah, double single. I mean, maybe Beef Salad saw somehow that the right side was single and Loki didn't. That's the only thing I can think of. But this is going to end up being a situation where it could have had, I think, a lot more variance. But because of it being double single and this not being a triple, I don't think it will make too much of a difference between the time of these two runners.
Yeah. I like to see... Oh, but Loki's got, like, so many
Loki
more
just found
pigs.
5 more pigs. Where did these guys
Loki's
come
route
from?
is just better. Like,
Yeah.
I've seen this route pop up a little bit over the past couple of months, and I think it is just better. I'm not sure if Beef Salad maybe doesn't know it or just decided not to do it. You know, Donkey Kong is a very solid route, but I think what Loki did is just slightly better.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I know how to do the route that Loki just did, and the person I watched it from was Beef Salad. So that's why I'm very confused that didn't happen. So I think it was maybe just a situation where, like, Loki was banking on the fact that maybe it's triple and maybe it's not, where maybe Beef Salad took different terrain and saw that it was single. But again, I mean, it ended up working out for Loki anyway, and he just got 5 extra piglins somehow. So that was great. And we're seeing both runners still potentially trying to figure out a way. How are we going to get more obsidian? 4 in this chest for Beef Salad. I think we're going to be seeing Loki leaving here pretty soon. Bunch of string, 4 golden carrots ready to go. And it looks like Loki is ready to leave.
Yeah, slightly above Beef Salad, just crawling back time. Or not crawling back time. Gaining time slowly over the whole season.
There's the fort. There's the fort for Loki. Great pearl onto the terrain. Maybe saw the spawner because it's pearling away from the fortress. Yeah, did see the spawner.
Beautiful.
And there's the spawner for Loki. Beef Salad entering the fort. Different location. Looks a little bit worse because it's buried. And Loki having enough explosives to go for a double blaze bed, clearing the spawner out immediately.
I like seeing Beef Salad with the iron sword. We've seen a lot more runners use swords in their gameplay. I've even been seeing people craft stone swords.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
was gonna
so
say
that you
stone
can
swords could be
alternate
something we
with
see a lot more this season compared to last season. Now that you bring that up, I mean, it's just great. One crit with axe, one crit with sword saves a little bit of micro time, but that can be the difference on some of these seeds. And something that we're seeing the difference of as well. Loki still having that gold pickaxe. Beef Salad doesn't have it yet. Has the 2 gold blocks to craft it. We'll see. I mean, Beef Salad's struggling to find this spawner though. Parker finally finds it now.
Yeah, and it's the same spawners, so he's not gonna get an advantage by having better terrain to second portal quartz. He's just raw behind. You know, Beef Salad lost a lot of time there. He does get to do the double blaze bed, which is nice, especially since you have that big crimson tree in the way. But it's looking really bad for Beef Salad. We're gonna have to hope for Loki to mess up on something. You know, maybe have a bad nav.
I mean, Beef Salad does already have 3 rods from Stray, so it's not as bad as maybe it looks. But I mean, Loki already with 5 crafted the portal, blinded already. We'll see how far the stronghold is. It looks like it's a 3-digit number, Parker. So it's not going to be too far. The terrain looks very open from the spawner most directions. So we'll see if it ends up being kind to Loki there. Terrain nav might not be a big deciding factor if it's just very open here.
Yeah, and I think it is a direction where it's very open. You know, Beef Salad now building his first portal, but Loki's gonna be in the stronghold pretty soon. He's got gold picks running down this hallway. Oh, maybe it wasn't the train I thought it was, but oh, look at this cave! Secret tunnel!
Yeah, this is really nice for Loki. I mean, it has to be close to cores. We can't exactly read the Ninja Rain bot, but it's close. It looks like 20-something blocks away. We have gold pickaxes. We can craft more. I like the offhand to immediately switch between them and should be pretty close here. Beef Salad, I think, also only has 5 rods. Yes, so still needs 1 more, while Loki should be building the portal very soon, but getting slowed by this lava, Parker. I mean, this was not super clean from Loki. There is a little bit of room potentially to make up time, but Beef Salad still just needs 1 more rod.
No,
oh, no, has it?
right.
It's covered by his Ninja Rain bot, and he's out.
And Beef Salad not even needing to use the gold picks. I think he's making up time here. Loki had a little bit of trouble managing his picks. Beef Salad, please don't die. I think he makes up time, but is it enough is the question. What's this nav like?
I don't know.
Looks like we're getting some spikes here. Loki double checking, seems to like that.
Yeah, I mean, has the hidden room goes down it. So we see light down here. Here's it potentially.
Going to a cave? If this isn't it, it might get a little...
No, we're very wormholed right now. We're very wormholed, and it looks like Beef Salad might be building the portal soon.
I think Beef Salad has a chance.
Absolutely. I mean, the portal's going down.
Loki
does hear it.
It's so bad for Beef Salad.
Just like that. I mean, it has to go for the 0 here. It's buried. 57. Not the easiest 0. And we see, again, now Beef Salad with the gold pick and Loki without. This could be something that makes the 0 a little bit harder for Loki. Potentially might not be able to push a certain height. And Loki's not going to go for it, Parker.
No,
Beef
but he is.
Now,
it's just a delayed pearl.
He's
just
so
going to be
late on the
lower.
pearl.
But this could matter. You know, he's not going to be able to push as high as Y level as Beef Salad, who maybe still has some better food.
Fly.
And it flies. And it
no, it stays.
Oh, no.
It stays.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. My bad.
Oh my goodness. It's a tough 0. Universal side setup, a little bit awkward as Beef Salad finds the portal room. The explosives have to start doing a little bit more damage for Loki, and he's getting low on health.
Oh, this is so bad, Curry. This anchor, I don't think this anchor's going to do it.
It doesn't.
It doesn't kill, and he has no arrows.
He has no arrows.
He has no arrows. Don't die. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Now Beef Salad.
1 anchor and 2 beds. Beef Salad can go for the 0 here. Low on health when this pearl lands. Going to be a situation where he has to chug rotten flesh and is pushing to 95, which is a rotation higher than Loki just went to. Gets there in time.
Gets there with time. Oh my.
The gold pickaxe mattering huge here. Huge second bet as well for Beef Salad. Loki waiting for the dragon to perch. Beef Salad is going to get very low.
Oh my God.
Has to leave because the run push is not regenning enough. Yeah. And now all of a sudden, we're in a perch race, but it's a situation where there's the dragon perch for Loki, has 3 explosives, should be fine on this health. Just a very awkward situation, but after all that, Loki should still be taking the first seed in this matchup. Parker, what a first game in Season 8 of Ranked Playoffs.
That was cinema. That was cinema. I wonder, do you think Beef Salad bailed because he knew Loki failed his 0 as well? Or do you think he just wanted to save more explosives? Because I feel like Beef Salad maybe could have hit that 0.
No,
But I
so
just don't know.
Beef Salad was on half a heart and
Oh, he doesn't
was
have-
worried about the next bed killing. But in the time that he dipped, he regen another half a heart, so maybe could have done it, but was really awkward on the health. And I totally understand the decision from Beef Salad to back out there. Just really awkward timing on the final regen from Rotten Flesh for them. And we see here Beef Salad and Loki pretty much identical into the Fortress entering split, but the main difference there was Loki just seeing the spawner and entering from such a better spot in the fort, made up so much time, and then was able to make up 10 seconds on each split. I mean, we were talking about Loki kind of fumbling around a little bit, maybe finding the stronghold in the terrain, but still made up 9 seconds on Beef Salad, even though they took completely different terrain. So a very interesting first matchup between these two runners.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. You know, I thought he did lose time, but no, he gained time on the way to second portal.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. And then 10 seconds finding the portal room as well. Like, I mean, we saw again, like it looked like, what is Loki doing? Like losing time here. We're wormholing and still made up 10 seconds on Beef Salad in that split. Like it's actually crazy. And I think it's something I really like to point this out. Something that top runners do so much better than you or me or anyone who speedruns is they just don't hesitate. They just don't hesitate. So sometimes it looks like Loki is just like running around or whatever, but he's at least doing something. You know what I mean? Like sometimes runners will just be like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Loki always is doing something. And that's, I think, I mean, he's so mechanically gifted, but to me, his biggest skill is that he just doesn't hesitate ever. It's just so impressive.
I think it's a great point you make. You know, you can have the best mechanics in the world, but if you aren't cutting down that time in between the good mechanics of just raw decision making, like, speedrunning and doing things fast is just a game of constantly thinking ahead, while you're doing something, thinking about the next thing that you need to do. I really like that point.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we're seeing here, I mean, Loki only about 300 games in rank this season, still in very top form, but Beef Salad really gave a run for his money there. And I really think, I mean, you save, is there maybe an argument could we have managed food better? Maybe Beef Salad ate a golden carrot at the spawner where we shouldn't have. Like, I don't know, but that's just a situation where maybe if you're Beef Salad, you're kicking yourself a little bit like, oh, I had it. I had the 0 there. But again, we don't know. Like, it might have been the situation where the perch was still fast enough for Loki. Anyway, ruined portal pick for Beef Salad. Here we go. This is going to be some speed from these two runners.
Yes, if we're hoping for a ranked world record, this is the seed to get. Maybe we'll get a ruined portal completable with golden carrots and an iron pick. That's what everybody hopes for.
Yeah. Absolutely. Shout out all the people subscribing right now. Shout out Feinberg running ads when there's downtime. Guys, support MCSR Rank. If you got a Twitch Prime, subscribe to the Feinberg stream. This guy is dropping money. This guy has dropped tens of thousands of dollars on this tournament. Give this guy some love. Shout out the mods, keeping the stream chat awesome as well. We're going to be hopping into this second game here very shortly on this Ruined Portal pick from Beef Salad. And this is a situation, Parker, I don't think anyone on the planet wants to go down 0-2 to Loki here. Beef Salad, this is almost a must-win for Beef Salad.
I completely agree. Against some of these demons, you can't give them any space. And Loki already has a space of an entire match.
Yeah, absolutely. Ruined Portal here. Is it looting? I don't know because I don't know either of these languages, but both runners grab it. It's probably not. Probably just something to make it easier to kill animals. Looks like, according to the chat, Fire Aspect 2. Huge
Fire's
sword.
like the second best enchant, other than looting.
It's helpful.
Maybe even arguably better, at least for the overworld. Obviously, like blaze splits are nice, but you're gonna be able to get cooked food here. I guess you have flint and steel. Never mind. I don't know what I'm yapping about.
I mean, listen, it's nice. You don't have to think about using the flint and steel. You can just turn your brain off a little bit. Just smack some cows with the sword. We're seeing, I like the gold block play from Beef Salad, grabbing it early. We see a difference in the way that these runners are grabbing their resources. It also looks like because of the 4 cobblestone in Loki's inventory that we're not going to be making gold tools on the side of Loki, while Beef Salad does have gold tools. That could be something that's a little bit interesting. We're going to see there comes the stone axe and stone shovelcraft for Loki. Parker, what do you think you would do in this situation? Obviously, in rank, sometimes every gold matters. Do you think maybe you would play differently in a playoff situation? Like, I think it's definitely an interesting play that one is making stone and one is doing gold.
I totally agree. I think I would go gold just for the fact that we don't have many blocks and you can get a couple extra blocks, Beef Salad entering faster than Loki and having more blocks. I don't know about the food situation. I like that Loki grabbed food early. That's a very good play. And maybe he wasn't thinking about the gold block early enough to do it. Maybe he wanted to, but just went for the stone. I could see that. But I think gold is what I would do.
Yeah, and it looks like, unless I'm mistaken in my inventory, I don't even think Loki grabbed the gold block. So very interesting to
Oh.
see that decision-making process. But Parker, this is a triple stables, I believe. So that's gonna be pretty nice for these runners. Don't have to think too much about, do we have a gap, whatever. We could just rip all of this with these runners, and we're gonna see a bunch of piglins, a bunch of gold, and a bunch of chests. So obsidian should not be a problem. Pearls should not be a problem. And here's the route starting for Beef Salad. A little bit interesting in the drop down. I don't know if I've ever seen that exact way before, but these runners, again, second seed, neck and neck.
Yeah. I love my triple route. You know, sometimes with double triple, you might not get all the trades, and maybe there's an argument for not doing it. Triple, it's just massive. You get so many chests, you get so many pigs. I mean, just look at both runners' screen. Look at all the pigs there.
There's so many pigs. I mean, Loki loses a little bit of time, accidentally threw the pickaxe. Maybe a 4-second time loss there. Could come back, bite him a little bit. Also, I love this. Did you see this Beef Salad check here for the fortress? Knows the direction of the fortress now. I don't know if Loki's pie charted yet, but I really like that spot in the stables that Beef Salad just did to Pyre there. So we know the fort direction. And I mean, look at all this stuff already. Beef Salad, 9 obsidian. I don't even know how many chests we've checked. Not too many yet, but wow.
Yeah, I totally agree. I didn't see Beef Salad do the pie check, but I did see Loki do it. So
Oh, perfect.
both
They were
runners,
probably
I
in a
guess,
similar
know
spot,
where the
yeah.
fort is now. Checking the chests here. This is just, it's such a fast and like mechanical route this is. You have so many chests to check. How quickly can you loot them? How quickly can you get back to your hole? Do you
Yeah,
get any
I mean, there's
extra gold
also
blocks?
there's also an argument of like how many chests do you want to check, right? Like at some point it
Yeah.
can become just a time loss when we have 9 chests up here to check, and we're looking at a situation where we could potentially be seeing a sub 4 fort here. Beef Salad is just out, has
Wow.
everything that they need. Looking here at this terrain though, Parker, not open at all. Is this going to be what Beef Salad needs to see? I'm not seeing any fort here, and this could be a little bit of an ugly situation potentially.
Yeah, but there it
there it
is. You know, but like, look at that.
Oh.
They both started the route at like the same time, and Beef Salad is just 30
Oh.
seconds ahead. Oh my gosh.
Accidentally threw it a fire res though. Gets the drink down. Also still hasn't crafted an iron axe. So this gold axe is going to break at some point. It's going to be a little bit of a time loss. Has the golden apple. Can get back on health pretty quickly. Loki struggling a little bit to find the fortress as well. Similar situation to Beef Salad. And speaking of similar situations, I mean, this is another situation where Beef Salad's entering the fort here, but we don't know where the spawner is. And it could be time where Loki could potentially catch up a bit.
Oh,
This looks like it for
100%.
him
And
now.
Loki's already pre-crafted with several things. He's got his iron axe. He's got a bed pre-crafted. I don't think Beef Salad has either of those. Maybe a more messy inventory so it can slow down. But Loki hits a zombie pig.
Oh my god. That could
Is that the
potentially
issue?
not be horrible because it's so enclosed in here, but that's definitely not what Loki wanted to do. But again, just so quick, no hesitation, just immediately like, okay, well, I gotta kill this guy now. And we could see now almost a reverse of last seed where Beef Salad's the one at the spawner, and Loki has to find the spawner soon, or we're gonna be in a situation where it's gonna be almost impossible to catch up. And there's another zombie piglin mad at him.
Oh, and there's a wither skeleton. Run, Loki, run! This is not looking great. And he's finally found the spawner. But how many rods are we at? How much time has he lost here? Beef Salad has just got to be ahead. Does
Beef Salad's ahead, but again,
spawner?
like wood pick, double
It's a double
spawner here
spawner.
for Beef Salad. But this wood axe is going to start to lose a little bit of time now that Loki's at the spawner. It's not going to be anything near the amount of time loss that Loki's had from punching a zombie piglin, but it just opens the door a little bit to Loki, and that's the last thing you want to do with someone that mechanically gifted. Also, killing another blaze to get 7 because we're leaving here a little bit. I'm actually a little bit confused. No, this actually makes sense from Beef Salad. We're building the portal out because we want to have more terrain potentially to leave, but Loki leaving, putting the pressure on Beef Salad here, still needs 2 more rods, but both players measuring now.
Ooh. And Beef Salad, because he built not at the spawner, has got a different location, lost an eye into this hill.
That's a
Don't
disaster.
know if it breaks, so maybe he's gonna have to kill. He's not gonna have to kill another blaze axe.
No, because he has 7,
got 7
so
rods.
he's good. He's good. Feels good. Is going to be potentially leaving here. Hopefully it's the open terrain if you're a Beef Salad fan. It is. Loki having to dig through, going to the second spawner that Beef Salad found as well. And this Stronghold looks pretty far, but this terrain, I think, will open. And Beef Salad is nearly there while Loki is still killing Blazes.
And I think Beef Salad is up on the food situation too, unless Loki hasn't eaten his golden apple. So if it's far, it's not looking great. Maybe you're gonna have to hunger reset. Beef Salad, though, still... I thought for a second Loki was making up a lot of time, but now he's running into more trouble with Wither Skeletons.
Yeah, and
getting
opens the lava! What is a... Oh my god, that's a Looney Tunes-esque situation for Loki. Thankfully, covers it up quickly, leaving the spawner now, but Beef Salad is entering the stronghold. No good spike immediately. Potentially actually has something. It's Ocean Exposed, Parker.
Is the portal room Ocean Exposed, though? This looks like it. I think
It
this
is.
the portal room.
Yes,
And
it
here
is. This is a potential sub 8 for Beef Salad. Has to craft an eye. Is pre-crafted, but not that many explosives. Unless his Ninja Brain bot is covering something, I think this is a 3-bed, 2 anchor 0 for Beef Salad.
That's a little scary. I mean, he has a crossbow. I assume he's going to have arrows, so it's not as scary, especially for somebody as high caliber as Beef Salad.
Absolutely.
But stuff can always go wrong. First double bed looks great.
Bed.
Third bed to
That
keep
should
high.
be... Oh, has four beds. One was covered by the
that's
Ninja
totally
Brain
fine.
bot. We should be totally chilling. One more explosive, a little bit scary with the fire and the netherrack, but is going to be able to close this out before Loki even enters the end. And that's a sub 8 speed run for Beef Salad. Talk about a way to bounce back and get your mental right back into this game.
Oh, 100%. You know, you need that for the mental. We're not in a grand finals or anything. Oh, and Loki breaks Crystal, too.
Unfortunate. Yeah, that could have been a big thing.
Barely sub 8. Wow.
Hits this sub 8. Great way to get back into it. And we could see these splits a little bit all over the place. Beef Salad making up 20 seconds entering the fortress. But again, didn't have the Iron Axe, didn't have the bed pre-crafted. And that allowed Loki to make up a little bit of time potentially in building a portal, kind of getting set up and everything. But by the time they were finding the stronghold, punching the zombie piglin, there was no forcing pace that Loki could really do to make up from that. And we see a very clean, well-played game from Beef Salad at a very high speed match.
Congrats, Beef Salad. You know, maybe he lost a little bit of time on Stronghold Nav, but that's pretty much it. You know, Beef Salad didn't run into any of those major issues, hitting extra mobs, finds the spawner a little bit closer, just like you said.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. What a great matchup so far. 1-1, we said it was basically a must-win for Beef Salad. Clutches up, locks in, gets it done, and now we're in a situation 1-1. Parker, I didn't ask before this match. Did you have a prediction going into this? What was your thought process here between these two runners?
I did not have a prediction going into this, but if I were to teleport myself back into that time, I probably would say a low-key win, but Beef Salad wins a match. That's probably what I would have said. You know, Loki, he's just the most decorated player. Gotta sit with that. But Beef Salad, I mean, it's 1-1.
It's 1-1. I mean, it's great. I mean, winning Ruin Portal is really nice. If we get to Seed 4, the bans open up, which now we're guaranteed a Seed 4. So we could see a situation where those seed types get opened up. When we do head to this third match, whenever that may be, it will be a village seed. So that could potentially be interesting. Here we go. We'll see it on the screen now because it is the only seed type left. So it says Loki pick, but Loki doesn't really have a choice here. It's going to be village. It could be a situation where, honestly, I think village seeds are so linear, except for like finding a lava pool. Do you think this is something where maybe the incredible mechanics of one of these runners kind of spearheads them a little bit ahead here in village? Or do you think it's going to be another situation where they're both just entering at the exact same time, kind of like what we've seen so far?
Apart from something weird, like maybe an odd iron count where you make different tools or a weird lava pool, I think it'll be pretty similar.
Yeah, I agree. I'd love to see a Plains Village, no blacksmith, fisherman house, rank seed. Let's get on it. Let's see if these players know their fisherman houses for the bucket. See a desert toolsmith potentially, like we saw in the trailer. Like there's a lot of like funky village things. Maybe a snowy village. None of these things are going to happen. It's going to be a pretty standard village.
A snowy village would go crazy.
Snowy village with the toolsmith chest where it's like an iron helmet and 4 iron. Like you never know.
Yeah.
But I do know it's not going to be any of those seeds. That would be incredibly mean. I don't even think we're that mean. Exciting to see though if it's going to be desert or plains. It looks like it's going to be a plains village. So no micro wood management or anything like that. Immediately turning around Beef Salad for the lava pool. Not seeing anything on either runner's screen, and the blacksmith's right there. This should be pretty linear, Parker, going into this.
Yeah, both runners getting beds. I think, did they both just get one bed? Okay, I thought, I'm tripping. I thought somebody got 2. But we got 5 irons, so we are going to have to kill Golem here. Maybe it changes up your routing a little bit, but no, there's another blacksmith. So Beef Salad already crafting his stuff. Do you
Yeah, that's actually quite
assume
interesting.
that there's a second blacksmith? I don't think you do, right? You're only guaranteed.
No, absolutely not.
For a
Absolutely
pick.
not. Like, I think it's a situation where, like, I think, like, you always have to check in a playoff situation, but, like, maybe if it was, like, a ladder seed, like, you get your stuff from the first one. I mean, it could be, like, obsidian, but, like, we saw it, then it ended up being nothing. It's just iron pants and, like, an apple. So it's, like, sometimes that can just happen, but we're going to see both runners eventually going to have to kill the golem. Not seeing a lot of food. I mean, very interesting. I see hay bales on Loki's screen to the left, but looked like he decided to just fully go for the carrots and stuff. Yeah, and I mean, there's hay bales right there. Beef Salad's going to them. So I don't know if that was a conscious decision by Loki, if maybe he didn't see the hay bales, but Beef Salad's grabbing them now, and I think it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, I think it probably was a conscious decision. I mean, it is slightly faster to insta-mine the farmland instead of mine the hay bales, but it could be punishing. You know, that's the only scary thing. If you don't have a crazy amount of gold in your bastion, or you're really trying to force 20 and you can't make the golden carrots, is like the only thing I could see that not being the correct play.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely interesting. Like, we're going to see this early game. Maybe Loki has to play a little bit more passive compared to Beef Salad until we get those gold carrots. And it could be another situation where, like, if we see a bridge, like, Loki's cooking, then now it's like, okay, we can really crank a fast end game. We have 9 golden carrots. We can just pearl everywhere, not even think about our health. But Village Seeds, you kind of get that anyway with bread. It's just a little bit slower. Really only depends on certain seed types. And this looks really awkward. A very high spawn for both runners here.
And a difference already. Loki bridging, Beef Salad going lower terrain. What would you do in this situation, Curry?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. I think
Yeah.
I like usually high terrain. I mean, I'm not playing these crazy fast seeds, but, like, I really like being able to see as much as possible, especially potential for, like, if you know your bastion might be a treasure, like, any way you can see more fort from high ground. I believe I saw the fort on Beef Salad screen. I don't know if I saw it on Loki's, but this is a bridge, and we're going to see a lot of golden carrots for Loki. This could be a decision that ends up paying off big time for Loki, and is also going to be the player to get to the chalice first after the difference in routing the terrain.
Yeah, I really love the golden carrot play. I think you can just like crank, like you said, it's not a crazy amount faster than bread, especially if you're managing your health right. But if it's really far and you got to throw a lot of pearls, golden carrots could be a huge time save.
Absolutely, and we're going to see here gold pickaxe craft as well for Loki. We saw this difference in the runners last time as well. Loki really likes crafting the gold pick, and we could see Beef Salad has 2 sticks in his inventory. Could craft a gold pick, decides not to, and it's a situation where I don't know if it's going to pay off super big for Loki here, but both runners this time doing the same right side route, but Beef Salad almost getting knocked off multiple times,
gosh.
getting
Oh
shot
my
at a
gosh,
lot.
there's
There's
a
a
pig.
piglin up there. It's a little bit awkward, and this is a situation where having the bread now is, like, okay, but it's going to take a while to regen this up, and Loki is just immediately made up a ton of time on Beef Salad.
And now doing what I think is known as the Beef Salad hole. You know,
Yes,
where
the
you
Beef
dig
Salad
down
hole.
right next to your piglin hole so that you could loot the chests as you're waiting for the piglins to pathfind in. You know, it could be a little bit safer. Beef Salad just messed up a little bit on his route because of that stray pig, and it's costing him time. I think he started the route ahead of Loki, but is now behind.
Yeah, this is also a thing that is a little bit different between the two runners. Beef Salad did see the fortress, so Beef Salad does not have the pie chart. I just saw Loki pie chart. So that's a situation where, although both runners know the general direction of the fortress now because Loki pie charted, I think if you're Beef Salad, this is something that I've found, and maybe you as well, like, I think just knowing where the fortress is, I feel like just speeds up getting there so much faster sometimes because you don't have to, like, look around as much. You immediately know, like, I'm going here, I'm pearling here, and then I'm at the fortress. So that could be a way that Beef Salad can make up a little bit more time after that whole situation.
100%. It's just more information. You know, maybe you can start to picture where your pearls are going to go.
Beef Salad's
maybe where
out
spawner
already?
is. What?
Oh no, he's just
No, no,
playing.
no.
Oh my
just,
god, I was
just
just,
Pearl
I was like,
Hanging.
I was like,
We're good.
hello. Sorry, I missed that we. I was like,
But it's
totally
now
looked like
out, Curry.
now
But
it's
it's
out.
now out and still out
I was
faster
gonna
than
say like,
Loki.
I was looking at B-Solid's inventory. I was like, are we actually just out already? And yeah, we basically are just out already. Just one final check of trades, and we're here, and we're in a fort again. Where immediately I'm not seeing the spawner, and this has kind of been the story of the matches so far. How these players play the fortress has been a huge deciding factor in these matchups. We can see both players now getting to the spawner at the exact same time. This is the closest match we've had so far between these three at this, or between these two at this point so far in the seed. And this is going to be a situation. How fast can these runners crank out the crafting that needs to be done for the end game while managing this double blaze spawner?
Yeah, we saw Beef Salad also did 2 blaze beds. You know, maybe it could be considered redundant in something with a double spawner. You know, I know some runners won't even blaze bed 1 spawner if you have a double spawner, playing for those higher rates. I think Loki got 1 more stray than Beef Salad, so maybe potentially up by a blaze, but it's really just going to become a mechanical game, especially when you have so many blazes. How fast can you craft? How fast can you manage your inventory? Using an iron sword from Beef Salad, maybe saving a little bit of time here.
Yeah, I mean, Parker, for people that might not understand, how much harder is it? Like, we see Loki doing the pre-crafting now. Beef Salad hasn't even opened a crafting table. How much harder is it managing your pre-crafts at a double spawner compared to a single spawner?
It can be a lot harder. I mean, it really just depends on the blaze rates, but like, you know, we've even seen in some like really high level runs, players will spend an extra 20 or 30 seconds once they've got all their rods just to pre-craft, because they're so used to crafting everything at the spawner. It's in their muscle memory, but it is just raw time loss because you get rods so fast. When you see Beef Salad, or he has 14 eyes. I'm not sure how his pre-crafting went.
I think Loki has 6. I don't think Beef Salad's pre-crafted at all. I could be mistaken, but I don't think Beef Salad's crafted. Should open inventory soon. Is going to be able to just leave. Loki, I think, needs 1 more rod. Beef Salad did pre-craft. And Loki still needs 1 more rod. Yeah, gets it. Is leaving now. But Beef Salad is basically at cords.
Yeah, just played it slightly faster. Maybe the double blaze bed did come into play, or maybe it was just raw mechanical difference in crafting all your things. Maybe he didn't craft as many things. I know I see Beef Salad has a bow and gold picks though, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, it has everything. I mean, this is looking really strong for Beef Salad, and Loki's Pearl being under the lava makes it so that this portal build is a little bit slower, and Beef Salad has a decent spike heading through mid, doesn't see it, wormholing through here, doesn't like it, and it's also mineshaft, Parker. So this could be a situation where these runners really need to know their spikes, and Beef Salad finds it immediately as Loki is just still entering the stronghold.
And it's looking really
This
bad.
looks like the right terrain. There's the 0 for Loki. What an aggressive Pearl, entering 5 seconds maybe behind, and this is not an easy 0. It's buried.
No, it's
Loki's
not.
Beef Salad's on 1 heart.
But he did have the gold pick, so maybe is slightly faster. Really scary though. Here's where we see the golden carrots coming into play. Loki,
absolutely
2 hearts higher already. Maybe doesn't have to eat as much during mid-0. Beef Salad low, but has made it. The dragon's not flying.
Oh my god. And Loki doesn't get a lot of damage down on these beds.
What happened to Beef Salad?
Beef Salad has to leave. Beef Salad has to leave. I think a bed broke. And Loki's dragon is dead. Oh my god. That was incredible from these 2 runners. Near perfection in the endgame until Beef Salad cannot finish off the 0. Pick, block, betray, according to the chat. Potentially placed Crying Obsidian and had the perch as well, but it doesn't matter because Loki got a sub 9, putting himself 1 win away. What a back and forth seed. We could see the farthest split was 13 seconds finding Stronghold. Loki makes up 8 seconds in the Stronghold split with an iron pick to clutch out the 0. I mean, just a masterclass from both runners until the 0. And you're absolutely right. The golden carrots for Loki, making it so we don't even have to think about our food. We don't have to worry about that during the 0, is just an extra thing that Beef Salad had to worry about. And it ends up being too much where Loki takes seed 3.
Yeah, and he could even aggressively pearl in the stronghold too. That's one thing I really like about Loki. He'll push super aggressively if he can, and he could there because of the golden carrots. And you know, makes up even just like 8 seconds or something on just the stronghold nap. That was an awesome match. I want to see more matches like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, again, this is only the first match of the day. Like, we're getting right back into all the craziness that happens. I mean, I was thinking the other day, I was like, we were talking in like in HPG, we were like, wow, season 7 was so good. Like, there were so many crazy clutch moments in season 7. That just happens every time. Like, we are 3 seeds into season 8, and
Yeah.
we're already like, oh my God, this is an unbelievable matchup between these two runners. Like, it's so impressive. And now you're in a situation, Beef Salad. I mean, there's no losers bracket, Parker. You're 1 win away from elimination. Beef Salad has made podium before in ranked playoffs. We talked about it before. Has won the Simply Nether Regionals as the most recent tournament, and now your back's against the wall.
Yeah, it all won't matter if you don't win this seed. And I'm not sure. Does it reset? How does the pick bans work now that we've gone through all the
Now
seeds?
everything's open.
Everything
is open.
Anything.
Yes, but before we go into our 4th match, we are going to actually switch over to Fulham, I believe, because Fulham might have caught some things. We have some Fulham analysis, which is actually great because I'm going to be honest with you, Parker. I have no idea how Beef Salad messed up the 0 besides
I don't either. I was looking at Loki's perspective.
It was so hard to watch between the two things. So I am so excited to see what Fulham has to say about this matchup so far between Loki and Beef Salad.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Lewis Fulham mid-match analysis, brought to you by me, Lewis Fulham. Halfway through our match at the moment, we are 2-1 up for Loki at the moment, and there was a little bit of deviation as to what people thought happened during that 0 cycle, so I wanted to run back through just that one clip. Gonna make it nice and short today, keep everyone moving. Obviously, we want to see some epic gameplay from as many people as we possibly can, so we are going to watch this 0 cycle back. And when I watched, it didn't seem as though there was any mishaps by Beef Salad mechanically. I actually think it was more of a decision-making mistake. The bow used to go for a double bed here, I think was the incorrect play. I believe that the second bed broke during this 0 cycle. We're going to see as the first bed explodes here, comes back, eats midway through, and already the dragon looks quite low height-wise, meaning that it may break the bed. And while using the bow here, the dragon goes even lower. Apologies for the bitrate. Gets the first bed off, but then unfortunately the dragon... I cannot tell if the dragon breaks the bed or if the second bed does not deal any knockback. It looks like it broke. And either way, it was less so a issue with the... in regards to... you know, like a pick block. I think the commentators might have mentioned that there was a pick block mishap. That was not the case. In fact, it was, I think, bowing the dragon here caused it to get a little bit lower down. Obviously deals a little bit more damage, but can also break the bed there. And I believe that we did see a bed break during that 0 cycle. Nonetheless, let's get back quickly over to Curry and Rec to send you guys back into the 4th seed of Loki versus Beef Salad.
Thank you so much, Fulham, for the analysis. I'm very happy that we got to see what actually happened there. And that's the situation. Parker, have you ever had a rank seed where, like, you know, you're ahead, you're like, I played this so good, and then all of a sudden you go for the double bed and exactly what just happened to Beef Salad happens to you, where it just breaks your second bed, and you're like, oh, okay, well, that's fine, I guess. It's not the greatest feeling.
I would have done the same thing. Like, in my head, the dragon wasn't low enough to break it, but it's just like, you know, at the end of the match, this is why I love that 0 cycles are a thing, like something so mechanically intensive and with so much variation that you have to get perfectly to win. You know, if you play the rest of the seed perfect and you're ahead, like, it just doesn't matter if the dragon just breaks the bed, and that's what happens here.
Listen, back in my day when when it was just the plumbers in like 2020, like, you would have such a hype match, and then the runners would get to the end, and then I'm just sitting there waiting for a perk. We had to have like so many different things. Like, there were so many different tournament things before 0 cycle where it was like, if you stand behind Y70 or Z70, you get an insta perch. If you stand this far back, if you break this amount of crystals, you'll get an insta perch. Like, there were so many random things we had to do because it was just the end of a speed run was just, I'm gonna sit here and do nothing after a really intense match. So shout out T-Wags for coming up with
shout
zero
out
cycling,
T-Wags!
because ranked, could you imagine ranked and it's Loki versus Dugal and we're just sitting there and it's like,
That would be just
okay,
the
like,
worst.
what are we
That
doing?
would be the
What
worst.
are we doing?
Zero cycling, it's just the best strat in Minecraft speedrunning. You can't change my mind. It's the most hype thing. You're killing the dragon in the middle of the air. Like, I can't get over it.
It's so sick. It's so sick. It's also the thing where like people who don't see Minecraft speedrunning and like just like play normally are like, oh my god, that is so cool. Like it's just always the thing that people think is so sick. So I love this community. I love Minecraft speedrunning. We come up with so many cool things. Let's see what Seed 4 is going to be. Enough yapping between us. Looks like Seed 4 is going to be Desert Temple. Now, this is a aggressive pick from Beef Salad because maybe you just tuned in and maybe you missed the start of this matchup. Loki's win rate on Desert Temple is like 82%. And for some reason, Loki banned it. I don't know why. We don't know why. Maybe there's like more variance at a top level that I don't understand. But for Beef Salad to pick it, even though Loki banned it, I think is interesting. I think like, I again, like, I don't know what seed type I'd like to play Loki against. I don't think it'd be anything. But I find Desert Temple interesting, Parker. What do you think?
I find it interesting as well, but you know, the last 2 seeds, Beef Salad has entered the end faster. You know, if Beef Salad's dragging didn't break the bed there, he is just raw ahead here. So maybe he's riding on the confidence of like, you know what, low-key, yeah, I just lost because of my dragon breaking the bed. I'm gonna play you at your best seed. I'm gonna play you. We're at the playoffs here. I gotta play you anyways if I want to win. I'm in it to win it. Let's win this. You know, maybe that's what
I mean, absolutely. I mean, Beef Salad should feel like they can beat anybody. Like, absolutely. Like anyone in this tournament. It's one of the things that I love in esports and sports in general. Like, you need to have the confidence that you can beat anyone at a top level if you're a top player. And I like this from Beef Salad. Like, there's no reason to believe if I'm in Beef Salad's shoes that I can't win these next 2 seeds. And let's see how it goes. We're getting into this seed right now. Seed 4, Desert Temple right there. Immediate things you want to see on a Desert Temple, Parker. Where's my gravel? Do I see the enter? What are we getting in this? Like, how many explosives am I going to have for like trees, nether, all that stuff? Let's see what these runners get in here.
Yeah, there are so many things to think about. And it's like, it's hard too, especially like if you don't have a ton of time to run to the Desert Temple, maybe you see a little bit less than your opponent. Maybe you're looking the wrong directions. I saw some water, some trees, didn't see a lava pool. Don't know where Flint is for sure. I don't think either runner got Flint at the bottom of the temple. And they're both exiting. Maybe Beef Salad, a slightly better exit. Maybe he remembered what direction he needed to go. Loki, now just a second or 2 behind. Beef Salad getting gravel too. That's
nice. Gravel. I really like the TNT from Beef Salad here. Making up a little bit of time. Again, just less hesitation on where to go here against Loki. Going to make up a little bit of time, but Loki with a much cleaner inventory already. Has everything organized. And that's, again, one of Loki's strengths is just how quick he is in the inventory. Like the fact that the difference in inventory between these 2 runners already is just absurd. And we're 30 seconds into the seed. So very impressive to see. Both runners probably going to kill animals here because we have only 1 golden apple. I mean, the pigs are right here. I think we've seen, quite honestly, the meta for food around Desert Temples kind of shift over time. Like, I think a couple seasons ago, it was like, I'm never grabbing food for a Desert Temple. And now we see, like, the food's right in the path. It's just, like, so worth it for quick end games for these runners.
I completely agree. You know, I think there's a huge argument for not getting any food, but when it's right there and it's only 3 pigs, you know, maybe it's a 5 seconds time loss, but you got 9 pork chops for the rest of the seed. And so, like, if it's super linear, maybe it's like technically incorrect, but I think we've seen both players do it here. Getting food can just be so powerful.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing I'm noticing here is this terrain looks atrocious for these runners. This is the first seed where it is not handed to you on a silver platter. The Bastion is not right there. I saw the fortress on Beef Salad screen. I'm sure Loki saw it as well. And both these runners are just going to be pillaring up on top of this terrain and still nothing for either. They both saw an opening. Parker, would you be digging through the wall here? Or like there was like a little bit of like, do you feel more comfortable when you have the blocks from a Desert Temple to like bridge around the lava to the open terrain? Or do you like the play digging here from both runners? And there's the Bastion.
I think I would build, but maybe what both runners were thinking is I believe about half of the warped Nilium on the ground didn't have any ferns on it. And so that means that there's a guaranteed air pocket above it. But I think that air pocket was just like so high up that like it didn't help either runner. You know, they both started digging sideways. So I don't know. It's hard to say. But
It's
Loki
definitely tough
did just
for
dig
sure.
slightly better. So
Yeah,
he's made up a little bit
absolutely.
of time.
And this is going to be a stables. We could potentially see a triple to gap situation, or maybe if it's open enough, like triple to mid to gap. I don't know exactly how open the middle terrain was, but it looks like Loki just doing a standard triple to gap here. Is it a triple? Yeah, or is it a gap? Yes, it is. It's a good gap for Loki. This is going to be the exact same thing from Beef Salad, but again, this is a match point for Loki. If Beef Salad does not win this game, it's a situation where it's going to be like Beef Salad has to win. And we're seeing a very different route here for Beef Salad going to the middle rampart. I'm not quite sure why, potentially just to check this chest. I mean, you could see from where Beef Salad was that it was a good gap.
Yeah, maybe just didn't realize it. Maybe did just want the chest. I don't think he got any crazy obsidian from it. And now having to deal with this awkward situation where he's got to open up some spaces. I like to see they're both doing,
Yeah.
I think, what's also known as the beef salad hole. You know, beef salad.
Yes.
It's cool. He's got stuff named
Yeah,
after
shout
him,
out
you know?
Beef Salad. He's got a lot of innovative stuff going on for Beef here. And I'm just like, I don't know. I'm really thinking about that play. Like, you're in a situation where I don't know if you know you're behind already, but maybe it was a situation where maybe we didn't get a lot of obby from the triple, so we're playing for it. It looks like, actually, looking at Loki's inventory, Loki does have 0 obby. So I think Beef Salad made that play specifically to get the obby chest, which is incredibly impressive, and it could potentially pay off, but Loki, just after checking trades, is already at 16 obby.
Yes, maybe it doesn't matter. But that was a fantastic analysis.
Yeah, I mean, Loki's just pearl hanging here. I'm assuming this is going to be more than enough trade-wise to get the 20 obby. 23 for Loki, going from 0 to 23 off trades. We love ranked modified obsidian trades, but it looks like a situation where Loki is drastically ahead, right under the fortress, pearls up, has the gapple, has so much food. And if I'm a Beef Salad fan, I'm definitely starting to sweat a little bit.
Oh, I'm doing more than sweating. I'm starting to panic, you know?
Yeah. This is not looking amazing. Is this a double spawner as well? On the is there 2 spawners here on the behind? Am I crazy?
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh my god. Regardless, TNT for Loki. Maybe it was just weird. Yeah, I thought there was a different spawner. There's not. I mean, Loki though has 2 rods already. Beef Salad at the fort now, but a 2-rod lead, a TNT'd blaze spawner. We did see though last seed, Parker, similar situation. They were much closer, but Beef Salad did make up time in the end game to enter the end first. So if you're a Beef Salad fan, that's what you are banking on, and these 4 strays certainly help.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna need it. So maybe he's deciding to play more strays. You know, maybe he wants that variance. He's got another 1, maybe 2 strays, but going straight over it into the spawner. I think there were some skeletons in the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a different spawner as well. Glowstone here shouldn't affect the TNT. Glowstone is a very low blast resistance, but it is a situation where this could potentially be worse terrain to Stronghold. This could be a situation where we get different Strongholds. I'm not exactly sure how close these 2 spawners are, but we're going to see Loki building the portal incredibly fast. Only 4 rods, though, so Beef Salad is only 2 rods behind, but still has so much to do with the spawner and has to blind.
Yeah, and maybe it favors getting to the spawner faster because their rates aren't ideal. Not sure how many blazes we've killed here, but it's definitely not 6 for 6 rates.
No, it's definitely not 6 for 6. I actually think Loki has killed quite a lot here. There's the 3rd for Beef Salad. There's the 4th, and they are identical now. But again, Loki has about 20 seconds or so, I would say, on Beef Salad at the moment. It's going to be a situation where if Loki gets these rods soon, if they're not multiple cycles off, this is a situation where Beef Salad is going to really have to hope that Loki gets unlucky or something in the Stronghold.
Yeah, and now
Loki's
Loki is just out.
It is a little bit far. The terrain is pretty open, though. And it's going to be a situation, I'm not exactly... Looks like there's a lot of explosives on the side of Loki as well. Very clean 0 cycle potential here. I think like 8 or so if we're including anchors. So should be pretty solid there. Beef Salad still needs 1 more rod, I think. And is just waiting at the spawner. Potentially setting up a pearl hang, but this might be too little too late as Loki's building the portal to the Stronghold now.
Assuming we don't have any craziness happen in the Stronghold, you're totally right. This could be Beef Salad's tournament life over just like that.
Absolutely. There's a spike for Loki behind the starter staircase. Goes through the hidden room. Not incredible terrain. Really like this management, though. Potentially hurt it down here. Yes,
And there it
here's
is. Wow.
There's the portal room. And this is going to be a situation. How is the 0? It's buried again. It's 057. No gold pickaxe. The Pearl Clip is good. It's a front dragon. This should be hittable for Loki, but it's definitely not a guaranteed situation. And we see again, Parker, the pork chops really helping in this situation.
100%. You know, Beef Salad, if he has to hit the same 0, if Loki fails it, he's only gotten rotten flesh. But look at this. Look at that damage.
Oh my
this
God.
might even be a 2+2 on a side setup. No, not a 2+2.
Little high, but this is going to be a situation where I think this game is about to be closed out as Beef Salad enters the stronghold. Loki is going to be entering the end fountain with a 3-1 victory against Beef Salad. What a first set of matches for day 1 of ranked playoffs season 8. I mean, that was a phenomenal set of games, and Loki will be closing this one out with a sub 9 no less on a temple.
Oh my gosh. What was their slowest seed this entire morning?
Like a 9:30 or something. like that was
These
ridiculous.
players are just insane.
Yeah, I mean, we see here, like, just the difference entering the fort. I think Beef Salad made a very solid, I would even say, an impressive play to get the middle chest there, to get the obby, recognizing there is no obby in the triple. But it doesn't end up punishing Loki at all. And that's the 26 seconds of time save there for Loki. And that just ends up being something to carry throughout the seed. Also makes up 20 seconds finding the stronghold. And a very solid game for Loki. And a very good, confident booty. I mean, you just beat Beef Salad 3-1. Like, that's an impressive game. You're moving on to weekend 2. Phenomenal performance from Loki. Phenomenal performance.
100%. Yeah, I think it's just like, it's so hard to tell sometimes why one player wins over another, but I'm ready. I'm ready for the next match.
Yes.
Give
Yeah,
me some more. Give me some more.
The next match will be Rannick versus Hacking Noises. Again, huge shout out to Beef Salad as well. Won the Simply Nether Regionals Invitational before this. Played really well. Gave Loki a run for his money. Definitely could have been a situation where we're going to a game 5 right now, and it could be 2-2 with that last 0 on seed 3. So really impressive performance from both runners. This is the type of gameplay that we have come to expect in the MCSR ranked playoffs, and I'm so grateful that we get to watch these players play at an incredibly high level. And don't go anywhere, because we're going to be having a video on this intermission. If you've been seeing all these runners do all this cool stuff and you're like, oh my God, how do I do this? Well, guess what? A lot of the cool intermission videos we're going to have for you are going to teach you a little bit more about how to speedrun, what to watch out for, all this really cool stuff. And the first one that we're going to be playing today is from, Parker, get this, 7-time MCSR ranked playoff competitor, Ox Idiot. She's going to show you how to build some nether portals. And when we come back, it will be me and Parker still with Rannick and Hacks for our second match of the day.
See you in a bit.
Hi, I'm Oxy, and this is going to be a quick explanation on some of the strategies that you'll see top runners use to build nether portals. I would say that there are 3 types of portals that speedrunners generally use in ranked runs, which are lava pool portals, magma portals, and ruin portal completions. Lava pools are the least complicated of these 3. Runners almost always use what is known as C-Scroll portal, named after the guy that designed it. You always start by placing this block, placing your water next to it, and then breaking the first block. This gives you the first 2 layers of the portal, as well as giving you a hole for the water to funnel into as you build the rest of the portal. From here, we place these 6 blocks. These let the water flow exactly as we want it to, giving us a perfect frame to place lava and complete the portal. There are some optimizations that runners do to make this portal faster. Some people will forego placing these 2 blocks to save blocks. Which requires placing water on the top part of the portal. You also see people placing blocks in water after the portal is complete to drain the water faster. There's also what is known as Chad portal, which people don't really do just because it's less consistent and only slightly faster. Underground lava pools are a bit more complicated, since the goal is usually to minimize how many blocks you have to break. You'll often see runners placing the water in a 2-block hole in the wall, and building the portal around where it is flowing. For example, here the most optimal way to build this portal would be to place your base here, break only these 4 blocks, and place the water here. Most ruined portal completions boil down to placing your water in a spot that covers where you need to place obsidian without overflowing into the pool of lava. Some ruined portal completions are a little more complicated and require moving your water around to cover the entire portal. Magma portals could be a lot trickier, since you need to build the entire portal wall underwater. The goal of magma portals is to take lava from under the magma, which both gives you the obsidian to build the top part of the portal while also carving out the bottom part. All 2x1 portals take these 4 lava sources to complete the top part of the portal. The most common portal you'll see people do is the basic 2x1, which looks like this. This portal makes use of one quick lava grab, replacing the magma that was broken to stop the water from ruining the lava below. A modification of this is called LeBron Portal. Don't ask me why it's called that, because I do not know. The only thing that changes is the order that you place lava. Instead of placing the first lava you grab on the left, you place it on the right directly after grabbing it. This is slightly more difficult, but it prevents this block from becoming a water source, allowing you to skip replacing the door, which is required for the basic completion. Not having to place the door allows you to do this portal using leaves and any other block. Double grab is an extension of LeBron Portal and is the portal that me and Priffin do. And probably some other runners, I don't remember. It involves grabbing 2 lava sources after the first magma break. Doing this allows you to reorder which lava sources you grab, and skip having to break any cobblestone that might generate in your portal.
Welcome back to Season 8 of the MCSR Ranked Playoffs. I'm Krayway. I'm here joined again with Rekrap for our second match of the day. Our first match was Loki 3, Beef Salad 1. Before we get into this match, Parker, any closing thoughts on the first match of the day? Loki winning, Beef Salad going home. Any closing thoughts for us?
Even though it was a 3-1, both players played really well. If that dragon on the 3rd seed wouldn't have broken the bed, it could have been a very different story. It was cinema. That's all I'm saying. You know, I want to see some more cinema. We had some really close matches, and congrats to both players for showing up. We really appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. And we definitely have another big time match here. We have Rannick versus Hacks. Hacks, someone who's podiumed like 47 times in a row in ranked playoffs. Rannick coming in, I guess, is the underdog in this situation because of Hacks' history, but is actually the higher seed. Rannick was the 8th seed, I believe, in this season of ranked. And very impressive performance. Last time Rannick played in ranked playoffs, I believe, was season 2, and Hacks has played in nearly every single one. So very interesting between these two runners. And before we go see their stats, you're going to get a better introduction to Rannick because we have an interview with them right now for you to check out with Rannick.
Danny's saying Rannick's a PR liability. We're gonna let Rannick speak for himself here, Danny.
Hi, I'm Rannick, a top runner from Israel who's been speedrunning Minecraft for 3 to 4 years. Before getting into MCSR, I mainly played Fortnite and later Hypixel Skyblock. Then, in late 2020, I watched Kromanos' 1456 world record, which pulled me into the speedrunning rabbit hole, sparked my interest in the game. Even so, didn't start actually running till late 2021, early 2022. I can probably say that my overworlds are my strongest suit, especially the Desert Temple C-type, and I am generally strong in the other C-types as well. I think my biggest weaknesses are navigating nether terrain and navigating a stronghold. I'm also playing really bad under pressure, so gotta see how this one goes. Ever since Season 2, the last time I participated in the playoffs, I feel like I've become a way more micro-focused player. Cares about the small things, especially like search crafting, which I put my heart into and is my favorite part of my MCSR career, as well as things like plays bad TNT setups and small things that can improve your gameplay by a few seconds but can also affect the game greatly in the big picture. Honestly, when Hacks said about 3 days before the end of the season that he wasn't going to play, I felt really hopeful. He was easily going to be the best player in the qualifiers, and I knew that if he did qualify, I'd almost definitely have to face him. Because I'd probably end up as the 8th seed. When I started queuing, I pretty much knew I was chopped from there. Other than that, I feel like my higher side of the bracket is probably easier than the lower side, but having to play EDCR if I win is not something I would wish for myself.
Thank you, Rannick. That was a great introduction. I learned a lot of things from there. I think the thing that was interesting, another person who came from Fortnite, there's actually a lot of people who have come from Fortnite. I mean, the most notable is, at this point, to my knowledge, is probably Feinberg. But I always find it very interesting that people come from like different game backgrounds before getting into Minecraft because like I like only played Minecraft. I don't know about you, Parker. I like only played
Yeah, me
Minecraft.
too,
Did you have
me
like
too.
another? Okay, yeah. So
No,
we're just-
nothing else. I don't play any other game, basically.
Yes. Yeah. No, I know Raynex also had a great Fortnite career. I'm thinking about people in this bracket. I think to my knowledge, it's only Feinberg. But yeah, there's some. And listen, in HPG, there's some demon Fortnite lobbies, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about Rannick versus Hacks. Let's see the player stats of these two runners again. Hacks, we haven't really touched on this. Hacks has not played a lot this season. Oh, actually has a way more win-loss this season than I thought. Wow. I thought he played way less. I mean, I guess like he just cranked the last week so much. He really played.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
matches?
I was checking the stats on the website before this. He has 71 total matches.
Okay,
in
it's
season
wrong.
8.
It's
So
wrong.
I think
It's wrong. It's wrong.
I think it's just slightly wrong. Hacks
Okay.
literally, based off the stats, Hacks literally has 10 times less matches than Rannick. Hacks' first match of last season was 12 days ago, Curry. 12 days ago. He had not played that entire time.
Yeah.
He's been a demon. He's made the top 3 in the last 5 playoffs. But this last season, he's just coming back to it. And so it's a question of, can he come back to it harder than Rannick is right now? Rannick in season 8 and currently in season 9 is ranked higher than Hacks. You know, we think of Hacks as this crazy demon player, but I'm very interested to see if he's lost any of that. Is he going to come back to it? He had an amazing performance in LCQ, I think this is going to be a great match.
I think so as well. I think this is going to be a really awesome performance. I think the thing to note is like Hax has not played a lot of rank this season. I think Chad is saying that these are his season 7 stats, which would make a lot of sense because it's probably quite honestly because of how little Hax has played this season. It's probably easier to compare with something like that. But
Okay, that makes sense.
don't get it twisted. Like Hax has played a lot of Minecraft, has kept busy doing most percent, doing a bunch of other like co-op stuff, just a little bit burnt out of ranked recently. So has played a little bit less, but locked in the last like 2 weeks to really lock in and qualify for the tournament. And everyone knows how good Hax is because Rannick had the last pick in the tournament or in the for LCQ last weekend in the last chance qualifiers and didn't get to pick anyone. Got stuck with Hax in this matchup. So a little bit scary. Seemed to be a little bit concerned. We saw in the video as well. Not the greatest situation that you want to be in. But again, if you're Rannick, you've locked in this season, right? This is your first time you're back in playoffs in like 6 seasons. You're locked in, and it's going to be a really impressive performance from both sides, I believe, in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Rannick's been doing phenomenal recently. I just want to shout out, like he's really been cranking or like pioneered a lot of the search crafting stuff. He helped me like develop my search crafting for like several hours. So shout out Rannick for doing all that. I remember I have Silver, who's like a search crafting person. He's like, just ask Rannick. He knows what's going on. So I think he's really been pushing those mechanics, which is I think is what you need when you're playing hacking noises.
Yeah. Oh my God. And this has to be this season, right? Because these win rates from Hax are absurd. I would imagine these are this season now because there's such outlying numbers like 86, 85, 83% win rates. And I think I would imagine that the big disparity we're seeing on the Hack side is because he's only played like 70 games this season. So what? He's 55% in Desert Temples. What is it, like 5 and 4 or something? Like how many could it possibly be? Like it's just a situation where not a large sample size in really any of this. Meanwhile, on Rannick's side, it is probably a lot more to go off of. And I think the thing that's interesting, 61% win rate. He mentioned himself, Desert Temple is a seed that he's very comfortable with.
And that shows in the stats. I think he said a couple of things that makes me feel, oh, this guy is very aware of what he needs to work on and where he's strong as a player, which I think is very valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these two runners are just absolute beasts. I'm personally really excited to see this matchup. I think it's a very different play style type of thing as we get into it here. But before we get into it, let's see what the actual seed pick ban is going to be from these two runners. Hax banning Desert Temple. Maybe just watch the video and it's like, okay, that's easy. Rannick banning Shipwreck. And Rannick will also be picking Buried Treasure. So we didn't see Buried Treasure in the last matchup. It's the most common type, obviously, for RSG. It's what runners are used to playing a lot of time. It's the most common, no, because now it's 20% for every seed type. So it's not the most common in ranked anymore, but is something that all these runners are very familiar with. Consistent resources, potential for TNT, potential for shears, consistent food. What are you thinking with Buried Treasure on seed 1?
Yeah, I just kind of think consistency. I mean, you're not really going to be low on any resource unless it's like a very awkward BT. Maybe you have a weird magma ravine, but it should be pretty linear. You know, BT is like some of everybody's favorite seed.
Yeah, absolutely. It is just something pretty simple there. The other two seed types, when we get there, the ones left off the screen right now will be Ruined Portal and Village. So we'll be seeing those two again. But we will be hopping into the first seed very shortly on Buried Treasure between these two runners. We had a phenomenal match 1 between Loki and Beef Salad, and now it's time for Rannick and Hax to live up to the expectations that got set for them in the first match for some crazy good gameplay here. Which situation do you think you'd rather be in this matchup? Would you rather be Rannick, who's like played very well this season, has played a lot back in playoffs, or would you rather be like Hax, didn't play at all, 10 days basically, and barely qualified for playoffs?
I think for the aura, you want Hax's aura, but for like raw stats, I think you want Rannick's stats. He's just like been playing more. I think that is better. I like that you mentioned Hax has been doing other things in Minecraft. I wasn't aware of that. So it's not like he's been on a mountain meditating for 3 months, you know?
No, he has definitely not been. I've been watching Hax's streams, definitely not meditating. Can confirm that Hax is not meditating on there. These trees very far away. for both of these runs. It's going to be a little bit awkward to get the wood. We do see 9 iron, 7 gold. So we've seen shears from both runners. Gold tools should be pretty standard here. And just what I want to point out already, Hax's crafting is just absolutely absurd. I mean, there's like a very clear like top echelon of mechanical players. I truly believe when Hax is at his absolute apex fastest, it's mesmerizing. Like there is just nothing like it, and looks to be in form already on this crafting. Has somehow made up like 10 seconds in just the overworld leaving the island.
I totally agree. I think it really is just like raw mechanics right there. It seems like they've both spotted a similar ravine, so not going to be any huge differences there. Yep, and it looks good for Hax. This is
Looks
just going
good
to be
for
a very
Hax.
solid
It
enter.
is a different ravine for Rannick, but I think this also looks like a pretty good ravine. No, it's not.
Oh,
And all of a sudden,
never mind. I thought they were.
immediately on seed 1, panic mode, but also Hax's ravine doesn't have lava underneath it. Should have some over here. Finds it eventually. Could be a little bit more concerning if maybe Rannick actually had a ravine, but he doesn't. So Hax will be entering the nether here pretty shortly. Has a ravine for Rannick as well now, but Hax a little bit awkward on this portal actually because of it being 1 deep. Actually quite awkward.
Yeah, Rannick isn't even that far behind. Hax just picked a really bad spot for his portal. I'm not sure why he did that. Maybe he just wanted more access to lava, but he had to replace both sides of the portal. You know, so not only was it only 1 deep lava, but he had to do a ton of repairing. And suddenly that lead is just not as big.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now we're in a situation where basically it's neck and neck, and Rannick did a very clean portal to kind of even it out here. We're seeing some pretty open terrain. I believe Hax saw the fortress as well on the wide macro, and we're in a situation right now. I actually don't know if I agree with this boat down play from Hax. Also doesn't pick up the boat. It's going to be a situation where it is double, triple stables, and there's a fort there as well in case because we didn't see the other one.
Yeah.
So this is a very nice situation for both runners, a very fast linear nether, which I would say, Parker, plays much more into Hax's hand.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree. We have double, triple here, but there is a gap. So honestly, I'm not even sure what players are going to do. Are they going to do double, triple, or are they going to play triple the gap? I mean, triple the gap, you get more resources, but like,
I usually
double, triple
say
hits,
that like
it is faster.
it depends on Obsidian for me. Like Hax already has 16, so I think you just do double, triple in a situation like that. Like if you're in a situation where you're checking the first one and you have no Obsidian, then it's like, you know, maybe I want to do triple the gap. Like I think it's also maybe different if the fortress isn't like right here. Like you can get away with like 14 pearls and be fine. You know what I mean? Because the fort is just right there.
That's a good
so
point.
I think that's going to be a situation that plays into these runners' heads as both of them are deciding to do triple to gap, or excuse me, double, triple, avoiding triple to gap. And we're seeing Rannick, again, not far behind, though, keeping pace with Hax on this first seed.
I think he made up time by not digging up and checking that first chest. So he didn't have the information that I have a ton of obsidian here. I can play double, triple. But I think he makes up a couple of seconds because he entered, slightly slower than Hax into the Bastion, right? And I think he's just ahead routing-wise. Oh, it's actually tough to tell.
I mean, it is definitely tough. Like, we're seeing the pre-crafting come out for the bed here, but a little bit, maybe potentially nerves coming in. Rannick did mention that in the interview that we just watched. A little bit hesitant on some crafting things. Hax's inventory looks a lot better. Potentially leaving, unloading the Pearl Hang, and we're in the fortress for Hax. Rannick should not be too far behind, though.
Yeah. It did look like a little bit of nerves, you know, a little bit of scuff with search crafting. Got all the trades now, though. Ooh, and that's so bad. That's so bad. He's just lost so much health. And now Hax is taking a commanding lead at a spawner already. Hasn't lost all that health. Killing blazes.
Oh my god! Wither Skeleton jump scare for Rannick. Just avoiding it. While Hax has a blaze spawner, he did have to run very far for this blaze spawner, but now that we're here, the terrain opened up a lot. I mean, Hax is not on the greatest health either right now. Still has a gold axe while Rannick has iron. That could potentially be something where we're going to see Hax have to craft another axe at some point. Rannick getting to the spawner now has to block off a skeleton, and we're seeing the food situation for both runners is better for Hax, actually, because I didn't see before. Rannick ate all the salmon already. Hax still has the 2 salmon to crank out a really fast endgame. And what are these skeletons for Rannick? There's 3 of them.
Oh, this is so bad.
Oh my god.
Maybe having to do an extra hunger reset that can lose you a handful of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that was absurd. I mean, the scriptwriters really like that was something. 3 skeletons for Rannick. gets around it, actually plays it quite well to not really take too much damage, is in a situation where we have this last fish in his inventory. I want to really point that out because what I think Rannick's going to try and do is maybe even intentionally take a blaze hit, blind, and then hunger reset in the overworld, and then have the fish for the endgame. I think is what Rannick might try and do. So it's very interesting that he has that fish pre-fired, kind of ready to go there, while Hax is measuring on the other side and has a 1400 block blind.
Yeah, phenomenal comms with the fish thing. I think that's just objectively is got to be the correct play. Oh, but no, he's eating the fish. You know,
Wow.
if it's a close blind, it doesn't really matter because you're probably just going to hunger reset in the portal room. But if it is far, you're going to have slightly less health, slightly less saturation, and it is 2,000 blocks curry. So it looks like Rannick is going to be able to throw maybe 1 or 2 pearls less.
Wait a minute. Whoa. There's two different measurements on the screen. I'm pretty sure there are 2 different measurements on the screen.
Oh.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's not different strongholds. Someone mismeasured. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
so we're going to see here. Someone's wrong. I don't know who, because I don't know anything
really
about calculators. But I'm
like
pretty sure someone is different. Yeah, the chords are definitely different. The chords are 100% different. And we're going to find out in about 10 seconds when Hax builds this portal who's wrong. So that's good.
That's just good.
Here we go. I mean, also Y47 could just be high, is high, and Hax this is actually a bigger time loss because if Hax is wrong, this is going to be a situation where he's going to dig down and has to dig all the way down and then dig all the way back up for his portal.
Oh
and
my
meanwhile,
gosh,
Rannick's leaving
digging all the way down.
But Parker, Rannick's on 2 hearts in a basalt biome and has like 200 blocks to go. Like, this is not nearly a situation where it's just smooth sailing for Rannick all of a sudden. This is quite scary. A magma cube could just fall on his head at literally any time. And
but Hax didn't miss. Wait, so Rannick missed. He got linked. Hax really got linked to surface? Well, what level was he at? Wasn't he at 40?
He was at 47, so that's like reasonable.
Oh, 47.
But that means
that
means that I mean, unless I really misread.
He's on half a heart now. Look at
oh my god. And
Poor
has to
Rannick.
dig this whole way. Just to miss, by the way. Just to miss, I'm pretty sure. Has to dig this whole way just to miss.
That's just something weird with the bow die. You know, it's like he's hunger resetting now. I mean, both rounds are hunger resetting, but 2 different spots.
Wait, have you ever seen this? What is Hax trying to do?
I've never. He's hunger resetting inside these iron.
Oh my god!
Here,
oh my god! And Rannick hunger reset. Rannick hunger reset.
Oh, and he has to punch basalt.
And has to punch basalt because he got spawned on the other side. So that's beautiful.
Yep.
Okay. I just was kind of confused by the because Hax saw it was a 2-eye, so I was confused on why we were doing gravel hunger reset, but it's fine. Hax going for the tower. 95 should be pretty clean to get to 95. Might even push 99, but I don't think so. No real need to. Pretty ahead here. Gets set up. Has everything to go. Plenty of explosives. Like 6 explosives should be completely comfortable here. And that is a situation where it should be...
Well, that was an early double bet. This is gonna not...
Oh my god!
Not good. This is not good.
Oh my god!
It's just not good.
Wait a minute.
He has 60 arrows. He
Oh, no,
should be
9.
fine.
He has 9 arrows.
Oh,
no?
wait, he has 9? No, he has 9 plus 6.
No, he has another stack. He has another stack. We are actually fine.
So
here we go.
Rannick
Anyway.
Didn't mismeasure. He might.
If Rannick didn't mismeasure, but I'm pretty sure it's a mismeasure. And we're in a dungeon. Curryway blind. So wrong mob spawner that we want to see on the side of Rannick. So not ideal here. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is a situation where Rannick is going to hit a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, he's going up now. You know, in Rannick's mind, he's probably thinking, please be above me. Please don't have mismeasured.
Yep.
But we know he's mismeasured, and
Rannick, I have some bad news. I have some bad news.
We have some bad news. We're going to break it to you straight. You mismeasured. And Hax is going to have a slow end fight here. Like, Rannick mismeasured by quite a bit, right? I don't know how far.
Yeah, we're like 700 blocks off here for Rannick, and Hax just has to bow the dragon. So we're in a situation where this is probably gonna be another like 2 minutes. I don't know if this dragon is actually gonna perch. Sometimes when all the crystals are taken out, the dragon just likes to be a little bit weird and just fly up really high. Oh, it's okay. I was actually gonna ask you, like, Oh, we haven't had any camera issues. I wonder if that's like gotten fixed.
No, because I charged it. Hold on.
It doesn't make any sense because we have the same camera. So unless like power in Utah is just so different than power in Florida, like I don't understand
It's
how you
just
have
bad,
problems and
it's
I
just
don't.
bad.
We have literally the same tech. Anyway,
Yeah, I
Hax
literally
is waiting
asked
for the
her. I was
perch.
like, "Send me your camera stuff." It's okay though. It's
Hax
okay.
is waiting for the perch, gets the perch, has to have at least another full perch unless he's going to be able to bow it down here. Rannick has to run 650 blocks. I mean, there is no possible world where Rannick can win this. Hax will just close this out unless we just like purposely decide to look at Enderman for some reason. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Hax is just going to be standing here, killing the dragon. And thankfully, the dragon has decided to cooperate and just kind of stay in the exact same spot. So we can forget about the seed, move on to seed 2 with Hax being up 1. I mean, Parker, you're a big like focus on the mental type of guy. Quite honestly, like which is the worst for your mental? Like, yeah, your Hax, you're gonna win, but like this is not what Hax wanted to do. You're gonna feel like, oh my god, I didn't deserve to win that. And if you're Rannick, you're gonna be like, I had this game in the bag if I just didn't mismeasure. So what would you rather be?
I feel like it depends on who you are as a player. I feel like for both players, it's the worst situation for both.
I think Hax
both
is
of
writing
them.
lol.
Well, actually, Hax is doing lol.
I think
probably
Hax's
fine.
mental is actually pretty fine. I think
it's probably fine. He probably doesn't care. but Rannick, it's like I think it's like the flustered element. You know,
Yeah.
I think objectively it's just better to like mismeasure, and it's like, oh, I had this one thing that's why I lost. It was like maybe I didn't like press a key on my keyboard to like give it a 0.01 or something. But I think he said he's nervous when he does playoffs like this, and I think losing like this just makes you a little bit flustered, and so I think that could be bad for Rannick.
For sure, and we also saw like Rannick was talking about in the pre-match thing again, like nerves are something that they're trying to work on, something to kind of watch out for in this matchup. So definitely an unfortunate set of circumstances for Rannick, and we could see here like they were close. I mean, Rannick, we saw that fall in the fort, losing a lot of time, and still was able to make up time finding stronghold. And then sure, like it's just kind of hard to compare because I mean Rannick had to go like another 50 extra blocks in the nether. But I think the big thing here, the food management, the fall, Hax really kind of seemed like he always had this game in the bag. And even though we messed up the 0 cycle, it still ended up working out for Hax.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
Yep, absolutely. And we are going to be heading over quickly after this because we are a little bit confused on what happened. How did one player mismeasure? How did one not? You might be confused as well. Well, guess what? Fulham is going to tell you exactly how this happened with incredible detail and go over exactly with perfection what went wrong with the Ninja Brain bot for Rannick.
High standards for Fulham here.
I expect works-cited MLA format for an exact perfect Fulham analysis. So let's see what went wrong in this first seed.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the mid-match analysis brought to you by me, Lewis Fulham. And this is the only real thing that I have to analyze for this run. Of course, we can analyze the mistaken 0 cycle for hacking noises, potentially. A little bit of a problem there, mayhaps. However, this is the main difference within the seed. And no, it's not the cat holding the Sprite bottle just behind. It is the eye measurement. As we can see here, I know that this is probably very difficult to see for you guys. And it's going to be very difficult for me to be able to zoom in. But what I'm going to try and do is do exactly that for you. I'm going to zoom in to where this eye is, even just a little bit more. This might be a little bit scuffed, so you might have to bear with me for just a second. But it's very difficult to see for you guys. So, let's...
All right, let's swap back to me. So, thank you so much, Fulham, for the expert Fulham analysis. Parker, I fully understand much better what happened there. Do you as well?
I do too. I was listening, and we saw that was crazy. Thank you, Fulham, for the analysis.
Yeah. So, in case you were curious, exactly what happened there. Unlucky 50, unlucky 50-50. Like that's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes that happens. It's okay. I don't know if we're gonna actually go back to the Fulham analysis or if we're just gonna switch into the next game. I would assume we're probably just gonna go into the next game here. And unless I'm wrong, Oliver, only yell at me if I'm wrong. But I'm assuming we're just going to go into the next game here because of Fulham's OBS crashing. So a little bit tough. Pass for Fulham.
Yeah.
It's how it goes sometimes. At least listen. The Fulham analysis was just about as scuffed as that last match. So let's see. We're going to try and bounce back and do better. I'm sure Ranning and Hacks are going to try and bounce back and do better. And we're going to see what happens here in this second seed. So let's just see. Oh, wait. Fulham just typed lol R. So are we going back to Fulham analysis?
R?
Do we want to see
What does lol R mean?
Really?
Redo?
All right, we're going, guys. We're going back to the
back to
Fulham
Fulham?
analysis. So enjoy Fulham. We will be back soon.
Sorry, guys. Just a little bit of technical difficulties there. Today I learned I'm never going to zoom any window in my OBS ever again because it is clearly my big PC cannot handle it. I can only apologize. You know, it's not playoffs if there's not some mid-match Fulham analysis scuff, right? Nonetheless, I guess you're just going to have to believe me here because we clearly can't let you zoom in and actually have a look at this eye and where the crosshair is. But the crosshair is definitely on the left-hand side of where we usually measure here. And as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen is the Ninja Brain bot. And once Rannick decides to take this measurement, rather than moving his eye measurement up 1 pixel, because we are 1 pixel to the left of where we should be, Rannick unfortunately moves 1 pixel down, as we can see here, next to the angle. Rather than moving up 1 pixel, we've moved down 1 pixel. I believe he may even... he actually moves down 3 pixels, so I presume, in fact, it was up 3 pixels, because we were definitely on the left-hand side of where we usually measure, so we would be going up the number line, up 3 pixels. Sadly, that mismeasurement drags us from what would be the correct measurement at the start here, 196.82, which I presume, having angle adjusted, we would have moved on to 100% on the correct measurement. Unfortunately, we've moved to 100% the incorrect measurement. As we saw, Rannick did not hit the stronghold here. Obviously, also, Hacks missing the stronghold, but that was more of a height or potentially a block standing issue with orientation of the portal underground. Hacks, however, did not have to run 600 blocks in the overworld like Rannick did, meaning that Hacks was able to take seed 1. I apologize for icing the runners. This was not an intentional choice by me. There wasn't actually that much analysis to give you. I just happened to have a little bit of a crash moment there. Gonna send you guys back over to Curry and RecRap right now.
Thank you, actually, this time, Fulham. Things like that can just happen. With how precise Bodai is for measuring eyes for runners, if you're not absolutely perfectly on it and not perfectly adjusting the exact right way, it's going to get ugly really fast, like we just saw. And it can cost games. So if you're Rannick, you got to feel like we were just kind of talking about, right? Like, sure, I messed up. It's a pretty big mistake, but you were in it, and Hacks gave you an opportunity to potentially have won the seed if you didn't miss. So you have to feel like you're keeping pace. You're in it. There were definitely moments of greatness there to kind of stay with Hacks, who is one of the best ranked players of all time. So it's tough, but hey, listen, sometimes things happen and you got to go into seed 2 with a fresh mindset.
100%. I think this is just this is the breaking point that we're going to see. You know, how do you bounce back from nerves? Is he going to be able to just get back into it? Is he going to make the same mistake? I'm ready to get into it. We should probably get into it soon too.
Yeah,
so
let's stop icing the runners. Let's see what the seed type is here. It's gonna be Ruin Portal, so very fast. Like Parker, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Last season we casted a Hacks Ruin Portal seed, and this guy was like in the stronghold at like the low 5-minute mark. So very excited to commentate a Hacks Ruin Portal seed again. We'll see if this is what Rannick needs to kind of lock in here, get back into the game. So I'm very excited to see what these players are going to do. And again, I don't want to ice them for any longer. So as soon as we're ready to lock into this next game, let's freaking do it. Let's see what these runners have in store for us for the second seed. And again, similar to low-key last seed, Parker, you really don't want to go down 0-2 to Hacks here. You do not want to go down 0-2 to Hacks. This is almost a must-win situation for Rannick.
I completely agree. We got some more chat spam from Rannick. Maybe just like doing his search crafting over and over. Not sure what he's typing.
I know Silver used to do something that was like HG or something to like make sure the macros are working or something. Maybe Radix doing like a similar thing.
I do that too, actually, to make sure my keyboard is set into the right position, because
Yeah.
a lot of these top level runners, they will use like a built-in
MJ.
Windows thing to change your keyboard. So like when you press certain keys, it makes different ones. So top level, yeah, speedrun. Anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
And
a
so
lot.
this is all crazy top level stuff that you might not think about or might not see in the speedrun, but all of these runners are very, very, very aware of, because there is so many like micro things like that to be aware of. Anyway, gold block on this room portal, pretty fast looking overworld. I haven't seen like a great pack of animals because I just see this horse here, but maybe a situation where we're going to see now Hacks running to these animals over here. I can't tell exactly what they are. It looks like a cow potentially. Rannick also struggling to kind of find animals. Is just going to enter with no food and a gap? Oh, I love this play. You're behind, right?
I
Just
like
send it,
this
go.
too, actually.
I mean, Gapple's not nothing. Not nothing. This is not the seed that Rannick wanted to see entering, though. This is a little bit ugly here. As like, if you're entering with low food, you want to see a Crimson. You want to see a very close Bastion. We're seeing Soul Sand Valley and a lot of walking to go to the Bastion.
Yeah, a lot of walking. That is bad for the food and the saturation. But I mean, as long as you don't take any damage, it's not the end of the world. I mean, it's just like, it's so hard to see. I don't think we've seen the fortress yet, so
no, I haven't seen anything. Also, these runners are taking very different terrain. Looks like Hacks is trying to go under here where Rannick has taken the high ground, and it's a little bit awkward because there's so many skeletons up here. Again, Rannick is just a skeleton magnet in this setup. And again, it's
That's
so
2 hits.
bad for him because he only has the golden apple. It has to eat it basically now. Like, I would eat it now, quite honestly, because you don't want to be in a situation where you're down more than 2 hunger bars, and now he's down 2.5. So when he eats the golden apple, he won't get the full saturation effect of it. So really awkward situation for Rannick. I understand why he's put himself in this position, but has just gotten punished so hard, unfortunately.
And the lead that he got from making that play is kind of gone. You know, Hacks is in at the same point, getting shot by another skeleton, taking more fall damage. He's on half health now, has 1 golden apple. We don't know where the fortress is, and Hacks is right behind him with 4 stake.
Yeah, I mean, Hacks is just in such a better position here. Rannick is going to eat the golden apple now, but is going to be down a hunger bar and a half, which means he won't get any more healing than just the regeneration from the apple. So he's going to be down to 7 hearts and the 2 hearts of absorption for the next however long until he decides to hunger reset. Maybe this is even a situation where you think about hunger resetting now in the Bastion, but also there's no piglins in the trading hall for Rannick. So we're just in a situation. We saw the subtle mouse shake, not happy with what's going on. We have one pig marker.
It must have, did like the skeleton shoot them and like take aggro or something?
I'm not exactly sure. Looks like we're getting some pigs
that's
to fall
so bad.
now. Oh my goodness.
You know, and we're seeing the mouse shake too. This is not the seed you want after mismeasuring. You know, you really have to be able to ignore all of these problems and think, okay, what can I do right now in my current situation? I can't spend any time thinking about how bad everything is, because there's no point in that. I gotta just lock in. Meanwhile, Hacks has none of these issues and is just gonna be playing standardly and leaving very soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I just don't understand how... Like, I just don't understand what even totally went wrong for Rannick there. And it's just a situation where Hacks is just fully able to play normally, has no idea, like, what even could have possibly occurred. We still have so much food. We're just fully out of the Bastion. Rannick, not even 20 obsidian yet, in a situation where, sure, we'll get all the pre-crafts of everything all like that. But, and Hacks has that as well. And I see the fortress, and it's Soul Sand Valley. This could be pretty quick, depending on strays as well. But a weird pearl that's going to stop the food from being as impactful, the advantage, and is now at a point where we are in the fort, we are at the spawner, and Rannick is still in the Bastion.
I don't even know what else to say. I mean, Rannick's... What traits is Rannick missing? 1 obsidian. Does he have a pearl hang? Hopefully, surely. Hacks doing a double blaze bed. It just... Rannick is gonna have to hunger reset probably in the nether. I think the fortress is...
I think that, the fortress is so far, right? It's just so far. I also love where Hacks left the Bastion from. We see Rannick not exactly sure how to exactly get out of here. Meanwhile, Hacks dug out from the staircase and had a really nice way to do that. And because Rannick took worse terrain leaving here, as we see, Hacks, by the way, 12 eyes building portal. That was about 5 seconds.
Wow.
That was about 5 seconds. And Rannick is in a situation where we just have to go so far and we have no food and it's just so bad. And this blind is 1,400 blocks for Hacks. But we still have food and we still have a Gapple.
I kind of like Rannick's play here to not throw another Pearl, keeping a little bit of health in case some badness happens in the fortress. He's not lowered his RD yet. Lowers it now. Maybe hoping for some extra strays. I think it was pretty decent rates. I didn't really see, but Hacks is just already out, so it's got to be somewhat good.
Yeah, I mean, also taking time organizing inventory. I think Hacks recognizes like I'm pretty ahead here. Let's just organize everything. Yeah, this is a weird situation for Rannick because
He's playing well though. He got a skeleton to shoot a zombie pig.
Well.
He dodged 2 wither skeletons and a gas. Still is not taking a single head of damage. So props to Rannick for that. But I just don't think it's gonna matter because we have Hacks gonna be building his stronghold portal at 6 minutes.
I also just realized how many fire resistance potions Rannick has in his inventory. It's actually quite beautiful. Hacks is building the second portal, has everything we need to complete the game. And it's looking like, I mean, this is a 6:30 second portal, Parker. We're looking at sub 8 territory here. And I do agree with you. Rannick has played the seed great. I really liked the aggression at basically all fronts, but it's just so unfortunate the way that he's had to go through the seed. And I mean, Hacks is finding a little bit of trouble finding the portal room. Maybe heard it, just raised render. So maybe heard it, has it. And this is going to be a 7-minute flat, sub 7, barely, end enter for Hacks.
And he should be able to get it, a sub 7 completion with his 0. He's got a crossbow. He had absorption hearts, plenty of health, pushing 99.
Yeah, clearly making it in time. Plenty of time. Also, might go for a triple bed here. No, not going for triple bed, just using offhand. Tries to go for it for the cinema. Doesn't end up hitting it. Tried really hard to look really cool on the main broadcast. I respect going for the play. Almost able to pull it off. Is still able to finish off the 0, finish off the seed in under 8 minutes. And we're in a situation now where Hacks has a 2-0 lead on Rannick. And that's a tough day. That's a tough day for Rannick supporters.
Yeah, it's that same story of Rannick's got to be able to lock in here on this last seed. You know, this clearly didn't go his way. Maybe on a different seed where it's more linear, not getting the food would have paid off, but it clearly did not here. And not getting the pigs into your hole, that's just unfortunate. I'm not sure what happened there.
It is. Like, I actually have no idea what happened there. You said a skeleton. Like, was there a skeleton? Did you see a skeleton?
There was a skeleton on the way down. So I assume that's what did it. I don't know what else it could have.
Probably. It's always so annoying. That happens to me sometimes when like I play a treasure and like a skeleton will just shoot from the side, and then it's just all the piglins don't want to get in the hole and then they wander off, and it's just disgusting. Like, it's just so bad when something like that happens, and to have it happen in basically a must-win kind of matchup like this, it is really unfortunate to see. But I mean, hey, we've seen reverse sweeps happen before. I think this match looked a lot better for Hacks than the previous one, but a lot of that is also just because Rannick wants to do so many crazy things. I mean, it's 2-0, and sure, you would favor Hacks going into this, but I feel like what has happened in these 2 seeds, like, it's hard to count Rannick out. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to compare the players through these matchups so far.
I agree. Let's hope for a nice clean seed here that we can compare them both on. You know, we've just had a couple major mistakes, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see. I loved the gold apple only enter play there. I really, really liked that. So I want to see what Rannick has like in the bag. What else do we got going on? Can Hacks just come in from playing basically no rank this season and just get a clean 3-0? It's going to be really interesting to see what happens in this 3rd seed. Let's take a look at what this seed type will actually be. Actually, we technically already know. It's going to be Village. Now, again, Village is a seed type where you're going to have a lot of food. It's going to be a very linear overworld. But I say that, and last time we had a Village, we saw the Golden Carrot hay play. Do you think it's going to be a seed where maybe we see the runners do something like that again? Do you think that was like a one-off thing? Maybe they were watching and want to do the golden carrot play? What's the thought process going into the seed for you, Parker?
If they were watching, it's definitely gonna be more on top of mind. And I just struggle to come up with an argument where hay is better, except for like you just don't have the gold in the bastion. It just really mattered on that last seed that we saw, and so I would love to see some more carrots. You know, you could even do both. Carrots aren't that hard to grab. You could grab them. Maybe you don't even get them though. You know, maybe it's something people don't even think about. Not sure.
Yeah, like I feel like I would just like never grab them because I'm just grabbing the hay
really
bales.
never.
But
Mhm.
like, I mean, I'm thinking in how I play, but like if it's
Oh, yeah,
right,
that's
like
fair.
I really liked how low-key did that. And maybe at a top level, like if you're so confident, like you can you know, you can play on low food for basically until the bastion. Like so many times in ranked, you do have that like extra gold for gold picks or whatever. And if you're saving that for golden carrots, like golden carrots is so much better than bread, where it is like worthwhile, I think. But we're gonna see an acacia village here, rare village type. We have the big chunky blacksmith, just a massive building, also a bucket chest for both runners, which
That's
is
awesome.
awesome. Yeah, great. Blacksmith right here. Amazing source of iron. 10 iron.
This is great.
That's going to be shears. That's going to be pickaxe. That's going to be also an iron axe.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
not
In a weird. Wait a minute.
Oh. Wait,
So
Hack's
that wasn't
doing
intended.
iron axe instead of wait.
No, Hack's double crafted shovel. So now we don't have
Oh, it's a
iron
double
for a flint and
shovel.
steel. So now
Wait,
we
no.
have to kill Golem. So that's great for
Yes.
Hacks.
Very interesting.
Would you kill if you make this misplay? Are you woodlighting or killing Golem?
I'm killing Golem.
Really?
I mean, maybe that's wrong. It looks like Hax is probably just gonna be woodlighting.
I think
here.
Hacks is gonna
I'm not the
woodlight.
best player, so
I think I would I was like leaning towards you. I feel like I would probably try and kill Golem, but like also where are you getting Flint? We also see Rannick is just woodlighting. Maybe it's just like obviously Hacks didn't mean to craft two shovels, but we see Rannick woodlighting even though he has the option of a flint and steel. But like where are you getting gravel? I've actually seen this a lot at a higher level. I think I've seen it mostly in like Desert Temple seeds where I've seen a lot of woodlighting at a top level. And now we're seeing Rannick enter the nether first. I believe Hax also had a ghost bucket, so is going to be behind here. Gets a very fast woodlight, though. And both runners are in the nether, but Rannick has the bastion on his screen.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Rannick, you love to be getting these advancements first. We'll see if he can keep it up for the rest of the run. I'm not sure how much bread he has. Only 6 bread. Hax has 6 bread and 4 hay bales.
Yeah, 6. I mean, again, maybe this is just how Rannick likes to play. Like, he mentioned overworlds kind of as his strength. I definitely find it interesting that we're grabbing so little food here. I mean, thankfully, in this situation, it's not going to be as big of a punish. We're in a Crimson. It's stables. You can get food pretty easily in either of those situations, let alone both. But very notable, I would say, that the food difference happening on a second seed in a row.
What Hax is doing here?
Oh yeah,
he's going in like reverse into this triple. I don't see people do this, and it looks like he might be playing a triple to gap. Rannick is just playing a standard gap, taking a little bit of damage. He's gonna need that extra bread.
Yeah, this is a thing like kind of like we saw the last seed. Like I believe Rannick has a lot of obsidian, I believe. Yeah, 11 obby. So this reminds me a lot of the low-key beef salad game where beef salad tries to play a little bit safer, goes for that middle chest, and then like ends up not really paying off because of the trades. This is a very similar thing for Hacks here, where sure, is this like the correct ranked play to make? Yeah, absolutely. Like we're going fast, like we're doing triple the gap. It's very consistent, but Rannick just doesn't need to really do that. Although I'm just noticing, Parker, it doesn't look like a lot of pigs for Rannick, and that could be a big time sink compared to Hacks, who's going to have a bajillion going into this trading hall.
Yeah, that'll definitely help Hacks, but I think just like Rannick's, I think gold is basically all traded. It looks like he has pearls, he has string, he has obby, he has fire res. He's just out here.
Yeah, I think Rannick is leaving, but Hacks just performed the beef salad like stables variant so flawlessly that like I think Hacks could potentially leave in like 20 seconds. Genuinely, like it was so good. He has so many pigs. Rannick is out. I mean, we're down again. Like it's kind of the bread counter here. Like we're down to 4 bread. We're at half health. We're throwing another pearl. Here's the fort. We're gonna have to drink the fire res and eat another bread before we pearl. So now we're down to 3, but we're on 2 hearts. So watching this food through the rest of the game is going to be really scary compared to Hax, who just doesn't have to think about it at all.
Yeah, this is a difference of raw speed playing on minimal resources versus Hax, he's trading more gold. He's got more food. He's going to have everything he needs plus more.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to have gold for gold picks.
Saving gold for gold apples as well. He's exactly 32 gold, which is enough for exactly 4 golden apples, which is what he has. I don't think he's going to craft 4, but like just very cleanly has it. Also, Rannick is at the spawner though. I mean, honestly, like I think Rannick has enough of a lead where I would still favor him. But it's definitely like Hax is just scary, dude. Like all of a sudden you blink and it's like, whoa, where did he just come from? So very scary, but Rannick definitely in the lead here, especially if these rates end up being pretty slow because he has this whole cleared out spawner and only has like, what, 2 rods so far as Hax is just getting to the spawner now.
Yeah, I completely agree. I like Rannick's position much better, but he only has one
rod.
rod. You know, if he has to dig a lot of netherrack, if it's another really far stronghold, I think that's where Hax could make up a lot of time. Rannick is completely out of food. He's crafting all this stuff, lightning speed.
Completely out of gold as well.
You're just gonna have to be waiting.
Completely out of gold, no extra resources compared to like Hax's inventory is not super clean yet, but is gonna end up looking beautiful. Like we're gonna have like gold pickaxes, gold apples, all our explosives, crossbow loaded, like everything you could possibly imagine. And we're in a spot now where, oh my, is this, hello? Look at this blind for Rannick. We're at like Y200. What is this? Hello?
Oh my gosh.
No, that's, Parker, I'm gonna be honest. I think we're gonna leave the eyes if they fall down there. I think we're gonna leave the eyes.
We might.
I think
this might be the highest
we're gonna go pick them up.
Look at him. Wait, what? I didn't see it. Oh,
I missed it as well. That is so funny. I've never seen that. I've just never seen that. That is
why
awesome.
Why 150? And it looks like Rannick was maybe slightly higher than Rannick.
In where Hax blinded, Hax is able to pick up the eyes. Rannick wasn't because it was over the edge. So Hax, the scriptwriter, saving Hax there, especially with how bad these rates are. Like, I think this is something where it could really come back to bite Rannick if it takes a while to get the 7th rod where Hax might not need it.
And yeah, it does, because he has to wait another cycle just for this last rod. Hax might be able to leave a cycle early. Wow, this is really punishing for Rannick.
That would be really, really scary. I believe, like, are they playing different spawners? Like, it looks, I mean, it's buried. It's hard to tell, but, like,
I feel like it's the same. They're, like, 4 blocks off.
Yeah, yeah, they're like, their portals are probably just, like, slightly different orientation-wise. I mean, Hax needs 2 rods. Rannick needs 1. Does Hax get 2 rods from these 2 blazes?
No.
Does.
Did he?
And is leaving.
Oh my.
So because Hax could pick up the eyes from the portal location that Rannick was not able to, they are now leaving at the exact same time. And Rannick also just loses 3 seconds to falling in the middle lava section. Hax has way better terrain out of here. And all of a sudden, this is looking like a situation where Hax can 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, it just turned around so quick. And look at Hax utilizing the gold picks now. That's something Rannick can't do. They should be going to the same coordinates. Rannick is just behind. Maybe he finds slightly better terrain, doesn't have to mine the blocks. But Hax
is going to have to hunger reset. Is only going to be on 1 heart when this pearl lands. Could potentially get shot by a skeleton as well. Like, this is really scary.
Watch out.
Oh my, there is a skeleton. Digging down. Has to dig down. I don't even know how close to
it might open up and he might die. Oh my gosh.
A great spike for Hax. Is this going to be the portal room? Potentially hears it. There it is. Has the golden apple. And this is a situation where Hax can just end the seed right now. 57 though. Gold pickaxe breaks.
It should be fine though. Back dragon. Tall tower. Not a ton of explosives. Is that only 5 explosives? Only 5 explosives. Decides not to go for it. Opening the door maybe for Rannick. I'm not sure how many.
Tough 0, especially with no gold pickaxe. This is
Rannick has to go for it though, and he missed again. Rannick missed again.
No way.
I think it's a different miss though. I think he's 44 blocks off maybe, so potentially I actually don't know what's going on.
44 blocks off is crazy, by the way. Like, I don't know how that happens. Oh,
I'm not sure if it's
no.
overworld or nether. Oh, that's just so bad. I'm not seeing the coordinates. 800 and 1600. I think he's
You know, he's like 40 blocks away. He's like at 810 and needs to go to 850.
okay. Interesting. I'm not sure why he didn't just dig through the stone then, why he's going to the surface. But it's just, he's going to be hunger resetting here. Not going to have a ton of saturation and health, especially with the 0. You're going to need a lot. I think there's still, I mean, if the dragon takes a long time, I just don't, it's just going to be over here.
And that looks like a perch for Hacks. Rennick digging down now, but it doesn't matter. Fundamentals 101 here for Hacks, hitting a 5 explosive 1 cycle. And that looks like it's going to do it 3-0 for Hacks after, honestly, just like comical situations that Rannick had to deal with in basically all of these seeds.
What are you doing, Hacks? Oh my gosh, stop!
He's going to be able to close it out.
People always charging their anchors. Oh my gosh, did you see the portal of Rannick? He missed by like 10 blocks hitting the stronghold. Wow.
Did he? Oh my god.
Yeah, it was
that would have been crazy. Portal room offset. That's what we were going for. I mean, Rannick ahead, finding stronghold, but where the blind put Rannick, eyes over the edge, has to wait, and then just Hacks being able to really crank out a phenomenal endgame because of having all the food, all the resources, all the gold pickaxes. And it ended up saving so much time in the end, Parker. It was a beautifully played final seed from Hacks.
And he's going to be having that momentum going forward. We saw him ride out Lowell. We saw him look at the respawn anchor. I think Hacks is having a good time, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Hacks, I think, is always, I've seen this in a lot of things that Hacks does tournament-wise, is always here for a good time. Like, Hacks has really done, I think, a phenomenal job of, I don't want to say working on his mental because I think it's always been quite good, but just recognizing, like being honest, it is so cool to be a part of this. Commentating this, being me commentating this, I'm so happy to be a part of this. And I can't imagine what it's like to be as a player, day in, day out, consistently playing in these. You have to just be elated when these things happen. And I think that's what goes through Hax's mind when he plays. And it's really exciting to see kind of that energy, that aura, for lack of a better term, kind of come out, especially when it's a 3-0, like something like this.
Yeah. I'll be curious to see if that stays. I know like stuff can get super tense, especially if you're playing like semifinals, grand finals, but that's for another day.
Yeah.
Today, I think that's it for us, right?
We are done, but before we hop out of here, we're going to have an interview with Hacks. The Hacky Noises. We're going to have an interview. So I don't know when he'll specifically get dragged into here. I don't even know what to ask because everything I want to ask is like, did you see this? What happened? But Hacks is going to know what happened. Hacks, congratulations on a 3-0 victory, first round of the playoffs. How are you feeling?
All I'll say is, Parker, were you scared by the anchor?
Are you doing that for me? Yeah. I hate it, dude. I don't get it. I don't get it. I can't.
Sorry. I promise I might do it. I might do it next time.
Okay. I mean, you don't let me change how you play.
You have to practice like how the knockback's gonna be when you detonate it to make sure you still always fall in the portal. Like you actually gotta like practice how it's gonna go. I mean, 3-0. Listen, talk a little about like your mindset going into this season of playoffs. Obviously, you didn't play a lot. You played a lot at the end of the season to qualify here. Then you show up, you get a 3-0. What was your thought process going into season 8 of Rank?
I don't know. This is the season where I probably cared the least just because I didn't play that much. Like, I feel like I've been very detached for the whole season. But, like, damn, I still get so nervous. Like, you can probably tell. Like, it probably bleeds through the gameplay, especially on the first screen. Like, damn, it's stressful. I don't know. It's like, my mindset is just like, I'm trying not to care, but also that's, like, really hard. I feel like, I don't know. I thought I would be so much better at, like, the nerve control. Like, for quals, I feel like I was pretty in control for the most part, but playoffs is just scary. Like, there's just something about playoffs. It's just like, it's a completely different atmosphere, I feel like. But overall, I'm just like trying to not get too nervous. Like, I feel like there were some plays I made that were rushed. On the first seed, like, I checked the chests when I was doing double triple early, which like I would never do. Like, no one in their right mind would do. I was just really nervous. And I just like made that small mistake. And it's like there were a few other small mistakes like littered throughout, but I don't know. I think it just feels good to be back. I don't know. Playoffs are like so rare. It's just like so fun to play. It's like I hate being nervous and I hate being stressed out, but
Mhm.
there's like something nice about it. It's like I feel like I don't get like this stressed out most of the time. So it's like nice to have. It's nice to like
Yeah.
feel like super stressed out for something sometimes.
Absolutely. Parker, do you have any
That's
questions?
interesting. Do you feel like do you have any expectations going into this? You said you were very detached, but if you hadn't made like it through last chance qualifiers, would you have like been down on yourself? You think it would have been fine? Are you like, I feel like I could win this?
I don't know. I'm definitely just worse than I was because I haven't played for
Mhm.
4 months. Like I have been practicing getting back into like the swing of things, but I feel like Duke, Loki, EDCR, Infube are just like they played way more than me and they're just better than me. Like they were probably better than me like before I stopped playing. At least like Duke and Loki definitely. But now it's like I feel like the odds are harder for me to win. But I don't know. I feel like I'll keep trying. I'll like the more I play, the better I'll get like
Mhm.
nerve control wise and also just um like confidence wise, I guess. And I don't know. All I'll say is for the people who believe in me, uh doubters have to be right forever, believers have to be right only once. So I don't know.
Yes.
That's aura. That's aura.
That's awesome.
One last question. You kind of touched on it, but talk me through the final seed. You played a very interesting like way to get to the triple. What was kind of your thought process on like your basically like your entire Bastion route? Because you and Ranik made very different plays there. Ranik didn't end up going to the triple, I believe, at all. Like went to the bottom, got 11 obby, and just like mined into a gap. You, on the other hand, like went through all the top sections. You like mined in some weird places. What was kind of going through your head on that Bastion route? Because I think it was a really good showcase of like how technical and all over the place stables can kind of be.
Um, I just thought the route would be faster. I thought like normally I
Mm.
don't like doing it because or like not getting a triple because you have so few pigs, but I guess there's like the lantern chest, so you get a bunch of pigs from there. But I don't know. I just really like playing triple for the extra gold because sometimes you
Mhm.
get rolled. But in hindsight,
Mhm.
definitely like that was probably the wrong play. Like I think I lost time in the stables, especially because I was behind into the nether as well. So I should have like played more high rolly, more aggressive. So yeah, probably playing for the triple was wrong, but I think I don't know. There's like obviously that's like hindsight, knowing that the trades
Yeah.
hit. But if the trades didn't hit, then like who knows?
No,
I
I
think
mean,
like
there were so
yeah,
many things you did good there too because it allowed you to have like the gold for the end game, and I think that was the big separator. Like having all of those resources for the end game allowed you to play much faster than Ranik because Ranik just like was low on food, didn't have gold picks because of you going for the triple. It allowed for a lot of that end game stuff. It was a very interesting seat to watch, and congratulations again on the 3-0. Any closing thoughts? Any shout outs? Anything you want to say before you're kind of we won't see you again until next weekend?
um. Well, I want to sabotage the people who are better than me, so I'll say, Infume, don't be nervous. Loki, you suck. Rugal, you also suck. And EDCR, you're gonna be so nervous, you're gonna lose.
All right. Well, that
Yeah.
shows the overwhelming, loving community that we have in MCSR. Thank you so much, Hax.
Thanks, Max.
Congratulations, and we'll see you sometime next weekend. Congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, that
All
was
right.
really funny.
That was great. I mean, listen, I love MCSR because of the positivity that we have
Mhm.
with everyone around us. Speaking of, Parker, today sucked. Like, you are so annoying to commentate with, and I can't stand you. And I cannot wait for your message in Giga Chads tomorrow when I get to see another beautiful picture of your walks.
Yes.
That'll do it for us for me and Parker.
Mhm,
Don't
mhm.
go anywhere. You don't go anywhere because Loki, no, Loki. Well, is Loki? No, Loki played. I don't. I was gonna say like Loki is like the word Loki. You know what I mean? But then like
Oh,
Loki's
yeah,
also a
yeah,
runner, so like I
yeah. Low key,
shouldn't
we got
say
some
Loki as the
matches.
word. Yeah, like I shouldn't say that. So we have two awesome matches coming up, and it's gonna be commentated by Nerdy and Feinberg. We're gonna give some small streamers their time to shine in the
Mhm.
commentary booth, and those matches are gonna be Dugile versus Kennen up next. Dugile, ranked season 7 winner versus current SSG world record. No, former. I don't know if Kennen has current SSG world record.
He
I
posted
believe
a
no.
video this morning of
Oh, did he
a
get
world
it?
record on 1 point or the
Current
121, I think.
Got
You
it
know, with the
today,
cool
as of
minecart
today.
like stuff. Yeah.
I haven't opened
He's
YouTube today. That's
cranking.
my fault. That's
He
actually my
also,
fault.
I
haven't
think,
opened
does
YouTube
still
today.
have SSG world record on whatever version that is.
Yeah, so congrats to Kenan on that. That'll be Kenan versus Dugal. That'll be the next matchup. And then don't go anywhere after that because it'll be EDCR, rank 1 from last season, first time in playoffs, or off versing Vstrid, who season playoff player, very interesting play style. Very excited for both of those matches. So yeah, next time we come back, it'll be Feinberg and Dugal. But before all of those matches happen, because we are a little bit ahead here, I'm going to double check what Oliver said we're going to have at this intermission. The intermission will be at minimum Silver explaining stables, which I think is actually really great. Silver, we'll see Silver tomorrow playing. I believe we're commentating that game, Parker, which I'm very excited about.
Awesome. I want to see Silver play.
Did I say Feinberg and Dugal? I meant Feinberg and Nerdy's commentating. And
And
Dugal is playing. I don't think Nerdy's playing in ranked playoffs yet. We'll say that for season 9. And then depending on how much time we have, we might show some other intermission videos, but we're definitely going to show Silver explaining stables. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Thanks for watching Ranked Playoffs. Thanks for supporting Ranked Playoffs on both Twitch and YouTube. We appreciate you guys. We see you guys. And for Parker, it's been me and Parker Curryway, and we'll see you very soon with more matches today. Thanks for watching.
bye.
Hello, I'm Silver, and I'm going to be teaching you about stables. The stables bastion is the most random and complicated bastion, so because of that, it becomes the most difficult to route. The first thing I want to cover is the outside stables part. The outside stables part isn't entirely useless because there can be chests that have food and gold blocks, but for the most part, it's unnecessary and we basically entirely skip it. The stables has 3 main ramparts, identified by the size and shape and also the amount of chests. The single rampart has 1 chest near the back. The double rampart has 1 chest at the top and 1 chest at the bottom. The triple rampart has a double chest and a single chest at the top, as well as 4 gold blocks about halfway down the rampart. These ramparts cut off halfway down the bastion. And then we have 3 more sections of the bastion. The middle section is the only consistent part of this entire bastion, and it is essentially just a staircase with a chest at the very, very bottom. The right and left sides have a 50% chance to either be a bad gap or a good gap. A good gap has a bunch of gold at the bottom. The bad gap just simply has a chest. How the ranked filter works is that there will always be a good gap, meaning on one of the bottom parts of these ramparts, there will always be gold down there. Now that we've identified all the sections of the bastion, we can go through some cases and what speedrunners will do in those scenarios. In the case that there are no triple chest ramparts, speedrunners are forced to use a gap route. For the gap route, generally we want to get some armor or gold for distraction by looting any accessible chest. From there, we head to the top of the stairs of the lower middle section of the bastion. Many routes begin from here, so it is important to get comfortable with knowing how to get here. We then begin to identify the gaps. The left gap can be identified by mining through this wall. If it is open, then it is a good gap. If it is closed, then it is a bad gap. The right gap is identified by mining through this wall. And the same with the left gap. If this part is open, then it's a good gap, and if it's closed, then it is a bad gap. This route is a fundamental route which many routes build off of. You run down all these stairs, then block the piglins off here, make a piglin pit by placing 2 blocks here and mining 1 here. We then mine into this wall, which has some of our gold, and we just let our piglins in so that they all can path into the pit. And then we head down to this lower part and collect the rest of the gold. Speedrunners will also commonly go up here and grab these 2 backup blocks. In the case that there are 2 triples next to each other, speedrunners will perform a double triple route. This route is great because of the high concentration of chests and piglins in a small area, but it is a bit risky because there are only 8 gold blocks. We basically just use the 4 gold blocks here, and we trade with all the piglins. And open up this side and the 4 gold blocks in here. And then you drop all the gold back to the pigs, and then you go up and loot all the chests. You also want to be finding your 5 obby chest. In ranked, in the filter, there is a guaranteed bastion chest with 5 obsidian, and you always want to be finding that because that allows you to get your 20 obsidian so much more consistently. In the case that there is 1 triple, we will perform a triple to gap route. Essentially, this route involves looting the chests, then grabbing the gold blocks, and making a pathway for the piglins to follow you down to the gap. This route is great because of the high piglin and high gold block count. There are many variations of the triple to gap route. Some go immediately straight down to the gap, some will go through the middle ramparts, some will go down into the bad gap, then bring all of the piglins across the entire bastion to the good gap on the other side. This bastion is super complicated. In conclusion, it's okay if you don't fully understand what's going on, as long as you understand the fundamentals that the runners are trying to maximize their gold blocks, maximize their chests looted, and maximize their piglin count. And from there, it's kind of just up to the bastion itself, but I hope this gave you a little more insight into how stables actually is routed.
Hi, I'm Big Monkey, and I'm going to be talking to you about housing. Okay, for the purpose of this, I'm gonna assume you know the basics of housing. What I'm gonna be talking about is what's different every time you route housing. Like what changes, what variations you'll be seeing in decision making, because in theory, if Manhunt's the fastest route, we'd be doing it. We're doing it every time, but that's not always the case. Alright, basic ranked Bastion theory. You want to be leaving the Bastion as fast as possible with as much stuff as like realistically possible. In housing, usually your bottleneck is obby. You're gonna struggle to get 20 obby more than you're gonna struggle to get 2 stacks of pearls or 2 fire res in housing. If you're not getting the other 3 things, most of the time you do want to just get backups. I'll show you that later. I'll show you how to get that later. But for now, let's talk about obby, because there's two routes mainly that you do in housing: top down and manhunt. One obviously the faster, less consistent one, and the other the slower, more consistent one. First of all, let's talk about top down. Top down is the route you want to be doing most of the time in housing. The reason is it's more consistent. That's just how ranked works. Because you're getting more chests, which means you're getting more gold, which means you're getting more traits. You're also getting more obby in these chests. You're getting more string in these chests. You're getting arrows and bow in these chests as well, which can help sometimes. Another thing that is important with top down is that you're getting the knowledge of what's upstairs, because going upstairs in housing from the bottom is kind of a commitment. And if you're doing manhunt, there are scenarios where you're like on 16 obby, you're like, oh, I'll just get one more chest from the top, because 4 obby is how much you get in a chest as the minimum, and then you'll go up and you'll get nothing, and there's minus 20 seconds, and you don't want that. So if you're doing top down, you do the top down, you go down, and you know you don't have to go to the top. You know where else you can get your obby from. Let's talk about manhunt. Manhunt, in theory, is the faster way to route housing. If you get all your trades, manhunt is faster, because you're starting your trades earlier compared to top down, because you're not checking chests, and on average you're also getting more picks, so your trades themselves will be faster. The problem with this though is obviously you're checking less chests, which, as I explained with top down, is a good thing. So missing out on chests can punish you a lot. The last thing you want in housing is to be in the situation where you're choked out on obby. On 19 obby, you did manhunt, you gone up, and you have 19 obby. It's the worst situation to be in, because what do? You know, it's just awkward no matter what. So manhunt, it's a more high roll route, which is why you mainly only want to do it when you're behind. Or there's also weird cases where you're playing like a village seed. Oh, it's like 15 obby in the overworld. You build your portal and you're entering with 5, and then it's like, oh, it's +1 chest, so you're probably always hitting it. But yeah, that's kind of manhunt for you. One housing route that you will pretty much never see top runners doing, and is also a very common, more beginner / mid-level mistake, is just doing mid down. Mid down is just wrong. It's just not a good route, because it has the disadvantages of both routes. You're getting less pigs because you're starting here. You're not getting the top pigs, you're not getting the manhunt pigs, you're also not getting the top chest, so you're just worse off. The only advantage you have is you're starting your trades faster, but everything else is worse about it. So one thing I didn't touch on when I was in that room explaining when you want to do a route is terrain. Terrain is a really big factor as well in deciding what route you want to do. You want to be forcing high terrain when you're going to the Bastion, because pretty much every Bastion round starts high up. Treasure, you start high up. Bridge, you start from the Chalice. Stables, you want to enter from the top, and housing as well, entering from the top is just more consistent. So usually you will be forcing high terrain on your way to the Bastion, so top down does also become more common in that sense. But there are times where you're forced to enter from manhunt, like your terrain up there will be buried. In that case, yeah, just do manhunt. Or like if you're entering from here and you just have the perfect flat manhunt, or there is no high terrain, there are also situations like that where you can just do manhunt. Manhunt's not like a terrible route, it's just slightly less consistent. If you're only here for playoffs, you'll never see this in your life, but if you're like more active in MCSR, like you do runs, you watch someone do runs, you will at some point in your life encounter lava housing, this horrible Bastion type where you have lava flowing through your housing. It'll flow all the way down here, all the way down onto your gold, and it just makes your Bastion this like unroutable mess. There's not a super convenient like one size fits all solution for lava housing if it's already lava. Like there are routes you can do. I'm not going to teach you those. You can go find those on your own and some Discord or YouTube channel or whatever. There are, however, preemptive measures you can take to stop the lava before it gets there. If you spawn in super close to the Bastion, the lava hasn't had time to flow down from whatever terrain it's taking to your Bastion. I'll show you how to do those, because those are really easy and they can just win you a ranked game for free. When you're stacking up to get these blocks over here, which you should always be doing. Break this block while you're on the way up. It will catch the lava. If you don't have lava and there's lava flowing down, it will catch it, and the pigs from Manhunt will be able to safely get here, and so will you. Now, if you're doing top down, a lot of the times if you're doing top down and you know it's lava housing, it'll be a really awkward, fast-paced situation where you're racing the lava basically. Like, oh, you see this, you're like, oh my god, I have to block it. What do I do? One really easy way to do this, I believe, is mining this block on the way down. That will stop the lava. That'll catch the lava. Okay, I said I'll talk about this, so I'll do it now. Backups. Usually you will see people doing this if they are out of options for obby, or if they need like more than one thing, like obby and pearls or obby and string. Because at that point it is better to just get both at once from the gold, rather than getting a chest and still being low on something else. You know what I mean? So the easiest way to do this, if it's open out the back, you can just go around. Backups will be in this weird, cracked, polished blackstone brick wall. Mine through here. There's 3 there. There's another if you mine a bit diagonally this way. The other way to get to them, if it's not open out the back, you can just dig down onto them. In this little corner here, go 1 forward, just go all the way down. You'll hit that 1 block. Mine diagonally this way, you'll hit the 3 blocks as well. And those are your backups. Okay, last thing I want to touch on, just because I'm biased, is what you may have heard referred to as monkey chests. It's a kind of a win condition. I shouldn't be talking about this because it's not that good. It's kind of a cheesy win condition, but there are chests in this area of housing that you can look for if you're desperate for obby. You've tried everything else. You don't want to get backups. Because it's such a commitment. You'll see people forcing chests in here. I'm not going to teach you how to identify them. There's a video by 11 billion that teaches you how to do that. But just from looking at this, I know there's 1 chest that's like easily visible, and it's right here. Bang! And there's the obby. Oh my god, that's actually really funny. That's all though, I think. I think I'm done for now. Bye!
Good morning, ranked chatters. Good morning, nerdy. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be back in the booth again. Thank you so much to Curry and Parker for opening up the day. And we are now here, nerdy, to finish off the day, the last two games of the first half of our round of 16 bracket today. Dougal versus Keenan and EDCR versus V-Strid. Nerdy, how you feeling?
I could not be more excited. I love those first opening two games, and I don't know. I'm just looking forward to watching Dougal, to watching Keenan, to watching EDCR and V-Strid. It's going to be a great first day to close it out, Feinberg.
No, I think it's going to be some great Minecraft. I mean, I was watching the first two games here also, and even though 3-0 Hacks versus Ranik and 3-1 Loki versus Beef Salad, it really did feel like those matches could go either way. Like you flip just one minor thing, like Beef Salad hits that 0, we're going to a game 5, right? Ranik hits the Stronghold, he might be up 2-1 in that series if he hits the Stronghold at times. Like these players are so close. And let's start over to the whole bracket and just see actually what we're getting in store for us later today and tomorrow. But like, it really feels like, and I know I feel like I say this every season, but I feel like it just keeps being more and more true that really anybody can win the entire bracket.
Yep. No, 100%. I mean, you need to go on a streak, right? I mean, any of these players has gone on good streaks, they've gone on bad streaks, right? So any favorite player that you might have, they could have a bad day. Any player that, you know, maybe you're not expecting to win, they could go on a lucky win streak, or even just maybe not lucky, just a skillful win streak, right? Maybe their opponent plays worse than them, maybe they lock in, and we could see really any one of these remaining players into our grand finals match.
Yeah, I mean the best players in the entire world. I mean, these are 16 of them right here. But the best of the best win rates are like 70-75%. So like you said, it is just possible. You have a string, especially if you lose the first game in the bracket, like, or in your best of 5. A lot of it hinges on that mental. Like we saw Ranik make a couple mistakes on the eye measurement there in Seed 2. Like maybe that's just a nerves thing, right? Like you're hitting minus instead of plus on the keyboard. Like that might not be something a mistake that you make when you're sort of just queuing up at like a time that's comfortable for you, like an environment that's comfortable. You don't have that playoff stress on your shoulders, and especially being 0-1 down in the match at that point, like things can spiral quickly.
100%.
Really, really is anyone's game. For this game specifically, Duke versus Keenan. Let's see if we can throw it into the player stats here. And speaking of win rates, I didn't want to spoil it too much, but Duke,
oh my God,
the highest win rate in the entire ranked player base last season, which also means he had the highest win rate in playoffs. Highest win rate we've seen out of like a top runner, because obviously, like, I don't know, for example, when I played in season 4, I played 2 games because I tried to Q snipe Poundy twice and I whiffed. And my elo was like 1400 because I had not played at all in season 3. And so I won both the games. And so, yeah, did I have 100% win rate? Sure. But like, does that mean that is a better stat? Like it doesn't mean anything, right? Because I've only played 2 games. So in terms of like
significant
large sample size,
yeah,
good players, this is the best win rate that we've seen since season 1 in over 2 years. When the competition is better and better every season, this win rate is the best we've seen out of any player in any season.
It's ridiculous.
78%.
And I mean, Keenan is a skillful player, right? Keenan's a very good player, and Dougal is almost a full minute faster on average than Keenan, which is just crazy. The fact that a 922 paired with a 78% win rate is just unbelievable. I mean, that's just crazy. I don't know. I think Dougal, you could easily argue, is a favorite to win the entire tournament. So this is definitely going to be a very, very exciting match to watch him at any point during this tournament.
I mean, nerdy, in the last 3 playoffs, Dukes won 2 of them and got second.
True.
Season 6, like 1 season 5, 1 season 7. So he's on a tear, right? Like he's not the 1 seed coming into this season, but he is the 3 seed. And like the numbers just don't lie. Like I guess Keenan has best rank time over Duke, 647 over 650. I know that was one thing that Duke was missing for a long time. Was a sub 7 ranked completion. Like he had a 701 PB for the longest time, even having the best average for like 2 seasons in a row. Never was able to get that sub 7. So maybe there's some arguments there that, maybe Duke doesn't have the like top like 0.01% top speed that Keenan has, especially looking at Keenan, currently has the set seed world record. Obviously it's in 1.21, but the versions are basically the same. Like the movement doesn't really change. maybe that top speed is just a little bit more there for Keenan. That's, I think, what he has to sort of try to rely on to get the edge, because you look at every other stat and it's just Doog clearing away. I mean, let's throw over the seed stats specifically, but like, dude, that's
Yeah,
just,
I mean,
it's just disgusting. Like,
yeah, I mean, this is pretty gross. I mean, dude, clearly just the favorite in this match. I mean, I feel like look at the BT average there, 905. It's just unbelievable. As
yeah,
well
so
as room
faster than
portal,
his room portal
907.
average, better
Yeah,
win
I mean,
rate as
that's
well.
just that's just unbelievable. So I think Doog is, I mean, obviously the favorite, but it's not. It's like if Doog makes any mistakes, it's Keenan will punish them, right? So I think Doog, what we're gonna see throughout this most likely is that Doog will probably be ahead for the most part on most of these seeds. But any big mistakes, and that's where Keenan, he's gonna be close behind, right? So it's definitely gonna be an interesting match. I think Keenan's the underdog here, but I definitely don't want to. I don't want to underplay. I mean, how good of a player Doog is. I mean, I feel like we could talk about that all day.
I think the one thing I really want to pull out from these stats that I've noticed here is Duke has a significantly worse win rate, and I say that and it's like, oh, 74% on room portal, like, oh, that's so bad. But on the two seed types that notably give you the least amount of food the most often, room portal and desert temple, he has the worst win rate on those seeds by, again, a pretty significant amount for his standards, right? Obviously, you compare it to Keenan and Oleg, he's still winning 20% more matches. But if you just look at the numbers, like maybe Duke is stumbling more on these low food seeds, right? Maybe his gameplay is just a little bit too risky and he's not adapting to those seed types nearly as well. It feels so silly saying that when it's still a 3 and 4 chance that he's winning the seed, but it is something to look at in the sea of these numbers here. And Duke does ban the Desert Temple. Keenan bans the Room Portal as well. Wow. So both the
Ooh,
seed
interesting.
and notably give low food. Duke's going to pick the BT. His best average, 80% win rate. It is interesting that both the low food seats are gone. You would think that maybe Keenan would have wanted to play the Room Portal, having such fast mechanics. Like if you've watched those set seed runs, man,
no,
it is something different. Like it is something completely different. The mechanics that Keenan and the other set seed runners have. Like, I'm very surprised he's banning the Room Portal here.
We will have to see what he has in store for us. I think the BT pick, as you said, totally makes sense here. Maybe just starting off confidently, right? On his fastest average time. I think that totally makes sense. Dugal, of course, has been a former RSG world record holder. Of course, that, there's lots of stuff to talk about with Duke. But we've got sort of what I'm trying to get at here is we've got SSG versus RSG, arguably Feinberg. That's what I'm thinking here. SSG world record holder versus RSG former world record holder. It's just I'm so excited for this match.
And no AA representation, bro.
That's okay. That's okay. We don't need that. We don't need that.
And the Desert Temple. What can you do? Both the runners putting the GL in the chat, getting to our BT seed. And really what we're looking for here is how these runners are going to handle their crafts on the island, what trees they're going to go to, and then how we're going to leave the island and look for that ravine. Because both these runners find the spike basically instantly. Very easy in ranked. Removes all the dungeons, all the mine shafts, all the ocean ruins around spawn. So basically impossible to get baited by a fake spike. Sort of what they're called. As long as you get that big orange, sort of where you're headed. And it's not the best tools either. I guess we don't have a good axe. I mean, maybe the TNT placement matters a lot here if you don't want to make a stone axe, but exposed stone for both these runners here looks like we're probably going to be getting a stone axe, diamond sword, pretty standard tools.
Gold shovel as well. You love to see it. Just a little bit faster there. Oh wait, maybe Keenan going for the
stone shovel. Yeah.
Fair enough. So slightly different routing there from these two runners, but shouldn't necessarily matter. As Keenan is out first.
Yeah. A little bit better routing on that stone, maybe, and it did come down to that TNT placement as well. I think Duke got 8 logs and Keenan got 11 from placing that TNT down. So Duke had to go grab 2 logs there on the side to have enough explosives for maybe a double blaze bed. I mean, we have 2 TNTs, so not on this seed, but just having enough for maybe ground zero, maybe some weird side setups, just having that wood in case you need it. And Keenan's going to be in the nether first here.
Ooh, but Duke makes up a lot of time in the portal, I believe, there, so able to catch up some time. First try flint means that the stone shovelcraft did not matter whatsoever. We see Duke maybe able to catch up on the terrain nav. That's something that he's notably very good at. Block movement, things like that. Getting 2 bastions is definitely a strength of Dugile. So we'll have to see if he makes up any time here. Maybe, I don't know, it's hard to say, but definitely possibly saved a second or two.
Nothing super significant here. This is stables. Notably, I don't think either runner got a great glimpse of what these other ramparts are looking like. This is right triple, so we might just be sending triple to gap from this situation. If it's a double in the middle, we could be sending it through the middle here. Let's see. It's a single, so we could be sending it down the terrain. Dude was looking at the terrain there. But there was some netherrack. We'll see how these runners handle it. There it goes Keenan right here, digging through this netherrack. And you got to be careful of your health here. 3 hearts. Doog on 8.
Yeah, for sure.
Just scary. You know, you fall down. Hard for the piglins to see the gold right away. But both these runners are keeping themselves alive. Half a heart, I should say, for Keenan. Wow.
My God, yeah.
But he's
Scary
fine
stuff.
for
Dugal
now.
on 3 hearts as well. The straight
Oh my God,
piglin,
Dugal has a
this could be
straight
actually
pig.
really awkward. Gonna lose a few
And
seconds.
not only is it awkward for, the health, but the time, right? Like now he killed the piglin, and not only did that take time, but he's 1 piglin down, which could lead to having to wait for an extra trade cycle, right? Like if you're here in the bastion for a minute, that piglin's going to give you 10 gold worth of items. That's enough for like an entire cycle with the rest of the piglins. So that could be a potential 10 to 15 second loss for Duke there. Just the piglin decided to wander down. Nothing he could have done.
A bit unlucky there, but still, Keenan playing the seed very smoothly so far. Definitely taking a little. I mean, maybe not smoothly is the right word. It was a little bit sketchy, but he's playing it very quickly, regardless. As we see the pearls look good. 13 obby is what I'm keeping an eye on. That's probably going to be the pace lock here.
Yeah.
Let's see, we're up to 15 now.
18 for
so
Duke. 18 for both runners, I should say. 19 for Duke. And we
19
do
for
have
Duke
2
somehow.
TNT. We have 2 TNT and a diamond sword, so we don't need any pre-crafts. Duke's at 20. He's going to be leaving right now.
There we
Keenan
go.
at 20 as well. And both these runners saw the fortress to the right of the bastion here, so we're going to be leaving out the way we came, getting to that open terrain.
And Dugal, I think,
just
is
a little ahead.
pulled ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but he pulled ahead somehow. Just a little bit faster somehow. I guess just with the dealing with the trades and whatnot, despite having the issue with that piglin, is going to be purling onto the fortress just a few seconds ahead.
Both these runners on the fort. Keenan playing a little bit more for strays here, and look at the blazes. He's got to deal with that skeleton, but the blaze helps him out there. And I will say Keenan's on lower food because he took a lot of damage in the bastion, but if you're playing this fortress clean, not going to be that big of a deal. He did drop a rod, though. As I was talking over that, 1 rod fell off of the fort for Keenan on these strays, and so he is a lot, like, ahead by a significant amount on these blaze kills. 5 strays so far. Duke is set up at this spawner. So Keenan is just ahead on this fort by a little bit, but that 1 rod could matter a lot. You know, if that 6th rod comes in really late, or like the gap between the 6th and the 7th rod, I should say, has a lot of blazes in it, Keenan could lose a ton of time here in this fort. We saw that happen in the Rannoch and Hacks match. Rannoch having to go for a 7th rod, losing his entire lead off of it.
Yeah, 100%. So 4 rods for both runners here. Expect to see some pre-crafts happen soon.
Ton of explosives.
And exactly 20 obby. So, and no misclicks, or no misplaces, please. That would be bad. 5 rods here for Doog. Looks like Keenan is building the portal. I believe this blaze or the next one should drop the 5th rod. There we go.
That's the 5th.
Oh, wait,
and
no.
that's the 6th for Keenan, so no
Doesn't matter.
punish there.
Yeah, doesn't matter. So the
Duke has the blazes also. I'm not entirely sure about the pre-craft situation. I saw the explosives in Keenan's inventory. But for Duke, I'm not sure. He does have them as well. So very similar situation for both these runners. But the health, Nerdy, could matter a lot. It's 1,700 strongholds, so going to see both these runners hunger resetting down here. But potentially could have helped Duke a lot if he had to, if he could dodge this hunger reset, being a couple hearts up. But can't have that swing in his favor here. But he is still ahead, Nerdy. He's kept his lead from the fort. No, he has to kill another blaze. Gets the rod right away, though, so does keep the lead heading to Cords. But not by that much. Keenan's able to throw this pearl and leave. Maybe only 7 or 8 seconds separating these runners, and that's a lower pearl from Duke, so Keenan lands on top of the fort here, which it doesn't look like he did either, and he's in the lava, so it's actually a worse pearl than what Duke threw.
That is unfortunate. Losing a few seconds there to the lava, but Duke here looking like he's just finding the coordinates, the exact place that he needs to build his portal at.
That's perfect
Looks like
terrain.
he's off by 1 block here.
Oh, falls.
A little bit awkward.
I think that he's trying to scaffold off this train. I like that play. It gets him lower as well for the hunger reset and the stronghold potentially. Can just rip that in starter or rip that faster in the portal room if he wants to. Keenan gonna
Great
fall
point,
here
Steph.
as well. Same situation. He's not going to pearl the side of the terrain as Duke looks for his spike, and he's not loving what he sees so far.
I thought I saw a spike down mid. Maybe I'm mistaken. Like right off the rip. Oh, there we go. Yeah, off to the
Nice
left is
spike
what I
top
saw.
left. He's going to try to commit to that, yeah. Keenan's building under here. Look at this. Under the lava building. Didn't misplace, but this might not hit
Ooh, interesting.
starter specifically for Keenan. Yeah, he's
Oh,
under.
yeah.
He's under here. Could just
Will
be the
this
variance
matter?
that he needs, though, right? Are you closer to
Yeah.
the portal room? Are you deeper in the stronghold, potentially? Getting better nav, but Duke's in the PR, so it doesn't matter even if Keenan is farther ahead in the stronghold.
057, I believe. Is going to be a little bit tight, potentially.
But it's front. We should be getting there. We have so many explosives as well. We don't need to push the height. Keenan's not in the end. So as long as we hit that 0, don't need to be doing anything crazy here. If you're Doog. No triple beds, no 2+2. And he's just going to be taking it safe here.
Re-rotation potentially. No, not quite. But does
again,
have to do one more.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
okay.
He just has that lead off of the nav. And I mean, he built his portal up. Keenan built it in the lava, opted to not build up or not use that terrain. And that's, I mean, Duke was ahead, right? So it's hard to say if that fully mattered, but he did spend a lot of time in the stronghold. The spike wasn't the cleanest. So if Keenan got a better spike and was able to, throw a couple better pearls to terrain, maybe build his portal up and not miss in the cave below, could have went in Keenan's favor there up to the end of that seed, right? It was very, very close.
100% there. We see entering the end, 720, incredibly good pace. Keenan, I mean, yeah, like you said, 20 seconds behind, still a sub-8 end enter is not bad whatsoever. I will note though, the thing that I think we were talking about before is Keenan had a good overworld. So there's definitely something there that Keenan can build some confidence off of. Entering 2 seconds before Doog, there's still, he obviously lost time in the Bastion there, losing 5 seconds, but at the end of the day, I feel like there's still a lot, he's still competing with Doog at a very high level, right? And so I definitely don't think it's not like he got completely crushed or anything like that. So moving into these next seeds, I think he's just got to keep playing consistent and hope that maybe Duke makes a mistake.
I actually think it's the opposite too. Like if we can stay in these seed splits for a little bit longer, like 2 seconds in the nether, sure, like it's micro, right? And the micro matters when the whole seed is perfect, right? Like if no runner makes a big mistake, that's when the micro matters, right? Like the second you're going to save in the stronghold, the second you're going to save on your pre-crafts. So he's keeping that pace in the nether. Enter towards the Bastion as well, no time. Fortress lost 5 seconds. Is that because Duke maybe had 1 or 2 extra pigs? Like, is it because Keenan took a little bit too much damage and had to wait to heal to play it safe? Like, I'm not sure. But look at the Fortress defining stronghold split. Keenan saves 3 seconds, and Duke had to kill a Blaze when he came back to the nether. Keenan didn't. It just came down to Keenan's mechanics on that measuring split. I didn't fully track how he lost so much time measuring eyes. Maybe he had to throw 2. I know Duke got a hunger reset, so that can't be sort of the time loss there. But the main thing on the seed is that 30-second difference between the blind and the I Spy. Because Keenan saved time at the stronghold. He saved 8 seconds. Even though he missed lower, he got his preemptive spike better. It's just the lava pearl that he threw to cords and a little bit of shakiness heading to the cords themselves. That's the one split. But you look at everything else on the seed, and Keenan's matching the pace, if not ahead. On these micro splits.
100%. Yeah, no, I mean, I think like the we saw the lava pearl seemed like just the main mistake in the seed. It's crazy that just like one slight misaim like that is really ultimately what decides the seed in a way. But yeah, no, that's a great point. Keenan is playing very well today, even though he did take a loss on that first seed.
I mean, when you're playing 2 times playoff winner, top 2 last 3 seasons, like you can't really afford to make those like any mistake, right? Like it makes sense, right? If against anybody, it'd be against Duke. But Keenan definitely shouldn't be able to count himself out, like or shouldn't count himself out, I should say. Maybe getting used to the whole playoffs experience, the nerves, the vibes, everything. Let's see what seed type Keenan's picked for us for seed 2. It's between Village and Shipwreck. Heading to the Village, no Ocean seed again, even though he was faster on the Ocean enter. Had better TNT placement, better crafting on the island, got to that ravine first. By a pretty significant amount too, right? Dude caught up, I feel like 2 or 3 seconds maybe on the portal itself. But we're sending it to a village. Is it the fabled Snowy Village, Nerdy?
I hope so. That would be awesome. Big fan of those. Big fan of anything that's weird. I always love seeing the top runners play on weird seeds. But I think most likely it's just going to be a classic Plains Village. That's what you expect.
I think the weird seeds are fun in moderation, right? Like you wouldn't want to have an entire an entire bracket, right, where like the forts are in the wall, or like there's 3 bastions at spawn, or you're playing.
Now Curry Way, he would host a tournament like that. I'm just saying. I'm gotta call him out. Gotta call him out. Sorry, no, but
I mean, that's the point of the no reset invitational, right?
Yeah,
like, classic Plains Village.
It's a Plains Village. I mean, that's okay. That's okay. We like the fast seeds too. We like the fast seeds, and you know, technically speaking, if you get 20 obby here, this could be a really fast seed. Okay, that's not 20 obby, but it's okay.
It's 4. Something. Is there a second blacksmith? Yeah, I don't know.
Probably has to kill the golem here. Gonna craft some shears, which of course you can do because the golem's guaranteed to drop 4.
Wow, Duke's getting 6. Yeah, he's making a stone sword. I've seen him do this. It's interesting. It's similar to the iron sword play. I actually meant to look at this a while ago. Let me go to the wiki. I don't know the difference between the stone and the iron sword.
Isn't it 5 versus 6 damage?
Yeah, it's 5 or 6 damage, and the speed is the same for every sword. But that 5 damage, like the breakpoint doesn't matter because the axe crit does 13.5, so you need to do 6.5 with a sword. So the stone sword crit will do 7.5, and it works. So it's it's the same exact idea as the holding an iron sword or making an iron sword or whatever. Dude, as we're yapping, this is a crazy shift in the seed. Do you guys have to go so far in the swamp for gravel? Because the swamps themselves won't generate gravel. It's just sort of the river biome. And I'm honestly shocked that there's gravel that deep in the swamp. But Keenan found gravel 1 block exposed in the side of a hill. Not even a mountain. Just like see the stone that Duke is jumping up right now. There was just gravel next to some stone there.
That's
so
excellent find from Keenan.
But Keenan doesn't seem to know where the lava pool is exactly. I'm not sure if Duke knows either, but Keenan just boated across the swamp, now heading to a lava pool. So maybe he saw this from far away, and it looks like Duke's heading to the same lava pool.
He's ahead. Once again, ahead in the overworld. I mean, it came down really to just that gravel, but still, I mean, that's once again.
I mean, this is a significant amount of time, though, as well, right? And I mean, maybe not as much as we thought, because he did just have to grind gravel, so he's actually only ahead by like 3 seconds. I didn't realize he didn't get it from the mountain. So he's ahead though, Nerdy, like you said. That doesn't change what you said. It's just I thought he was going to be ahead by 15 seconds, and now he's only ahead by 3. But if you're ahead by 3 seconds when you kill the dragon, you win the seed, right? Like, it is important. It is good for the mental as well, knowing that you're ahead against a 2-times playoff winner again. And look at this decision from Keenan. Look at this. He's going down.
Interesting. See, totally different decision making.
Wow. Committing to mana. There's so much obby in that outside chest. Oh my god.
I will say, with a little bit of lava there, it's a little bit awkward. It's a little bit scary. Placing the flint and steel. Now he's going to get.
I think this is going to. He has 14 obby, Nerdy, and maybe this play is correct, even without getting the obby there, because you have 4 obby from the blacksmith. Maybe the odds that you're getting 16 from the bottom of housing instead of 20, like that's the big idea with top down, right? As Manhunt's just the faster route. It gets you more pigs, gets you your trades done faster. Like look at how fast Keenan is heading down this bastion, getting into these gold blocks compared to Duke, right? He saved 10 seconds starting the trades. The thing is, Duke's looted all the double, the triple chests at the top of the bastion, which is just more chests than there are mana. And it's easier for Duke to leave out of the bottom of the bastion than for Keenan to leave out of the top. It's faster for Duke to get the outside chests. So you're covering more bases when you're playing top down. But Manhunt is just faster. And Keenan hit Obby out of the outside chest. So he's just going to be able to leave this bastion faster. Unless for some reason he has like no pigs. But I'm looking at his inventory and looking at the trades that he has. I feel like Keenan's going to be so ahead leaving this bastion. Like, we'll see how it actually turns out, but...
Duke Pearl hanging. I think we're going to see that from Keenan as well, but a little bit...
I don't think Keenan needs a Pearl hang. I think Keenan is leaving.
Is he just leaving?
Keenan is leaving.
Right. You're totally right. Wow, look at that. Yeah.
He was Pearl hanging and deal this inventory. He does have the Pearl hang out, so like he doesn't have to run out and use this time that Keenan just did. So he's leaving as well.
Oh, wait. There's Duke, and I think he's like a second behind once again.
Yeah, honestly... Didn't really lose any time to the top-down versus Manhunt play, which is a bit surprising to me. But Keenan's kept his lead into the fort.
No, that's a very good point, though. Yeah, that's a very good point.
I do still like Duke's play better though, right? If Keenan didn't get the outside obby from that man on chest, like he would just be raw behind because he didn't really save any time on this Bastion. It's so interesting. It's such an in-depth. It's such an in-depth part of the run. I know Duke could save time on the stone sword here. I'm surprised he mines 2 cobble. I haven't done the math on the time that the sword saves for each individual blaze kill, but like it does just take time to mine 2 cobble. I've seen Duke craft a stone sword on Desert Temple Seeds because you blow up the TNT at the bottom of the temple, you have like 20 cobble, right? Like you have it.
Sure, sure.
Here he had to go out of his way to mine 2 cobble to actually craft that sword. Like sometimes people will craft an iron sword from the iron in the Bastion, and then that's not really like you're not going out of your way to get that iron. So it must still be faster.
I kind of like it. I don't know. I mean, I assume Duke's just doing the faster thing, you know, and I respect the commitment.
Oh, it saves time on the golem kill. That's an interesting thought. Stone sword faster than. Forgot that you have to kill the golem in the village. That's.
I thought that was the main reason he did it. Oh my, this Feinberg guy.
No, I thought it was for the blazes, dude.
Sorry. No, but we have 6 rods already here for Duke. 2 stacks of pearls. It's looking great.
But
there's 6 beds,
first.
1 anchor. Is that how many Keenan has? I didn't see how many he has.
Keenan has 12. He's out first. I don't know if he's pre-crafted though. He built his portal on the blaze spawner, like on the soul sand. So I don't know. He is pre-crafted. He fell off. He fell off with his pearl. He fell off again.
Oh my god.
This is the micro that Duke needs to get back in this seed.
Duke does have a 50%, so he has to remeasure going down.
Keenan did have to throw 2 eyes also, so this is evening out. This isn't like ahead for Duke, but Keenan is ahead going to Cord still. I don't know how he played the fort so much faster. It seemed like both the runners just went to the spawner and blazed better the spawner, but Keenan measured so much quicker than Duke started measuring. And it's beautiful Cord decision, but a little bit different from both these runners. They're different chords. Nerdy, they're different chords right now.
You're right. And Duke did have a
Keenan missed. Keenan missed on 2 eyes. Again.
Yeah, so I think so. Duke had to measure 2 because the first one was like a 50-50.
Keenan also measured 2 eyes.
I don't know what
Keenan
happened.
also measured 2.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
His errors are really high. It looks like maybe. I'm not exactly sure, but that's what it seems like to me.
Unusually low. Yeah, I see the error message. I can't read the numbers with the quality on the cams that we have. We'll have to send it to Fulham and see. Maybe there's some desync. Maybe he hit the plus instead of minus button like Rannick did earlier. But another mismeasure today from a runner in the round of 16. Wow. I mean, Duke's not finding the portal room yet though. It's not over, but it's just such a time loss to miss the stronghold entirely because Keenan has to go all the way up. And then he doesn't even have the right chords. He has to throw another eye. If it breaks and if it's a 0 eye, he just loses like minutes. Duke's found the portal room and it is a 0 eye. So if the eye breaks here, it's really bad for Keenan. It did break, so Keenan has lost this seed. I think even if Duke misses the 0 and dies, Keenan can't enter the end without going back to the fortress.
Yeah, this would be quite a disaster, I'd say.
But I don't think Duke's gonna mess up back 95 here. We'll see.
First bed looks good. Gets the bow ready. There's the double bed. Okay, this should be a 3 rotation, surely. And there we have it. And honestly, I think that's for the best for Keenan even.
You don't want to know it's a 0 eye. You don't want to know.
Yeah. I feel like if he went through the pain of having to play out this seed, that could be really bad for the mental. He's just got to lock in and get a reverse sweep if he wants to take this series, Feinberg.
I can't believe he missed. I mean, maybe just not adjusting the offsets correctly or something. I mean, who knows? But he had the lead for almost the whole seed.
Yep.
Even with that though, like even with the same split, Nerdy, he lost time in. Like look at the finding stronghold 20 seconds, and they both had to throw 2 eyes, and they both had to like do this ocean upwards pearl. Keenan fell off his portal, I guess, right? So he maybe lost 5 to 10 seconds. But even with that, they were building their portal at the same time, and they weren't like 100 blocks away from each other. They were like, we saw on the screen like on when Dougal was building, we saw where Keenan was building off his gravel. He lost time again on the post blind. Getting to courts again, Duke saved like 10, 15 seconds, maybe even 20. Like, I feel like Keenan did lose a fair bit of time in the ocean on the post blind, but Duke with just way better pearls and way better train nav once again. And Nerdy, maybe it's one of these things that like you don't have to do that in SSG. That's not a skill.
That is true.
That's not a skill that you practice. Like your mechanics, your head editors, your block movement, everything you practice. But in SSG, you know, like, oh, you're building off of like this netherrack in the wall, or like you're throwing the pearls off of like a visual lineup. And in set seed, you're allowed to pause, right? Like it only goes off of in-game time, like timing system. Some of my words there, but like you can wait and line stuff up and like make sure you're throwing the great pearls and like pause when your pearl lands and like line it up with the terrain on the wall. You can't do that in ranked. You're losing that time when you're pausing. And so Duke has saved so much time. It's been the most significant split in both of these runs is this post blind, making these seeds from like very close nail biters to Duke being ahead both times into the stronghold and winning both the seeds.
Yeah, pearls seem to be a big separator. We do have a Fulham analysis segment here to maybe go over what could be going wrong for Keenan. And I guess we need a few more seconds, but that's okay. Yeah, no, Feinberg, I agree with you. I feel like if you're Keenan in this situation, that's kind of funny. If you're Keenan in this situation, I feel like you gotta, I mean, this is a very tough situation. Going against Duke, 2-0 down, but this is you still have the opportunity to come back. You still have the opportunity, and I don't know. I mean, you never know. If we've seen reverse sweeps happen in the past, so I wouldn't put it past Keenan to potentially be able to come back, though. It is looking quite good for any Dougal fans in chat.
Completely agree. We did get the ready. It said Fulham said ready-ish. I don't know exactly what that means. He's still typing, so we'll see. We'll see what he has to say. Okay, we're gonna throw it over to Fulham. Give us the go ahead. See him break down those measurements and anything else on that seed, and then we'll be back for seed 3 in just a bit.
Man. Uh-oh. I'll do this real fast. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm trolling. I'm sorry. I was ready, but I was only ready-ish, guys. I'm sorry. You have to bear with me sometimes. So unfortunately, I have to deafen during these calls, so I can't exactly know when I'm getting sent over to the main screen. My sincerest apologies for a little bit of a technical hiccup there. The reason that I was ready-ish is because I was going to try and figure out exactly which coordinates were correct for Keenan. But after throwing 2 eyes, we had 4 separate possible coordinates that could have been correct. Now, let's show this first throw. After boating, we see the first throw, and he measures it perfectly. Notice that here, we have what is known as -2, okay? So the pixel that we are trying to measure is 2 pixels over to the left. But we have some eye wiggle here, meaning that it switches between being 2 pixels and 1 pixel incorrect. You can kind of see it. Hopefully I can try and pause it on a frame where it wiggles. I don't know if I'm going to have that luxury. You can see it just... Can I get the right frame? No, I can't. Hopefully you guys can see it wiggling there between the 2 and the 1 offset. Now, Kenan notices this. Firstly, inputs -2 into his calculator up here and gets a 98% accuracy at 1100 away. Then he changes to -1 and notices a 96% accuracy at 1043. So, decides to go for a second eye throw. And after throwing this second eye, he's getting a +1 and a +2 wiggle. You'll see it for just a second. I don't even think that that second play caught it. Here you go. So we're at a -1, -2 wiggle. So we have -1, but it also was -2. Again, the same wiggle both times between -1 pixel and -2 pixels for both eyes. And I think Kanan might have low-rolled the 75% chance of getting it wrong both times. Or I guess the 25% chance of getting it wrong both times. Because this is accurately 100% said that we are this far away. So we've had a double eye wiggle moment, which is Very unfortunate, and I don't know if you can completely put that on Kennen here. I'm not sure whether he checked between the -1 and the -2. We can't really see it in this clip. He instantly, once the Ninja Brain bot refreshes, he's already at -2 here. But it was wiggling between both, and unfortunately, that's the sort of thing that can happen on, in games like this. And 99 times out of 100, you're just going to send when it says 100%, even if you do get the standard deviation message beneath. Some people may want to rethrow an eye, especially because you can notice that the error for I1 is very high when we know that there was a wiggle in that eye as well. It's just a very difficult situation. You do feel for Kennen here, who was unfortunate enough to have both eyes not be absolutely perfect. Unfortunate, but he's going to have to lock back in for our next seed. I'm going to send you guys back over to Nerdy and Feinberg right now.
Unfortunate eye wiggles for Keenan. Just sometimes the way the game goes, but is what it is. Nerdy, I think like you said, you put it best before the break, or before the Fulham segment, I should say. Keenan's just got to play his game, right? There's only so much you can do. At the end of the day, you can't interact with your opponent at all. Like, I guess they get the advancement info. But you just have to play your game. You got to keep that mental up. And if you're playing your best game and it wins you the seed, it wins you the seed, it loses you the seed against a 2-times playoff winner, it loses you the seed, right? Like, there's only something to do against a guy like Doog. Let's see. I think we're sending it into a shipwreck for seed 3. We'll double check that on the seed picks here, but that should be the last overworld type that is available. 2 sub-9s already in this best of 5 from Doog up 2-0. I don't think Doog has ever been reverse swept. Let me, well, actually, it won't even show me on the website. We have this nice little player stats thing. Doog has had 5 3-0s, and he's never been 0-3'd in the bracket, but we don't have a column for like reverse sweeps or reverse.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're kind of rare, right? It's like you need to win 3 in a row after having lost 2 in a row. So I feel
definitely
like
a lot rarer than
stats
just like
guy.
having a 3-0.
Yeah. And
what's the name for
winning 3 in a row is very hard.
What's the name for a reverse sweep? Is it just like a choke? Like if Doog lost this, like what do you just call it, a choke? I don't know, like a better word for that. Like if you're up. I just don't know a better word. I don't know. Because it's called a reverse sweep. Like
I feel like that's a fine name. That's a fine name, no?
A clutch, maybe? Dougal got reverse swept. Nah, swept. That's the word. Couldn't think of the word.
Swept? Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. I was
wow, look at this.
Confused what you're asking there.
Already a crazy, interesting moment of the seat so far. Doog didn't grab the wheat.
What? So big misplay.
Yeah, I mean the chest was full, and there were a ton of poisonous potatoes, and they looked the same. Like they looked similar colors, I guess. Like, but he didn't. He just didn't grab the wheat. Like he's just down 4 bread. And like, sure, 48 rotten flesh is a lot of food, but like. Purling is so slow on rotten flesh healing. Like you'll heal the hearts, but over minutes, you'll heal the hearts, not over seconds, which is what you need. Purling to the fort, 2 coordinates, up the 0 tower even potentially.
So beyond just pearls, I'd say the big thing to focus on in this seed with this mistake from Doog is how much damage is Doog going to take, right? Any little bit of fall damage, any hits from piglins, anything like that is going to be a massive time loss compared to Keenan. So that's what I'm personally keeping an eye on. And yeah, like you said, Feinberg, if there's a lot of pearl opportunities for Keenan, that could be a good opportunity for him to make up time on Doog. Lots of things like that. But on top of that, if this seed is just slow in general, I'd say that's a massive advantage for Keenan. So we'll have to see the nether. That's going to be the interesting thing here. But if this is a slow and arduous nether, that could be a really good sign for Keenan.
Nerdy, this is the second Ocean seed we played today, and the second time that Keenan's lost a significant amount of time to the portal. This one, a lot worse than seed 1, because he messed up his first portal entirely. It wasn't like, oh, he was just a little slower on the portal. He completely messed it up. So pretty behind entering the nether, and both runners messed up their boat clutch, which is more significant for Duke than it is for Keenan, but it's still significant for Keenan because the four bread is not a lot of bread. Like, it's way better than having 0, but that's still not the most amount of food to fast steal. Like, having to eat 1 or 2 in the Bastion itself is not the best situation. They both missed the boat clutch here. Very interesting situation.
Duke going for, looks like just single triple here, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's the left triple here is buried, and Keenan just checked it and saw, and so they're both going to be.
Why did I just totally saw that wrong. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But yeah, no. So I just fully thought that he missaw it, and then I actually missaw it. It's okay.
Single triple in playoffs would be devious.
I know. I was like, what the hell is going on? But there we have it. There's the 36 gold thrown to the piglins from that left side triple. So now getting lots of obbies. So that's definitely good for
only 9 though. I mean, there's got to be
triple.
more, and there's 15 in that chest already, so we should be good. But double triple falters when the trades are not good, and then your opponent potentially does triple the gap. But Duke's got 31 obby from just the chest, or 30 obby from just the chests. I don't think he's leaving here. Looking for a good pearl hang to cords, or to the fort, I should say. Not cords.
Yep.
The fort is at coordinates, I guess, but that's not what I meant. Gonna be checking his trades here and potentially leaving. And Keenan hasn't pearl hung.
11 pearls?
Keenan doesn't even have pearls from the trades yet at all. He has no pearls in his inventory. Duke has 15.
Hone sword again.
Keenan's committing to
There we go.
bringing them down to the gap. I don't know what Duke's gonna do. Duke's just gonna leave. Duke got more pearls.
Yeah, no, Duke's got like plenty of pearls. He's totally fine.
So
He's got, like,
what?
2
So
stacks.
what happened to Keenan? Did he lose
I
a
don't
pearl
know.
trade or
I
2
don't
on
know.
some distraction gold that he didn't pick up?
Not sure,
Did
but
he
oh
not?
god, Duke taking a bunch of damage there, falling down and messing up the block clutch. And like we said, Feinberg, look at this. I mean, 4.5
alive,
hearts
though.
here.
I think it
It's a
doesn't
little bit
matter
scary.
too. I just don't think it matters too much unless he dies now, because look how much time Keenan's losing in the Bastion. And
Yep. No, you're right.
Explosive situation is the only thing I would say. Like, looking at, can Duke hit a 0 cycle with the amount of explosives he has? I'd be curious to keep a close eye on his string, his glowstone. Entire situation. That's the difference that Keenan needs, because he is just so far behind on the seed now.
I think he just lost like an 8 trade. That's the only thing I can think. Because he's getting pearls. I think he has less still, even though he went down into the thing. I think yeah, Duke has 13 and he had 16 and 11, and right now Keenan doesn't have that, even though he went down all the way to the gap.
Yeah, Keenan has 20, so he must have missed a distraction trade somewhere. I don't know. And he hasn't found the best terrain to the spawner either, just finally spawning out on his screen. Keenan just didn't pick the pearls up or something. But how many explosives does Duke has? Is that 3 bed 2 anchor?
Sure.
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe
I think he
Keenan
was kinda
didn't.
low.
Maybe Keenan didn't elevate his trades. Maybe he didn't lose any to distraction. Maybe he just didn't pick up the trades in the hole itself and was just picking them up as the piglins were throwing it to him. Like, I don't know where the pearls went. I have no idea where the pearls went.
Yeah, I'm trying to think too. I feel like that specific route, there's not a lot of opportunity to distract the piglins with gold. So I'm kind of curious to watch that back. But
it's just like, that's the only thing that my brain could go to, is that maybe
yeah,
at the top of the triple he had to distract someone or something. Like, I don't know, just insane situation.
Regardless,
in the stronghold. I mean, look at the pace. Look, 6 flat stronghold.
Wow,
This could be a sub 8, not just a sub 9. But the spikes are not good for Duke. These spikes are way too big. I like that one on the right for a bit there, but he's got some sort of overlapping spawner situation here. The problem is, I feel like Keenan is just too far behind. It could come down to the 0 cycle, though. We saw Keenan double bed that spawner, so it's possible he has so many explosives that he's comfortable double bedding and going for the 0. I don't know. Yep. You know, if it's a hard 0, if it's a side setup, Duke might not be able to get enough damage on the dragon to have a fast chase down, or even want to go for the 0 in the first place. So the seed is very much not over, even though Duke has had a big lead into this stronghold.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think also this stronghold is a little bit weird and potentially could give a variance edge to Keenan. If we see a luckier nav, or maybe a more skillful nav, depending on how you want to put it. But it looks like Duke is struggling a lot in this stronghold, and so we'll have to see. I mean, it looks like there's maybe two, at least one fake spike, potentially two.
Keenan's here now, sending top left.
I don't know
Going
if Duke
farther,
sent
Duke
this.
hasn't been here. This is the first time Duke is going this direction. And Duke's like explored a lot more of this stronghold, but he hasn't explored the right way yet. So all it takes is Keenan to just go where the portal room is, like duh, but like that's all it takes, right? Like it doesn't matter that Duke's been in here for longer. Like his odds of finding it go up and up the longer he's been here more than Keenan, but Keenan just needs to go the right way. Great spike down the stairs. Is it this light source? It's not. Both these runners still nothing. Duke's here as well.
You're gonna play the safe and hunger reset.
Is it a zombie spawner situation? Is it just some crazy spider spawner mob jank now? Like the more you are in the stronghold, the more that the preemptive gets harder and harder, the more that mobs get in the way. Did Duke commit down this staircase? That Keenan's down right now, I'm not sure. Duke going down double stairs here. So unclear where the portal room is. Duke finally finds it off of that initial spike that he got just a bit ago. And he's got 4 beds and 2 anchors, so 6 explosive. Keenan has 3 beds and 2 anchors, I think. So Duke has more explosives.
Though. This might not be super zeroable for these runners.
That's a lot of damage that he took off that pearl clip as well. So especially with the rotten flesh heal, if we're going to be down to 2 hearts, landing on this tower, going for 90, it's scary. By no means is this a guaranteed 0 cycle.
Let's see if Duke can pull it off here. First bed looks pretty good.
Double bed needs to be so good. It's almost there. Are we going to get good damage off this? We are.
That's good
my goodness,
there.
and he air places the anchor.
Wow.
Puts out the fire. Wow.
God. Duke is crazy. That was unbelievable. I was absolutely terrified. Can't pearl down. Has to boat down on 2.5 hearts. Incredible stuff from Duke. They clutch off that 0 with very low explosives. That's an awkward side setup. Great stuff from Duke.
And he hits the air place to guarantee a good damage on the last anchor. If he just placed the anchor in the bed slot, it would have broke the crystal. You're just barely far enough away for those beds to blow up on the pillow and not break the crystal. The anchor being 1 block closer will blow up that crystal. So he hits the air place to have max damage last anchor to make sure that dragon's dead. He only needed like 15-20 damage, but it's just, you know, perfect mechanics. And he gets that seed done. Keenan, unfortunately, I think we saw some people in the chat saying he threw an eye in the portal room. I saw him digging up at the end of the seed. Was too busy mesmerized at Dougal's sick explosive side setup there.
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
But it's a quick 3-0 for Doug, Nerdy. Last 3 playoffs, top 2, all 3 seasons, and he's won season 5 and 7, making a statement, quick 3-0 on Keenan. Not saying Keenan played bad in any way, but just you're going up against Duke. There's only so much you can do.
Yep, 100%.
If that seed was almost sub 8, if the nav was a bit cleaner, just perfect gameplay. You didn't even need the bread in the shipwreck. Didn't end up mattering at all.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Duke played that very well. Honestly, like my analysis is that I feel like Keenan played these seeds well. It was like 1 mistake in each seed was the difference, and Duke just punishes that. But he was keeping up in a lot of splits with Duke. So I feel like the 3-0 timeline doesn't necessarily give Keenan the credit that he deserves for how well he played, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially more so on seed 1 and 2. Like this last seed, not as close as the first 2, but seed 1 and 2. And obviously, you missed the stronghold on seed 2 due to some eye wiggle unluckiness, even after two measurements. But he was like keeping pace on 90% of the splits. It's just when you're playing Duke, if you mess up that last 10% of the seed, he's gonna punish you in that. He's gonna hit every 0. He's gonna hit every split, top speed perfectly. I mean, the only shakiness, for lack of a better word, we saw from Duke in all 3 of these seeds was the stronghold on seed 3 here. But there's only so much you can do when there's cave spider spawners, mine shaft, nav, like double staircase down. I don't necessarily think he played that stronghold badly. It was what Keenan needed to bring it back, and he just couldn't hit the nav in time to give himself a chance on that seed. But I mean, closer than the 3-0 scoreline says, like you said, Nerdy.
And we do have a Dougal interview here. that's very exciting. We'll have to see what Doog has to say after winning 3-0 against Keenan. Doog, welcome to the booth. Congrats on the 3-0 victory. How are you feeling for next weekend? How are you feeling after after your win here?
3-0 felt good. I don't know. I was like kind of shaky, low-key. I woke up this morning and I was just like so tired and like my hands were freezing cold and I was like, wow, I might just like choke on everything. And like, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but on the first seed, my crafting was like so slow on the island. It took me like 3
Yeah.
tries to make the axe and I was like, oh my God, like this is just gonna be a disaster. But I feel like after that, I kind of locked in and like pulled it together.
And did you know that you missed? I mean, you probably don't know this, but you missed 4 bread in that last seed.
Yeah,
were you
yeah.
aware? Oh, you did
I
know.
like
Okay.
Yeah, I looted the chest and then after I was already swimming up, my like brain realized like wait, there was some wheat in there and but I was just like whatever,
It's
like
okay.
I only saw a tiny bit and I was like we already have 50 rotten flesh or whatever, like I'm not going back for that, you know. That could be the 2 seconds that loses the match. Because like Kennen was keeping up pace so like tight on the first 2 seeds. That was actually like it was scary.
Yeah,
No,
it really came
it,
down to the post blind splits, and maybe it just is your playoffs and your ranked experience in general. But if you look at the splits on those seeds, like it is literally just the post blind. Like every split, like you said, he's just keeping
Yeah.
up so much pace. Ahead in the Nether against you on the first 2 seeds, and was really close on the third seed. He just sort of botched the 2x1. But your post blinds were just lights out, getting the cord so much faster. He missed on seed 2 due to some eye wheel stuff, but you didn't let the nerves get to you or the shakiness. You're like you said, you're able to lock in. How are you feeling for next week? I don't know, who are you playing in the bracket?
It's
Playing
like the winner of
winner
View and
of
Infame or
Mungie versus
something.
winner of
Or
Mungie
no,
versus
no.
Tutoril actually. In the bracket. So how are you feeling going up against either of those players next weekend?
I don't know if I've ever played Tudo before. I mean, I'm sure like he is a scary opponent. I mean, he has no reset world record and like he has a sub 10 average, I think. So he is definitely like a scary opponent. And then Mongi is also like I don't think I've played him since season 7 in playoffs, but like our matches were so insanely close that season. And like I remember he would just get me on terrain nav to stronghold like every seed because he's just so good at that and like terrain nav in general. And terrain nav is definitely like one of my biggest weaknesses. So if I'm playing Mongi, then that's what I'm most worried about.
That's interesting you say that because we were noticing that your terrain nav seemed really good today. Did you feel like you played well today, terrain nav wise, or do you
Yeah,
feel like
yeah,
that's still a weakness of yours?
mostly. I mean it like the first 2 seeds, I think my turn after Stronghold was like pretty much perfect, but then like on the 3rd seed, I did lose like 10 seconds. I'm looking at the splits. I like entered the fort a minute 16 ahead, and then I entered Stronghold a minute and 8 seconds ahead. So like I did just lose 8 seconds on terrain nav somewhere.
Sure, makes sense.
And
Well,
like I was having some matches yesterday. Like if you look at my last ranked match, like my 2K game, I lost like a minute to terrain nav just because like I like I took like awful terrain to the bastion and then I just got completely disoriented and then I like pearled the wrong way to the fort and I just like I lost so much time and then that's not even the only match that I've done that lately. Like I don't know, it's just like a weakness of mine lately is that I just get disoriented easily and like I just lose a bunch of time on terrain. So like I'm trying to work on that. But yeah, that's just like especially if I'm playing Mongi, that's what I'm worried about because he's so good at that.
absolutely. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Congrats on the win. We're excited to have you back next weekend
Thank
for
you. Thank you.
the quarterfinals.
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, it's good that he knows the weakness, right? Like that's something that I think is really important to know what you need to work on, especially like when you are someone like Duke, where you won last season's playoffs, you won 3 seasons ago. Like knowing actionably like what you have to work on is so important, and it's going to make him that much scarier next week if he's able to lock that down. and improve on those mistakes or gaps in his gameplay, because it's such a hard thing to know why you're losing the time and where you're losing the time and how you can get better at it. And the fact that he knows that, like, going to be very, very scary for the winner of Mungie vs. Tutor Rule next weekend.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I think it's interesting just to show how meticulous Duke is, right? Like, we were complimenting him on his terrain nav to Stronghold. And he's like, yeah, that's my biggest weakness right now. I need to work on that. So, like, even though he played really well, he's still looking for the time. He's like, yeah, you know, I might have won against Keenan, but I lost 10 seconds in that split, in the terrain nav split at the end there. So that's not okay. I can't have that happen.
No, it's so funny that he says he's looking at the splits, and as he's saying he lost 8 seconds, it's like, oh, I was a minute 15 ahead in the fort and only a minute 8 ahead on the Stronghold. It's like he's still a minute ahead on the seed, but he's thinking of those 8 seconds. He's thinking of any of the time loss that he can possibly squeeze out of his gameplay, like able to analyze that micro. And it's what's made him so scary and what's made him a multiple time playoffs winner.
Yep.
And I'm very, very excited to see him next week. But today, Nerdy, we can look as far as we want in the next weekend, but today we have one more bracket game left. EDCR versus VStrid might be the most exciting game of today. Obviously, how can you not be excited for Duke? How can you not be excited for Loki? But EDCR, first playoffs appearance, and if we throw it over to the bracket, you'll see that it's his first playoffs appearance in the 1 seed, Nerdy.
Wow.
Finished last season at rank 1, 2400 elo. Not to spoil too much about the stats or all that. We'll get into that in a bit. But number 1 seed heading into his first playoffs. And the thing about EDCR, and I don't know the exact numbers because it's not on the website, not in our player stats. But you'll look at basically every top runner, and sure, maybe not everyone started playing ranked in season 0 or was, playing. Some people played in the closed beta, whatever. But you look at basically every top runner's profile, and there's a line. It's right. There's 3 lines in your profile when you click on it, like above your graph. It's account created, like first played date, most recently played date, and PB. Like most recently played, okay, whatever, who cares? PB, that's important. First login date, yeah, sure, who cares? But if you look at every top runner, it's all basically the same day. It's like when Ranked came out, everyone checked it out. Maybe you didn't play for a while, but you at least downloaded the mod, clicked around with it, saw what the hype was about. Everyone's doing that. Yeah. So it's like, I think at this point, it's like 930 days, 940 days. You click on EDCR's name, Nerdy, it says 300.
Yep.
He played his first ranked game less than a year ago. And he's the 1 seed.
And I want to say this. Okay? Not only is he the 1 seed, okay? And you might think that, he's inexperienced or something like that because he's only been playing for 300 days. But Feinberg, EDCR has already played 3,100 matches, which is more. This is just for context. This is more than Silver has ever played. He's already played more games of ranked than Silver. Isn't that just insane? Isn't that just insane? I think that's just crazy.
It's 10 games a day on average since he started playing.
Yep.
We'll get into all of it when there's more stats, more everything. We'll get into all of it when that bracket match comes up. We're going to take a quick intermission. Let you guys stow on that a little bit. Throw it over to a treasure tutorial from Beef Salad for our intermission video for this quick intermission. And then, again, VStrid versus EDCR, our last bracket match of the day, finishing out the first half of a round of 16. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Beef Salad, and I'm going to tell you about the Treasure Bastion. So Treasure is easily the most recognizable bastion, largely thanks to the giant cube, but also the lava basin in the middle and the ramparts containing the chests are also fairly distinct from anything you see in the other 3 bastions. There's really only one main route in Treasure. It's not like Housing or Stables where you might see different players start from completely different parts of the bastion. In Treasure, you're always trying to start from these 2 gold blocks so that you can break them and bring the pigs up the stairs, connecting the 2 ramparts and then trading here while you mine the rest of the gold in these walls. and then go down and get the chests and go back to your trades. Before connecting the two ramparts, players will mine a block here to prevent the big ones from getting stuck. In the original version of Boomer Roads, you mine this one, but recently players have been choosing to mine this one instead, placing a block here, so that the pigs go up the other way, and you have less pigs to deal with when you're connecting the two ramparts together. This is called Safe Boomer. Alternatively, you might see runners go here and dig through to start trades on the left side. This is called T-Wax route. It really doesn't matter which variation you do, they're all pretty much the same. In terms of the generation of the bastion, there's not much variance. The layout is always the same, but there are a few small differences. Each of these gold blocks at the top have only about a 50% chance of generating, and almost every blackstone that you see in this bastion has a chance of just not being there. Usually these don't matter, but occasionally it can mean the players have to react quickly to blocks being missing near the trading hall, and if this block is missing, it matters quite a lot because the pigs can wander up here and be quite dangerous when you need to get the gold. When the trades are done, if the players still don't have enough pearls or obsidian or string, you'll often see them vote down here and go to bottom treasure to get more. Usually they'll just find the gold and probably get the chest, which most of the time doesn't have anything, but getting gold blocks from here is faster than mining them, and diamond swords can be useful, especially if they have looting. You'll also sometimes see them check the outer chests by looking at the lanterns, or usually the only one that you would see is when players are entering the bastion. They'll check for one here. To find the fortress, we normally use a technique called PIDAR, where we cross chunk borders to detect the presence of a spawner. But since treasure has a magma cube spawner at the bottom, we can't use PIDAR. Unless we go down and break the spawner, which if you're already going down here, it's quite easy to do so. But if you're at the top with all of your trades already, and you can leave the bastion, then it's quite a significant time loss to go down and break the spawner and then PIDAR. Instead, you'll often see runners choosing a direction to commit to. The way they do so is using their knowledge of the regions where structures can generate in the map. Each quadrant surrounding the origin generates only one structure, either a fortress or a bastion. And since we're in a bastion, we know that there can't be a fortress in the same quadrant as us. So we'd have to either go positive X or negative Z. Since there's still more than one direction the fortress could be, you'll often see runners choosing different directions to each other on the same seed. This can lead to a massive opportunity for one person to catch up or fall behind. That's all I have to say. Please enjoy the beautiful speedruns.
Hi, I'm Raul, and I'm gonna tell you everything I know about the Bridge Bastion. So, the Bridge Bastion, also known as Pig Face, is a unique bastion in a sense of routing because all the gold is super separated from the piglins. So usually in the bastions we would want to overlap grabbing the gold and trading it, but because the piglins are so distant from the gold, the routes are widely different from every other bastion. It's easily recognizable obviously by the two bridges, the legs that it has, and the chalice. It has 3 ramparts like stables, but this rampart, the middle one with a lodestone chest, has a higher height limit, and it's also easily recognizable by when you're entering at one of the ramparts, you will see a black stone wall. So the runners, when they enter here and they see this wall, that means they are in the bridge and not housing or stables. All the modern routes revolve around grabbing as many picks as possible, obviously because we have 16 gold blocks. That's a lot of gold to trade, so we want to maximize the pick count. All the modern routes grab as many picks as possible, and from basically 3 places. You want to grab the picks from the lodestone area, from this corridor, and the main bridge. And we do that by making one of the 2 bridges. You either make the bridge over here that connects these piglins, the guys from up top here, and you run towards the right rampart. That would be a triple or a single, depending on how many chests the rampart has. Or the other route, which is called DK, Donkey Kong, you would make this bridge that connects, once again, the piglins from over here, this rampart, lodestone pigs, and depending on the info you have, where the triple is, you would either go to the left side or to the right side. The reason we prefer to go to the triple, obviously because triples have way more chests, so there's more chances of extra gold, obby, and just more loot in general, but they also have way more pigs. As you can see, this triple has a bunch of pigs, and the single only has 2 pigs down here. There also is another unique route that revolves around going over here, breaking the gold block, placing this block, and toggling difficulty to hard. This way, the lodestone piglins aggroes at you and they have a block to fall on, and the hard difficulty lets them fall higher distance. And then, after doing that, a runner would make a bridge over here, connect these ramparts, and make a hole down here. This route you can see people usually utilizing when the terrain is open, the reason being because it's easier to make that bridge over here. Otherwise you would have to dig through the netherrack, and there's also a lot of variety in the decisions you would need to make. But this route is also good and widely used by the top runners. There's a couple of unique strategies used in the bridge, one of them being TNT Chalice. Because all the gold is concentrated in one spot, it's easy to use the TNT to grab all of it. And another strategy that I just used, using flint and steel to prevent the knockback from the TNT, which is also used against the hoglins, because if you TNT yourself right as the hoglin is about to hit you, you're not going to take any knockback. People will usually use this to not get knocked out into the lava by the hoglin. There's multiple areas where you can find additional gold blocks in the bridge bastion. Up to 4 blocks in the shoulder of the right rampart. There can be up to 3 gold blocks in here near this lava stream, and slightly diagonally and below them at Y55 there can be 2 gold blocks. There's also can be up to 3 gold blocks at the bottom of the left rampart.
Nerdy, welcome back. Chat, welcome back. We are here. The final match of the day, EDCR versus VStrid. Again, like I said, maybe the most exciting match of the day. Nerdy, what are your predictions? What are your thoughts? How's EDCR's first playoffs experience going to go?
You know, I don't remember what I said, and I need to make sure I'm consistent. I think I said 3-1 was my prediction. I have this somewhere. If I'm wrong, I'm
Is
sure
it not
someone
just
has
on
this
your
data.
whiteboard?
I know I erased it off my whiteboard, but I should have kept it. I should have kept it. I'm sorry. But I'll stick to whatever I said. I think I had EDCR going through. I think it was 3-1. I think I had 3-1, maybe 3-2, but I'm pretty sure I had 3-1 if I remember right. So that's gonna be my prediction going with this. But I'm willing to change it if I said something else. I can't be like, oh, it was 3-1, and also say it was 3-0, and then if I said it was, just go whichever one was true. I can't go like that. I got to be consistent with my predictions here. You know what I'm saying?
We have a picture in chat. You predicted EDCR over VStrid 3-2.
Oh, 3-2.
Honestly,
Oh no.
Honestly,
Oh no.
that's what
I'm lying.
I was gonna go for also. Is
Okay,
EDCR
yeah.
over VStrid 3-2. I think this being EDCR's first playoffs, let me check the stats thing here. How many playoffs VStrid has played in? VStrid has played in 4 playoffs. So the experience diff is there, but EDCR doesn't have no experience in tournaments. He did play in Simply's Nether Regionals, the most recent tournament to happen. That was after playoff season 7. So it is the most recent iteration of a sort of ranked 1v1 style tournament. So he's not foreign to the concept, but he's foreign to playoffs. And we saw that win for Infium last season.
Yeah.
Is the problem.
NA. NA is crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, look at these stats. I mean,
the numbers are too big.
The numbers are huge for both these. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, they've played against each other over 100 times. That's wild.
And ECR has a significant, he has like a 2-3 win rate, basically. Almost exactly 2-3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Over VStrid in the 1v1. How do you play 2,500 games in a season? Like that's crazy. That is just insane.
Yeah. No, that's crazy. I will say, I mean, I was gonna say look how many games EDCR's played, but VStrid low key mogging him in that way. He's got more reps, but I don't know. I feel like EDCR is learning so fast. And the other thing I was gonna bring up, right? We said, for example, that EDCR already has more matches than Silver, which is a crazy stat. But the thing I'd say is not only that, right? But he doesn't have any like bad habits or whatever. You know what I mean? Compared to runners that maybe are stuck in the past. I'm calling you out, Feinberg. I'm calling myself out too. I'll own it. Okay. I have some bad habits as well. Okay. But my point is that like he's learning the new stuff, right? He's got so many reps on all of the new tech, right? And so I think that's going to be very interesting to watch. I do think that the playoffs nerves are going to be interesting. How is he going to handle that? Is his mental in this situation going to be good? Is he going to be able to be able to play this well under pressure? We don't know. I mean, he's played well, obviously, to earn rank 1, but will he be able to continue that in playoffs? I think that's going to be the storyline that we'll have to answer today.
All that matters is the 5 seeds that you're playing in the bracket, right? It doesn't matter that you play 1,000, 2,000 games in the regular season. The 100 games that they played during the regular season just against each other doesn't even matter.
Yep.
Just about the 5 games that you have to play, the 5 seeds in the bracket itself. And these stats aren't out of the water crazy for EDCR, but he is just significantly ahead everywhere. It's not like the minute that we saw Duke ahead over Keenan on every split. Like looking at the room portal, that's only a 13-second difference, but the win rate there significantly better for EDCR.
What I noticed, yeah, 100%. I mean, he's holding that win rate, and the other thing is important to note is right, he is the number one seed. There's no possible like easy matches that he can get with being that high of elo. So maintaining that win rate, I think, is very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's not the fastest average like compared to we saw Duke having a like sub 940 or sub 930 almost across the board on every seed. EDCR does have some seeds here that are above 10 minutes. But but not by much, right? It could be something that matters potentially later down the bracket if EDCR moves on today. Obviously matters for VStrid as well, comparing VStrid stats to someone like Duke or someone like Infume. Looking at those stats tomorrow, no Infume, one of the other players that has like around a 930 average. Closer this match than it was in the last one. I'm just hoping we don't get a third 3-0 in a row. Whether it goes EDCR's way or VStrid's way, I hope we get a seed win from both of these players. 3 3-0s in a day is a bit too much.
Yeah. No, I agree. We gotta have some fast matches, but we also gotta have some drawn out best of fives. Actually go to the 5th match. You know what I mean? It's called best of 5 for a reason. So, banning a ruined portal, I think makes sense. We got a BT ban there from EDCR. A little bit interesting. I wonder what's up with that. But maybe wanting to play this sort of slower, the slower seeds. I'm a big hater of. Those are my 2 favorite seed types they just banned. But it's okay. It's fine. We'll see. Maybe we'll see some interesting village seed, or in this case, temple seed.
I mean, I've played 100 games against each other in the regular season. Like this is a maybe the only player card situation, like stat situation, that we ever really could have where you could just make the stats off of just them playing each other, and like it would be enough of a sample size to like matter. Like they played at more games against each other than Hacks played all season last season.
That's crazy.
Like the sample size for
crazy.
EDCR versus
That's
VStrid is would be more significant than what we put on Hax's card.
Yeah.
Well, we put the wrong stats on Hax's card, so it'd be more significant anyways. But you know what I mean? Like they played more matches just against each other. Like maybe there's something there. EDCR, it's his first playoffs. I know he does a lot of coaching, a lot of like off game prep as well, like not exactly in the seat itself. Maybe there's way more to that decision than we think there is, right? I know a lot of like the seed pick bans, people think, I mean, even I think it sometimes doesn't matter that much, right? Like it is just the overworld at the end of the day. You do have to play the entire nether and the entire end split to beat the game, but maybe there's more there than we think. Maybe EDCR has a big underlying reason there banning the BT. But we're in the
100%.
Either way, 11 iron.
I did want to say, I think maybe I'm wrong here, but I feel like this first seed is going to be really telling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, are we going to see the shakiness? Because if he wins this seed and it's looking clean, then I think there's no reason to think that that's going to change. You know what I mean? So I feel like this seed is what I think is the most important to gauge the mental of EDCR. We've already seen VStrid in the past. We know VStrid's a solid player. We've seen it in multiple playoffs. So we know that he's probably maybe more used to this situation, right? But if EDCR can play well in this very first seed, I think that's exactly what he needs to carry the momentum going into this playoffs tournament.
Yeah, and I think he had a little bit of a shakier TNT situation with the gravel and the pressure plate, but the mechanics, TNT in the portal to insta-break that block. And unfortunately, it looks like he ghost watered or put a block over the water there. But using the TNT for the portal build is very innovative. But because of that water bucket mistake, VStrid's going to be in the nether first. I mean, barely. But he is. And VStrid's down to 1 heart somehow. Didn't hit the boat clutch or I don't even know what happened because they got out of the boat on 1 heart. Was there a mob maybe?
Yeah, I was just totally looking at EDCR. I just didn't catch what happened to VStrid there.
That's really bad because we have rotten flesh. So like what's the healing, right? Like we're just doing treasure on 3 hearts. Like that's so bad. Because treasure's the Bastion route where it's so easy to just have random piglins on these stairs hit you once or twice, and VStrid's on 4 hearts. That's just gonna kill him. EDCR's on 8. We can like tank, bam, crossbow shot.
EDCR
We tank the shot, but that's a gold block down. I know he doesn't die, which is very important.
He's panicking a little bit here, breaking the chest, gonna throw a gold. I don't mind this pivot, but definitely some hesitation, definitely some shakiness, taking some damage.
Oh,
it's
and look at that.
Rough.
The terrain there too. No crazy wandering pigs, but that could have been bad for these runners.
Yep, 100%.
In the staircase, and he's gonna eat both these gaps. Both these apples. Sorry, not gonna make them into gaps.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not that much golden treasure, and he's a gold block down nerdy too as well. So not like the best situation to like potentially make a gap, but he's committing to eating both those apples for the slight fast heal advantage they're going to give over Rotten Flesh, as Vstrid has pretty much recovered from the one heart situation on the way to the Bastion. I don't think it's taken any stray damage, maybe one hit so far in this treasure. So Vstrid's been slowly healing up, slowly bringing back from that early mistake.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I think we definitely see some maybe turning nerves from both these runners so far. A little bit of shakiness. But I will say, neither of them died, right? Both in very dicey situations, and both of them able to push through, which is a very important skill in ranked. And so,
wow,
I'm
impressed. This is interesting. There's just no way. Okay, we have 17. Like, well, let's just get 14 obby from trades, maybe. Like, I was saying, it could be very interesting. Are we going to play home portal? Are we going to try to go down for 20? Only 6 obby from the chests, but having 17 and dropping a couple spare gold blocks, I think we're just going to get to 20 anyways. 19.
So it looks like
for Vstrid, EDCR Lava Pearl. Does EDCR have 20? Like, I don't know how Vstrid could have.
No, he doesn't. He left on
trade.
17. I think he left on 17, and he takes a death. Oh no, and that's a disaster. A disastrous first seed here for EDCR. Taking a death there. I didn't mind the play to go for 17 obby, but obviously that is not what you like to see. And just a slight movement, you know, it comes down to the food situation, just not able to heal up fast enough. And taking a little bit of fall damage
it's
there.
the first seed of the whole day that anyone's
Yep.
died on, right? What seed are we on? Seed 11? Like, no one has unintentionally died at all so far today, and now the 1 seed, right? Is it the playoff nerves? Is it just the stress of the whole situation? Because I think it is different being like having your, how do I phrase this? Having your first playoffs be against Dugile when you're like the 15 seed or whatever. Like, I don't know exactly. I'm pretty sure it was Keenan's first playoffs, but I'm not sure what seed he was. But I feel like there's just less there's less pressure there, right? Like, you're not expected to win. Like, that's how the seeding works, right? Like, you're in ECR, you're expected to win the tournament because you're the 1 seed. Having all that pressure on you in your first ever playoffs, like, it has to take a toll. I don't know how it feels. I mean, Infume does, and we saw how that worked out for him last season, losing to Retropog in round 1. EDCR now is looking like he's going to be 1 seed down against Vstrid.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Vstrid has to close the seed out. I will say, still, he's on 3.5 hearts. Like, something could go wrong. It's not totally game over here for EDCR yet. And I like to see that he, you know, quickly reset, and hopefully his mental is good. But yeah, 100%. I think there's so many expectations, so much pressure put onto EDCR for this. That could be what's going on. Or it could just be EDCR is kind of a risky player, right? I've seen him die in ranked matches. And so it is sort of in his playstyle. Maybe he's not used to this playoffs format where you really don't want to play risky. Maybe he's kind of having to adjust a little bit there and get used to this format in that sense, and not just the nerves. But I guess what I'd say is,
I feel like it just has to be nerves. Like, he fell off.
I think so. I think so.
I feel like that's just not something.
But here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. I think we've seen multiple. Every single player has lost a seed. Every single player has died. Every single player has had that. I think that what really separates the good players from the great is the ability to bounce back mentally. I think. And so if he can bounce back from this, that's what I want to see. You know what I mean? Maybe not this seed. But moving forward, I think that's going to be the question.
I don't think it is this seed. More mistakes in this treasure here, messing up the building, and he's dropped his pickaxe into the hole. Just all this micro stuff that you don't see go wrong when you watch EDCR play on the ladder. He misses his gold throw as well. In the last 20 seconds, I saw 5 micro mistakes that he probably could play it ranked for 8 hours in an entire day and not make those mistakes combined throughout the whole day. And now in just seed 1, he's made all these micro mistakes already. It has to be the nerves. It just has to be. I don't know 100%. What else you chalk it up to. As Vstrid is in the stronghold now. And we haven't been talking much about Vstrid because there's just not not much to talk about. Vstrid, you do get the information on the match overlay. Like you'll see in the top right, it says EDCR entered Bastion. So you know when you're in Vstrid situation, like you've been in the fort for 30, 40 seconds, EDCR is not in the fort. You're in the fort for a minute, EDCR is not in the fort. Like you know something happened. It doesn't tell you that they died, but you can piece it together. Like why would he not be in the fort if he didn't die? So Vstrid's been able to play this seed safer than he usually would, right? Knowing that the pressure is not entirely there, and so has cleaned up the fort and the post-spawn split, and now heading for the 0 cycle. 059 with a gold pick. We have 9 explosives.
He's gonna go for the 0.
Is gonna go for it.
Let's see here.
I mean, you have 9 explosives. I feel like you have to. Maybe if it was a harder situation, you wouldn't. But like, if you get a max perch, like that's okay. Well, it did fly at 90, but I think you have to go for the 0. Like max perch is 3 minutes. Like you can play fort to finish in 3 minutes if the rates are good and you get good strays. Like you do have to go. It's for the 0. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen considering EDCR has 2 rods, but it could be close if Vstrid gets a max perch. Very possible.
See here. Yeah, EDCR just trying to play through the seed. I think it's just going to be, can he bounce back from this one? Assuming Vstrid takes the win here, that's going to be the question, right? I mean, like we've said before, people have died, people have lost seeds, but I think it's not about any individual seed. It's about an entire series, right? And so if you're rooting for EDCR, it's not over whatsoever for him.
And I mean, he has the skill to make it happen in the regular season. Like we saw, he has a 67% win rate against Vstrid when they're just playing on ladder. And I mean, even then, there's 100 seeds, right? Like Vstrid won 34 of them that they played. Probably a couple of them looked like this, right? Where EDCR died early, Vstrid played it out. There are probably a couple that look like this the other way as well, where Vstrid died early and EDCR was just able to run away with the seeds. So it's something that just happens, but you don't want it to happen in seed 1 of your playoff specified. And not only that, Nuri, but like you said, you want to make sure that that can't continue happening in seed 2 and in seed 3 and in seed 4 potentially. Like you want to be able to get to that seed 4. You want to be able to get to that seed 5 if you need it. But Vstrid,
with that 10-25 there for Vstrid taking seed 1 against EDCR, potential for our first maybe upset of the day, but we'll have to see how this one pans out. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
technically, Hacks beating Rannick was an upset if you're going by the seeding.
Okay. I guess that's fair. I guess.
But, if you're going by the seeding, where the guy who was gotten top 3 5 playoffs in a row can be in the bottom half of the seeding, then yes, that was an upset. But I know what you mean. And it's made like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's still gonna be 3-0. Vstrid could just run away with it.
Yeah. No, I mean, it could go any way. It could go any direction. Well, I guess it couldn't be a 3-0 for EDCR, but I do think that this, we said the last seed. I said the last seed was the important one, but this one's also going to be very important to keep an eye on EDCR's mental for, is can he bounce back? I think that's going to be the question that we all need to answer, and we will have the answer to that shortly.
Yeah, I mean, it scares me. It brings me back to the Infume Retropog situation from last season, because we know that EDCR is a great player. We obviously knew that Infume was a great player last season, and we're going to get to see him again this season, but it's just the pressure that playoffs mounts on you. Like I even personally had no idea, like, because I was in the booth for the first 5 seasons. Then when I played season 6 and season 7, like, the pressure is just something else, right? It really truly is, like, the nerves that hit you in playoffs. And I mean, I've been playing tournaments for 4 years, and I still was so shaky playing my first playoffs match in season 6 and season 7. It's just like, it's a different mental that you have to get in. But EDCR has experienced it now. He's played 1 seed. The bounce back is there, right? Like, it's a new seed. Start even, start fresh again. Let's see what he picks for seed 2. What even do we have left? Village, potentially? Shipwreck. So Village will be seed 3.
And I will say, the Desert Temple, I mean, I feel like you could easily make the argument that, I mean, I didn't see exactly how far he fell, but I do feel like a big part of that seed that was tough was the fact that you only really had 2 apples and rotten flesh, right? So shipwrecks, I mean, obviously you could get, 12 carrots and that could be great. But sometimes you get a very similar situation to temples where you have low food, and those low food, I feel like low food under high pressure is very stressful, at least for me. And I'm only playing ranked matches, not, playoffs matches, right? So I do feel like this could be interesting to see if we're going to get another similar situation, or maybe the shipwreck will be kind and give lots of food.
Yeah, it definitely adds to the nerves, right? If you have 5 rotten flesh versus 10 bread, right? Like, because these runners know they're the best of the best. They know that like the rotten flesh isn't going to heal them fast enough. That every half a heart that they take is going to be more and more impactful because it's harder to get those hearts back quickly when you need them. And that is why EDCR died, as he took fall damage off of slipping off of a pearl at the fort. If he had bread, if he had even maybe one gap from the temple, he's able to eat that, heal up faster, and not die in that seed. And it potentially goes very, very different way, right? Like he's completely in it if he doesn't die there. Unfortunately, that 4 or 5 minute mistake that he took from the death was too much. But Nerdy, we're in a new seed.
Oh wow, there's 15 carrots. The shipwreck had to show me up. I'm sorry for disrespecting you, Mr. Shipwreck. As we now
look at this play from EDCR.
Stuff. Oh, interesting.
I
yeah.
don't expect him
Very
to
good.
commit to the shipwreck. It's very ballsy if he commits to it here, considering you can make shears. Wow.
Yeah, no,
is
I
he
hear what you're saying.
committing to the shipwreck?
I think so, Feinberg.
What is happening?
I respect the creativity here for sure.
Did we see the ravine on the way?
That's what I'm wondering as well.
I don't know. This is a crazy situation. He's gonna have no blocks. He's not even gonna have wood. Like we're gonna have no blocks. He is. He's committing to it. Where is the ravine? Is it farther? Not like directly further from the shipwreck, but it is the same way if this is the real ravine here. Not sure if there's any other ones closer to the island.
Maybe good? I think it's good.
I mean, it's just you're just taking a full gamble. He's entering the nether with 24 blocks. I mean, he's getting, again, the flint rates are bad, so he's able to get a lot of gravel here. So this is helping him out as well. So I guess he's got 38 blocks, but this is just such a high risk play. And now, like, you look at Vstrid's situation just now hitting the ravine. So Vstrid's going to be entering here.
He loses the door.
Wow. How's it going to go here?
See if he can clutch this up. And oh no, he's
One
messing
door.
up again.
He's not committing to an L as well. He's committing to one door 2x1.
Wow. Able to make it work. Only a little bit sketchy there, but he is able to get in, but it's not that much faster. It's not that much faster.
Vstrid's portal's pretty scuffed. Vstrid's portal is pretty scuffed here. It's going to be significantly faster.
Okay, that is true. I thought that he was going to... Okay, I'm sorry. I missaw that. But I guess the point I'm making is that we're going to have to see if this block situation will be an advantage for Vstrid entering with 53.
Not too much. EDCR did get to the treasure with barely enough blocks, so not the biggest punish, but maybe is playing just a little bit slower than normal because of the low blocks. Like, he did have to get the soul soil into his inventory. He did have to be a little more intentional with the block clutching than Vstrid here with 37 leaves, but it's not as big of a punish as it could have been. The low block early enter play did work out for him. Big risk to take, Nerdy, especially when you're 0-1 down in the best of 5. But it paid off. He has no pigs, though.
He has 2.
I don't know where they are. Did
Vstrid here.
Did a ghast hit them? I don't know where Vstrid's pigs are. There are Vstrid's pigs.
Yeah,
EDCR's pigs by the ghast. Are they here? No. Where are they?
What?
He just has 2 pigs. Wow. I don't even know where they went.
I don't know either. I saw some fall off while he was like running up, but like maybe I thought there was only 1. And honestly, I thought it went onto like the bridge.
I think they just all went to go kill the ghast, right? Like if a ghast direct hit the piglin, they're just gonna aggro on it.
Wow, that's crazy.
It has to be the ghast. I mean, he 2RD'd on the treasure to unload the gas when he was mining the gold, and then he upped his render as he was like as soon as he jumped, did that little mini parkour to start aggroing. And I mean, this is just this might just be the seed. Like I hate to call it this early, but I don't
Yeah, this is crazy time
know.
loss.
He has like 3 pigs trading. This is gonna take minutes.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know
very
what he's supposed to
concerning.
do. Yeah, he has
Hopefully he gets
84
lucky,
gold
I
still
guess,
left.
but-
He's leaving right now. He's leaving so early. He's leaving faster. But what is
Wow.
the gear situation? This is the big difference. He
He's
has
13
pearls. Yeah, 13 pearls.
Wow. I mean, that's going to be really tough. I mean, I think he's
Is
just
he
playing
overlapping?
for the viral
Is he going to go back? He has 19 obby. Is he must be going back, right? Like this is just you just kind of have to commit to the play. Did he? You can't even really pearl hang to the pearls because you have to set that up so deliberately. If you pearl hang, the pigs don't trade because they're unloaded. So he has to pearl back. I mean, we do have 10 carrots. He's been eating some of them instead of the bread, which is an interesting decision. But we do have enough food
do you like
to
this
make
play?
this
What do you
work.
think of this play? I don't know. It's a weird play, but it's kind of interesting. I kind of like it. I mean, obviously he's at a disadvantage.
I think maybe I would like to have seen him left earlier. I'm not entirely sure what he was waiting for. I think he was waiting for a fire res because he has no fire res right now. I think he was just waiting for one fire res to go. I think it's just like a completely terrible situation that he's in. I think it's the best recovery in the moment, right? Because who knows how long it takes for the next pearl trade? Who knows how long it takes to get enough beds to 0, right? And like, even if he gets 1 extra pearl trade, is that 4 pearls? And then what? Like, you still have to wait, right? Because you don't want to like you know how far away the stronghold is, right? Like you almost need 2 extra pearl trades. How long is that going to be? But he's going back to the bastion now as V-Strid's on 7 rods. And Nerdy, I think the biggest thing here that could make the difference is these are wildly different blind locations and stronghold locations for both of these runners. So EDCR, while he's behind, could be very ahead if the stronghold works out for him.
Yeah, you just get a good stronghold or V-Strid gets a really bad stronghold, and I mean, they are blinding at like the same time. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like EDCR is handling this exceptionally well. I mean, this is a absolute
the problem is he has
unlucky
no
situation.
pearls still. So he is I think he's gonna send a pearl hang here and then we're just looking for terrain. He still only has 10 pearls. He still only has 10 pearls. He needs to wait for another pearl trade. You can't leave right now. And you picked up all the gold. He's just going to leave. He's not waiting for another pearl trade. He's committing to no 0, presumably. I mean, unless it's a 2 or a 3 hour or something. He picked up all the gold, leaving off the trades and just going. As V-Strid's in his stronghold. Different strongholds. These are different coordinates.
Okay.
But V-Strid got a great spike here down mid. We'll see how he handles this situation. But there it is already, perfectly down mid.
2i, but different strongholds, so it doesn't even matter for EDCR. And yeah, I mean, that's just really
0.
unlucky.
I mean, we saw V-Strid not hit the 0 on last seed, but didn't necessarily need to push high height. But V-Strid misses the pearl clip. So potentially can't hit the 0 at all. Still going to go for it. No. But what can EDCR do, Nerdy? He has 13 pearls. It is back with a pearl clip. So you need 4 pearls, like 3, I guess, to get there. Like 4 with speed. 3 normally. He's not even in the stronghold yet. I guess the perch RNG is still a factor. So hard for EDCR to have a winning line in this seed. But it is there. It is there.
We'll have to see here. Building the portal now, going to be entering the stronghold. Hopefully it's not a bad stronghold. That would be a disaster.
With the snap for V-Strid,
There's
the perch. And Dragon Breath in the
should
way,
be game.
but too high. Yeah, I mean, V-Strid has 8 explosives, I think. The very shaky 1 cycle. But it's enough. And EDCR, it really is just the gas. I wonder if that was ever on the screen, like the fireball hitting. Like maybe we'll get to throw it over to Fulham and see, but that has to be what it was. And that's
crazy. That's crazy.
It's a situation that, like, how do you recover from that? Like, what do you even do in that situation when you have 2 piglins? I think he played it pretty well.
I think he played it well. I agree. I mean, that's what I was gonna say. I think he did what he could. Yeah, I mean, he left early from the Bastion, overlapped it, didn't get lucky with the pearls. I mean, I don't mean to be that guy, but I think that's just kind of unlucky. I don't know. That's my opinion. I think that's just an unlucky seed for EDCR. And, you know, VStrid, I will say, VStrid played the seed well, right? No major mistakes, no deaths. Played under pressure, gets a sub 9. That's not, like, no disrespect to VStrid. I would have loved to see that seed played out without the bad RNG there for EDCR.
Yeah, like, would he have been able to keep that lead from the Bastion into the fort, into the splits? We just don't know, because they ended up just sort of playing 2 different seeds as soon as EDCR had 2 pigs. And, like, maybe you can argue that EDCR shouldn't have upped his render early, right? Because rank does make it so that zombie pigs can't spawn on Blackstone or, like, in the Bastion. I don't know exactly how it's coded in. But you can't have a zombie piglin in your Bastion. And so that's normally why you would not want to be on 2RD in a Bastion, is because you're loading zombie pigs, you're making all your pigs not be able to get in your trade hole correctly, run around all the time. You could make an argument that, okay, maybe EDCR should have stayed on 2RD until he got up to his trade hole because he knows there's a gas there. But I'm talking about this. I don't think I would have made that play at all. Like, I just don't think that's something I would have done in the moment. Like, I'm just saying, in a theoretical perfect world, like, that's, I think, the correct play. But it's just, are you ever thinking about that in the moment? This is like a 1 in 1,000 scenario that your gas that's shooting at you snipes the pigs, pulls the aggro. Like, just everything goes wrong in the Bastion for him, and there's just nothing that he could do. We're going to send it over to Fulham. He's going to analyze, presumably, this gas situation and other things about the seed, and then we'll be back for seed 3 in the Best of 5. Other things about the seed, and then
Okay, guys. That was a crazy one. We are 2-0 up in terms of VStrid right now. Apologies if there's a little bit of stream delay as well between the intermissions, obviously. We did randomly have a little crash earlier. I'm not exactly sure why that was. But, you know, just to let you know. Let's look back at EDCR's Bastion route here. So, obviously, we're in a Soul Sand Valley. One thing I want to note is let's throw this all the way back to the start of the seed when EDCR gambled on the shipwreck. Didn't go back to his spawn island, hence having to mine this soul soil that we can see in his inventory right now. Just allowing more time for mobs to spawn around him in this SSV area. Bear in mind, VStrid, on the other hand, having 60 or so leaves, able to traverse from the portal to the Bastion much faster. Just a small little difference like that can allow a little bit of time for EDCR to have a spawn along the lines of this, where we see this Ghast here, and he reduces his render distance down to 2 to unload it. Very smart, very sensible. Make sure that the Ghast doesn't attack him and or the piglins, but as soon as he's done grabbing that first gold, he instantly increases his render distance here. Now, this first shot from the Ghast goes completely wayward, completely misses. But notice here, because of all of these pigs coming down, one pig right here, one pig right here, this sword guy falls off the Bastion, but this crossbow guy kind of in the way of the block that we mine on the stairs to allow the pigs to flow up. By standing here for a little bit too long, that Ghast then aggroes and shoots right towards that choke point where we know the piglins struggle to get up the stairs. This Ghast fireball, I'm going to crank up the volume for you guys here, so hopefully you'll be able to hear it. This Ghast fireball hits into the piglin, and none of the piglins are actually angry at EDCR anymore. In fact, all of the pigs are angry at the Ghast. You can even see on the bridge down here, this piglin is angry at the Ghast that's over here, trying to pathfind a direction to try and attack. And notice, as we F3F for just a second here to increase our render distance, when we kind of X-ray through the walls, you can see a piglin that's over here, angry at the wall. Not angry at EDCR coming towards us, angry in the Ghast's direction. notice as we flash that F3, you can kind of see entities through the wall. And you can see that this piglin is not coming towards EDCR being angry, having just broken a gold block. The aggro is on the Ghast in the distance. And very helpfully, we have this image as well, sent to us by Redlime, whereby we see that these piglins on the left-hand rampart of the Bastion are all being aggroed to where the Ghast was spawned over in this bottom left-hand corner over here. Lots of pigs rooting down the Bastion, and we missed out a lot of trades there. Obviously, EDCR going for a gamble play, and I like the idea, but I don't like the execution. Unfortunately, I do think that increasing the render distance so early there is going to always cause mishaps, and we can almost draw it back directly to the start of the seed, where EDCR gambled on the fact that we didn't go back to grab any blocks in the overworld. Now, we didn't need many, but just a few from those shears would have been a huge help. Obviously, just 10-15 seconds laying around in that Soul Sand Valley can cause those skeletons, and in this case, Ghast spawns, to mess up things like your Bastion route. And we saw that have the maximum impact on this here seed. We are 2-0 to Vstrid, and this could be the last time you see me today. And if it is, thank you very much all for watching the playoffs so far. We will be back tomorrow. Don't forget it. Be here, same place, same time. However, we still have the rest of this best of 5 to go. Vstrid is 2 seeds to the good against EDCR. 2-0 up. Will we see a 3-0? Will we see a reverse sweep? Stick around to find out. Nerdy and Feinberg, sending it back to you.
Someone's gotta put the piglins back in school, man. Like we reach the gas through the wall. Like what are we doing, right? It costs EDCR the seed, and maybe Nerdy costs him the match. We'll have to see on this village seed if EDCR can prevent the third 3-0 of the day, start the reverse sweep, start the comeback. Needs to be 1 seed at a time. We've seen it before. But can he put the first 2 seeds beside him, Nerdy? Put the unluckiness beside him, put the shakiness beside him. What do you think?
I think yes. Okay, and call me crazy. I think he played that last seed. Okay, maybe except for the overworld play going for the ship, like that was a little dicey. But other than that, I feel like he played well. It was a hard situation, and I feel like he played well. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I know he's down 2-0 right here, but I feel like that seed to me showed he has bounce back potential. So I don't know. To me, I'm thinking that he showed some resilience against that seed, and he didn't take the win, but I'm wondering if he can maybe feel like, okay, that was actually just bad RNG. You know what I mean? And if he can have that mental and just, not stress too much about it. I mean, obviously it's hard to not stress in this situation, but I think that seed showed some promise to me. And if he can play consistently and just, get a little luckier, then I think we could see EDCR still in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the speed, he's got the win rate over Vstrid still. Like the mechanics and the gameplay is proven to be there. It just needs to show up today in the moment, and the luck has to teeter, not even necessarily on his side, but just in the middle, right? Like
right. No, yeah, exactly.
We don't need
Vstrid to get lucky.
Yeah, we just need a normal thing to happen. No crazy situations. Desert Village. No Toolsmith.
Ooh,
I mean, make it a Toolsmith. I just see the blacksmith here in front of our screen.
I will say, Vstrid notably never seed changes. So, this could be a situation where Vstrid's had a lot of reps on these kind of seeds where people send seed changes. But shouldn't be too weird of a seed. It is a playoff seed at the end of the day, so we will have to see. Solid amount of iron. Going to be able to craft a shovel as well as...
Wow, it's interesting that ECR grabs 3 stone instead of 4. I think you make shears here, and you don't make the shovel, and you make a stone shovel, but he's only grabbed 3, Vstrid's grabbed 4, and they're heading to different trees right now. I think
do you think he missed? Because I just assumed he was making a shovel just because he only grabbed 3, but I don't know. We'll have to see if that was maybe intentional or if he's maybe gonna. He could bed for explosives, or he could. Sorry.
He is. So he didn't realize maybe we're just gonna make a wood shovel. It's not the end of the world if the rates are normal. but definitely just forgot to, oh my god, he was about to make doors, but stops himself from the doors. Does make the wood shovel. Gonna grab a second tree here. Vstrid grabbing a second tree for himself as well. But where's the lava pool and where's the gravel? Vstrid up on the gravel situation at least. And maybe just a little bit more routing, like micro decisions for Vstrid. Wow, I stumbled on that sentence. I feel like Vstrid's routed this a little better, but neither runner, or no, lava pool on the screen for Vstrid here. So maybe Vstrid routing, you know, the gravel first, trees later, or like gravel sort of on the way. Seems like Vstrid played this overall just a bit better. And already, like you said, it could just be the lack of siege engine, right? Like maybe a lot of runners don't want to play these sort of desert villages with no close trees, right? Like if you don't spawn on a tree, you might just rip it. EDCR messing up his pool a little bit too.
Yeah, I will say there's a lot of shakiness, a lot of hesitation, a lot of little micro mistakes from EDCR, and that's not good. I'm worried that maybe the nerves are catching up to him a little bit here.
He's got to go over these hoglins as well. This is just another one of those situations. Like he handled it fine, but now he's down 14 blocks. And I think a piglin up there as well made him want to boat down here instead of committing to bridging on the side. So just these small little micro things that like EDCR doesn't need to get lucky. He hasn't had it normal in these last couple seasons. It hasn't been.
He's been
normal.
getting unlucky compared to Vstrid is the important thing, and it's a little bit too bad. But I will say I am noticing a lot of little micro mistakes. So definitely those things adding up as well for EDCR. I wonder if he will
taking
play
it
this
slow on the bridge here, but a little too slow, gets hit there.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of an overcompensation on the risk reward balance there, but he doesn't get hit off. He's all good right now. Mining the gap here in between the ramparts to get the piglins all into the trading hole. And Vstrid, wow, that could have been really bad. Crossbow pig falls in the hole for Vstrid. If that was a sword pig, I think Vstrid would have died. But crossbow pig,
100%.
unfortunately, in that 1v1, doesn't have what it takes. I think it dropped the crossbow as well, which is funny.
Nice. Maybe we can use that during the 0, which would be kind of cool. Oh man, but EDCR as well.
Same thing happens in EDCR. Also a crossbow pig. Maybe just this upper crimson terrain has brought a couple pigs up. But at least it happens to both of them. One thing that, well, EDCR can't even have one thing, I guess. Like that's something unlucky that happened to EDCR, and of course it has to happen to EDCR as well. Like, of course.
Regardless, we have checking the chest here on 9 Obby. So I don't know if they saw the fort. It's gonna be interesting. Maybe they have
EDCR did on wide. Okay. I feel like it was very visible. Vstrid should have seen it as well. But we'll see. 20 Obby are ready from the trades, only 16 pearls. And notably, Vstrid didn't grab a bed from the village. EDCR has 2. So Vstrid's going to have to pre-craft this blaze bed. And that's not a big deal, but the string situation might be a big deal. Open your inventory one more time. I think
he just got a bunch of string, as you said that. I think
there's a stack of 64 at least. Yeah, so I think we're fine.
I think that's what it's okay though. I think you were right. I think it was like literally as you were saying it, he got the string.
It was 20 and then it was 80.
Yeah, it's okay though. It's okay.
But look at this. EDCR is throwing better pearls. They left the same way, but EDCR taking higher terrain. Vstrid some lava pearls and lower terrain. And finally, this doesn't even matter though. There we go. Vstrid gets a skeleton, a negative stray finally. Not on the side of EDCR. He's able to play both these spawners aggressively. Vstrid has to slow down a little bit for that skeleton. And now EDCR in the lead. Is the luck turning around finally?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see an even match. You know what I'm saying? I don't want EDCR to have an advantage, but I want it to be even. You know, but anyways, it's okay. This match has been a lot more, let's say, fair than the previous.
The seed specifically, yeah. Nothing, no
Oh yeah,
gas.
sorry. The seed is what I meant.
Both runners had almost 10 pigs in their bastion, maybe even more. It wasn't a seed decided by the bastion.
Some strays here for Vstrid.
I know, and now that I say only 2 rods though, I think the rates are bad. There's 4 strays for Vstrid. Are we gonna get the rod from this 4th guy though if it drops? No, have to fall down here. Little bit of shakiness on the movement, but we have 15 bread, so this micro damage really doesn't matter as long as we're not dying, which we aren't. And yeah, no,
Like,
V-Street has 30
Zero.
wool worth of I swear we had like 6 and now we
No,
have
you're
30.
definitely right. You're definitely right. No, I know you're
Off
right.
of like the last 2 trades. ECR gets the one-eye measure. And I think it broke. He has not went to go pick it up. So just need to wait on these blazes now. But he's double blaze bed of the spawner with the 2 beds from the village. So these rates are going to be pretty good here. Basically as close to optimal as they can be. So I don't see how EDCR is not at least heading to the stronghold first. If not, will be in the stronghold first. With
For the
this
first time
fork
as well.
split. Yeah. I mean, maybe V-Street's strays were just so good. EDCR is trying to play for a stray here right now. He does have a pearl hung to cords, but he's playing for this one stray in the roof here.
There it
He
is.
gets the last rod, so he is leaving.
Let's
And
see.
look at
This
this
looks like
terrain. He's
getting ready
already
to
right
go.
here. Wow. Don't misplace, though. With the nerves. 20 obby exactly.
Nice. Very clean. No mismeasures. That's good to see. Looking for
Wow,
the
that's a
spike.
big spike everywhere. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
It's not what you want to see if you're EDCR. I always hate that feeling. You're in the stronghold first. You're like, okay, please be normal. Please just be big orange one direction. And then you have a massive spike everywhere. And what do you even do to fight through this? He's trying so hard. Maybe he knows his overlap numbers.
Yeah.
Crazy well, but he's not loving any direction here. And this is now situation where V-Strid can bring this back. Because the stronghold is effectively preemptiveless. I don't know. That's not the right way to say that.
I know what you mean. I think we know what you mean. The pie chart's not nearly as reliable as you'd like it to be.
Yes.
In this
Too much interference. That's the word.
Boom.
Is V-Strid heading the right way? I think maybe.
Wow. V-Strid finds it immediately. Is this it for EDCR?
It is not it for EDCR. It was a different
so.
downward staircase, and V-Strid just hits that nav. And it's front cage. Not the zero cycle you want to see if you're an EDCR fan, but V-Strid falls into the cage.
Is this going to
So
matter?
if it flies at 95 or flies at 90, V-Strid's committing to 90. So if it flies here, door is back open for EDCR, but he has to find the portal room.
Will it fly?
Does it fly? It doesn't fly yet, but it could fly mid-zero if it gets lower.
There, it looks like it's
2
going to be a
beds
good
there.
clean 0.
Not flying. Wow,
It gets
nerdy. And a 3-0 for our 1 seed. Not in the favor of the 1 seed. That's EDCR's playoffs life in Season 8 gone as soon as it started. As he finds the portal room, unfortunately, it's too little too late. Even with a crystal skip here, it wouldn't be enough. V-Strid with a 3-0. Finishing out our day. Wow. Is it not good to be the 1 seed? Like, I don't know.
2 seasons in a row, man. It's crazy. I mean, I will say, I think obviously that 2nd seed you could chalk up to just RNG. The 3rd seed, definitely a little bit of an unlucky stronghold, but you know, V-Strid did play it well. It's hard to say exactly how much of that comes down to luck versus skill, I'd say. But at the end of the day, V-Strid takes the win. It beats the 1 seed.
I mean, yeah, he lost a minute and a half on the stronghold now over V-Strid, and it's just maybe the mineshaft spikes, right? Like, I'm not sure if V-Strid got a crazy clean spike, because sometimes it really just does depend on where you're standing, where you're scanning, right? Like what exact vision cone you're picking up. Is there a mob in the way? Are you getting just the silverfish spawner? But whatever it was, V-Strid found that portal room first. It's just sometimes how it goes. Finishes out with a 0. And we can talk a lot about the expectations for EDCR, the unfortunate things that happen in Seed 1, the death, Seed 2, the gas, but we can't discredit V-Strid's gameplay in these 3 seeds, right? Very, very easy to have died under the playoff norms or have missed the stronghold like we've seen happen in 2 other matches yet today. But V-Strid, clean, consistent gameplay over all 3 of these seeds. And I mean, that's just something that you build, I guess, if you've played 2,000 ranked games in 1 season. Like, I don't know. I don't think I've played 2,000 in total. Like, really, I really don't know. It just the consistency was there, and made it so that if EDCR made those big mistakes, like he did, there was no room to come back. Vstrid always keeping up that pace, and we actually have him in the waiting room here. Let's throw it over to our winner interview. See what Vstrid has to say about that best of 5. Vstrid, welcome. How are you feeling with your gameplay? How are you feeling after that 3-0 win against the 1 seed? Talk to us.
Yo, I'm feeling pretty good. I woke up this morning and I felt like kind of nervous about the match because it's EDCR. He got rank 1 last season. He got the number 1 face points. But I'm feeling pretty good.
And in that last seed, you entered the stronghold second. How did you feel,
Yeah.
with that stronghold? Walk us through what made you go the direction you did it and how you felt in that stronghold.
I don't know. I feel like I just got a really good spike, like as soon as I scanned it, and I trusted it, and it worked out. I don't know exactly what happened to EDCR there, but it's unfortunate.
He kind of just had a
he had massive
yeah.
orange a lot. I don't know if it was just sort of the angle that you scanned or some CPU diff or whatever that could be, but you bossed the nav and you played consistent throughout all 3 seeds. The nerves not getting to you. If they were there this morning, they weren't here in this best of 5 because you got it done in 3 seeds. The third 3-0 of the day. What are your expectations for next weekend? You are playing. Let me pull up the bracket.
Playing against
quick.
Hacks. Playing against
Hacks, yeah.
Ooh, that's gonna be a fun one. I mean, it's a rematch of the what is it, like bronze match of season 4. So I'm really excited
nice.
to try to get some revenge there.
Okay, well, we're very excited to have you. Congrats on the win. You played very well today, very consistent. And yeah, we will see you next weekend.
Thank you.
Speaking of the bracket, let's throw it over to the bracket and see what we have in store for you guys, not only next weekend, but tomorrow as well. We do have the second half of our round of 16 games going on tomorrow. Ral versus Darby, Silver versus Aquacord, Infume versus Feinberg, and Mungi versus Tutorul. Let me get the order of those matches. It's going to start with Ral versus Darby, and then Mungi versus Tutorul, and then Silver versus Aquacord, and then Infume versus Feinberg. Rounding out our round of 16, and then next weekend, the rest of the bracket will finish up with those quarterfinals matchups, and then on to the semis and third place match, grand finals, all that stuff. Nerdy, is this what you expected going into day 2 in terms of the bracket? Did you get the other 3 predictions from the whiteboard correct?
So I got 3-0 Dougal. I got that right. Did I say? I think I said. I wish I had the image up.
You said Loki 3, Beef Salad 1, and that is what happened as well.
Okay. And then Hacks, I think 3-0.
You said
right?
Hacks 3, Rannick 2. So you got the winner right,
there,
but not the score.
I think 3 out of 4 is pretty good, and then 2 out of I feel like that's a pretty good record, I'd say. I think I did pretty well. I don't know what you think, but I feel
2
like
out of 2 out of 4 on the nose.
2 on the 4 on the nose, 3 to 4 like overall move forward. I feel like that's so. I think it's mostly what I expect. I think Vstrid is really the only person breaking my my prediction here.
And I mean, you did say 3-2 for that prediction as well. It wasn't like you called EDCR 3-0 and it was a full reverse, right? Like you could have been more wrong. Is my point.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. I agree.
It's not the worst prediction, but you did not get them all right. I think a lot of people's bracket predictions maybe got busted by that pick as well. Seems like the 1 seed curse is real, at least from the last 2 seasons that we've seen, specifically when the 1 seed is a new player.
Yeah, I'm looking at my bracket prediction. Man, my handwriting's really bad. I gotta get like some printouts of like I gotta print out the names next time because wow, my handwriting is absolutely
like, not
abysmal.
gonna get like a magnetic board or something. Just print it all out, throw the magnets up there.
That would be cool. That would be cool. But because geez Louise, man. But it's okay. It's okay. I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling like so far my predictions are solid, and I am so excited for tomorrow. We're gonna be commentating once again in the morning. And yeah, it's just going to be fantastic. Tomorrow there's a lot of action going on.
Yeah, tomorrow, Nerdy and I will be in the booth at the start of the day. Nerdy, we're gonna have to be up a little bit earlier than we were. I mean,
That's
I was
okay.
up.
That's okay.
I was up at the start because I have to like make sure the stream isn't dying. But I wasn't like up. You know what I mean? Like I was up, but I wasn't up. You feel me? Like I, I was awake, but if I had to commentate at 10 a.m., I was not up. But I will be up tomorrow. I will go to bed earlier. We'll try. Your sleep schedule has been good. Nerdy has you've almost fallen asleep in call like 2-3 nights in a row.
True. No, that
you
is
actually
true.
have a good solid sleep schedule for
It's a rare sighting for me. Yeah. It's okay though. No, tomorrow
good.
it's an exciting day for me. I'll just say tomorrow's an exciting day. So I got playoffs in the morning commentary, and then I get to watch 2 very exciting matches of playoffs, which you guys should of course stay for after we leave because Curry and Rec Rap are going to commentate those. Then I got the Barcelona game, and then I'm going to see the Sounders play against Inter Miami, Messi with Messi on them.
Oh, that's tomorrow. Exciting.
Yeah, that's
nice.
tomorrow. So it's an action-packed day for me tomorrow. I'm so excited.
I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna commentate. I'm gonna lose to Infume. I'm gonna take a nap, and then I'll see what is happening with my day. So a little bit less exciting than your day, but that's okay. Can't always have everything. But that's what we have in store tomorrow. The last 4 games of the round of 16, starting at the same time that we did today, and then we'll have our top 8 rounded out, Nerdy, of our most competitive playoffs to date.
Yep.
I'm very excited for tomorrow.
It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be fantastic. I mean, I don't know. We've got some crazy early matchups. I think it comes partially from the fact that like Hack came through LCQ, so it just like kind of makes the seeding all weird, you know. But we've got some of these early matches are just so hype. Like Loki versus Beef Salad in round 1 is still crazy to me.
I mean, that's also partially because Loki didn't play for the last like month or two. So he was the 7 seed. Like I don't really think Loki's 7 seed material. Considering he's won 3 playoffs, I don't really think Loki's 7 seed material. But I think it's just that the players in the bracket are just so good now that it's like maybe in previous seasons, not to like hate on anyone specifically, but we might not have had like as close of a skill gap between Dugile and the 16th best player, or Loki and the 16th best player, Silver, Priffy and the 16th best player. I don't think that was necessarily. It's so much smaller now than it was back then. Like someone could sneak through LCQ and just get destroyed. And I feel like that, like Hax was making a very big argument on a podcast I was on with him the other day that LCQ is harder than playoffs. And I think that's a crazy take, but I don't think it's that far apart because of just the amount of people that are playing in LCQ and the amount of good players that there are. Like, I don't think he's right, but it's not like.
I feel like mid-season showdown might be more. Is that?
Yeah,
I feel like
course.
that.
Mid-season,
I
think is obviously harder.
Yeah. I feel like that would be the interesting question: is which harder, mid-season showdown or playoffs?
Or playoffs, yeah.
Before you answer that, you answer that question, then you can go.
The fact that question's even in your mind means that the level of competition and the skill in LZQ is just so high that the skill floor, like the gap between rank or seed 1 and seed 16 is just so small now that really anything can happen in the bracket. Like,
and
even
I want to say,
in LCQ,
what it's worth. I was going to say, going off that argument, I mean, regardless if you think it's hard or not, we all agree it's very hard. And EDCR, the 1 seed, very hard opponent. And look, V-Street's 3-0'd EDCR, the number 1 seed, and 1 LCQ. So honestly, I think V-Street could be a sleeper pick. I'm just saying. I mean, what more can you do?
Yeah, I mean, maybe the LCQ buff, the mentality buff, it's like, I guess the most recent non-playoffs tournament, even though it's sort of in the playoffs like bubble, it gives those 4 LCQ qualifying players more recent tournament experience. Obviously, it's not the same exact format, but like the nerves, right? Like management helps being that close. Like maybe it would have helped EDCR to have been able to play an LCQ, even if he couldn't like qualify off of it, just having that experience, right? Like having that experience. Hacks, I guess, came from LCQ and won today as well. Maybe there's something to that. We'll have to see with Darby and Tutor Rule tomorrow. or not Darby, sorry. Who's the fourth LCQ player? I don't always. Oh, Keenan was from LCQ and lost to Duke. So I guess it's not a global LCQ buff. But we'll see how Tutor Rule fares tomorrow in that situation. But anyway, we just have to get to tomorrow to get there. I'm excited to go to bed tonight, wake up, commentate some games, play some games, have a great day of the rest of the bracket tomorrow. I don't have much else to go over. I'm just excited for the games.
For me. I'm super
I
excited.
hope there's less 3-0s tomorrow. That I will say. Not like I feel like a lot of these 3-0s were closer than they looked, especially just some in-seed stuff going the wrong way for a couple runners, the gas for EDCR and mismeasures for Rannick, but I hope it's closer tomorrow. Hope we get some of those game 5s. Nothing can beat the game 5s, man.
Yeah, no. They're the best. They're the best. Well, maybe best of 7. Maybe game 7.
Game 7. Maybe game 7 can beat the best of 5. That's true, but
yeah.
we'll have to wait till next weekend for a potential game 7. That is true.
Right. Well, I'm very excited. See you all tomorrow.
Yeah. I think that's all we got. Thank you guys all for tuning in today. We'll be back here tomorrow, same time. Dirty and I will be opening tomorrow. Curry and Parker will also be commentating the last 2 games tomorrow. We're flip-flopping because of the scheduling, but we will see you guys tomorrow. I got a ping. Oliver said, "Wrap it up, lol." Sorry.
Apparently we're yapping too much, so I mean, my bad, man. I mean, what am I paid to do here? I'm not even paid here, but what am I supposed to be doing? Am I wrong? I mean, sorry.
I'm expecting I am clicking the ping and I'm like, oh my god, we forgot something. Like, oh my, like what did I forget to talk about or saying? It's just wrap it up, lol, verbatim. So